Chapter 401, Winter in the Fjords. In the sea of the fjords lies Sleeping Island. The skyline turned a pale yellow as the last of the high-rise buildings was finally completed. Although the setting sun was not visible, one could still see a streak of golden light reflected on the sea's surface by the sunset glow that passed through the clouds. Only the harsh, cold gusts of wind, which blew directly at one's face, gave away the fact that it was no longer autumn. And it's done. Lotus lifted up the scarf around her neck until her ears were also covered by the soft cotton. This will be our new home once the furniture and beds are moved in. Fantastic, Durette Kimshu clapped and said. That's a lot of houses built in half a month, and I thought Lady Tilly was exaggerating. Lady Tilly doesn't lie, Breeze added. Indeed, Durette stroked his thick double chin and said, if that's the case, I'm reassured about resettling my citizens over here. Oh, what's this? The merchant who came from the Crescent Moon Bay analyzed the groove-shaped parapet that was in the house. Bending his body, he even stuck his head in the hole to take a look inside. This is a warming device that I learnt about in the western region. It's called a heated brick bed. Lotus explained. It's connected to the kitchen, and hence when a fire is started in the kitchen, this bed will also turn warm. Add a wooden plank on top and cover it with linen or straw, and you can use it as a bench or a bed. It'll be more comfortable than your typical furniture, especially in the current season. Interesting design, Durette said and glanced squarely at Lotus. If I wanted to hire you for the long term, how many gold royals would it cost? What do you mean? Lotus was slightly astonished. Follow me to work in the Crescent Moon Bay. There remain several wastelands which have yet to be developed in my territory. Your abilities will prove extremely useful. Durette rubbed his hands and said, how many gold royals do I have to pay the sleeping spell in order for Lady Tilly to authorize you to follow me? Sorry, I've never thought of leaving. Your life over there will be much better than it is here, Durette interrupted quickly. You'll get to live in the same large compound as me, enjoy fine wine and cuisine from the Four Kingdoms every day, and have attendants accompanying you wherever you go. That's the ideal life that many people envision, and I'm giving it to you as long as you work for me. Besides, Lady Tilly has said that the requests of the sleeping spell must be fulfilled, and I'm able to afford your recruitment fees no matter how high it is. Lotus frowned. She was not unfamiliar with his kind of attitude. Although verbally, he said that he was hiring her, it felt to her more as though she was being bought. Just as she was about to bawl out a few sentences, Breeze gently tugged on her hand. Even though the requests must be fulfilled, it doesn't mean that it'll be accepted. There are some things that even witches can't do. Besides, all parties have to approve before an agreement can be made. You mean that money alone isn't enough? I've never seen a deal like this. Durette spoke with displeasure. Was what you said when you cast the Sleeping Island mere rhetoric to make fun of us? No one will believe or be interested in you if this goes on. I doubt so. Someone responded from behind. There's only one witches' guild that offers rewards, whether it be in the fjords or the Four Kingdoms. If you don't come, there will be others. Who speaks? The merchant turned his head and received a rude shock. Why, Your Highness Thunder, I came up with some of the ideas for the regulations of the sleeping spell. Before a contract is signed, the consent of the employee has to take into consideration the possible risks associated with the tasks. They'll not be forced to venture into grave danger, Thunder said in a clear voice and laughed. Do you have an issue with this? No, this is definitely reasonable. Durette's facial expression restored to normal. Then, I'll still have to trouble you in the future. Miss Lotus? Phew! Lotus watched the merchant and his entourage make their departure and sighed in relief. Thanks. No problem, I was just passing through. Thunder laughed. Didn't you follow Lady Tilly to the western region? Yes, but I came back early together with Honey and Breeze, because Sleeping Island needed to prepare supplies and houses for winter. She gave him a simple account of the matter. Have you completed your expedition? Ha ha ha. Yes, it was an incredible and unimaginable trip. Thunder's eyes lit up as soon as she mentioned his expedition. This was the first time I saw different sea levels occurring at the same time. Our ship seemed as though it was flying. We didn't fall into the sea when we advanced past the cliffs that were formed by the waves. If I hadn't seen it myself, I absolutely wouldn't believe that such a strange sight could be real. Different sea levels, Lotus murmured. How could it be? The sea water ain't rocks. Wouldn't it flow downwards? I named it the sea line, and it's located to the northeast of the Shadow Islands. When we reached the top of a cliff, it would appear like a long line which we couldn't see the ends of, and the sea would seem to be divided into two distinct sections. He patted his chest excitedly. I can't wait to venture even further next time. It was indeed worthy of the most prominent explorer in the fjords that the first thing he talked about upon his return was regarding his adventures, and not regarding his daughter, who was far away in the western region. Lotus shook her head helplessly as she watched him talk on and on. Before darkness fell and the temperature outdoors plunged, Lotus had already climbed early into the heated brick bed. This was the most relaxing moment of her day. For more than a month, she not only constructed a new batch of houses, but also renovated the creaking houses of other witches. Crowding on to the heated brick bed with everyone else, and chatting about her experiences in Border Town, the questions from her companions, which were born out of a mix of curiosity and envy, ensured that she did not get any sleep for half of the night. The conversation topic shifted to the bird beak mushrooms. Her companions started to salivate when she mentioned how she prepared them. She would place the mushrooms in some butter and flip them a few times, then fry until both sides of the mushrooms were golden brown in color, and finally sprinkle a bit of salt on top to create a most delicious dish. I feel like eating this, Shadow exclaimed. After eating dried fish on board for a month, my mouth is full of a salty and fishy smell. Great, Molly could not help interrupting Lotus. If only I was the one whom Lady Tilly's elder brother invited. Hey, there are even more amazing things you haven't heard. Someone giggled. In the showers of Border Town, the water comes straight out of the wall, and the scented soap makes your whole body smell great after showering. There's really something like this? Shadow asked curiously. Of course, and I even brought one back. Lotus curled her lips upwards, but it has been used up. Don't talk about it. At least they got to experience it. I followed Lady Tilly to the western region and then immediately brought these girls back here. I didn't get to enjoy anything, Breeze bemoaned. As she listened to the witches' gabbling discussions, Lotus suddenly had a thought. If it was instead His Highness Roland Wimbledon who wanted to hire her long-term, would she have agreed? After contemplating for a while, she realized that she would not be able to refuse if it was indeed Roland. What an embarrassment. Lotus tucked herself inside her quilt and glanced left and right. Luckily, the lamp was already extinguished, or else someone might have realized what she was thinking about. However, when would Lady Tilly finally be able to accept His Highness Roland? It would be great if they could stay together forever. Lotus held the cloth tightly in her arms. If so, it would be good for me and the other witches, as we would all be able to live happily in Border Town. Chapter 402, Organizational Structure. At the beginning of the second month of winter, Barav walked into Roland's office, carrying a stack of books under his arms. As he walked up to Roland's table, a huge color painting on the table caught his attention. Is this a map of the entire western region? Not just the western region, Roland said, laughing. It also includes a portion of the barbarian land and the misty forest, especially this space over here. He pointed to an area in the northern part of the impassable mountain range. It was the fertile plains that Agatha had talked about. At present, the area that we've already discovered is equivalent to 3 western regions. If we manage to cultivate the land of this large space, we can resettle hundreds of thousands of people. In order to eliminate the threat that came from Devil's Town. He had sent Lightning and Maggie to comb through the area and draw up a map. Now that Maggie could carry Soria while she did the drawing, more accurate maps could be drawn. Although the disappearance of the Devil's camp was still a mystery, the good news was that there was no sign of another enemy camp within 200 kilometers of border town. In the barbarian land, there aren't only demonic beasts, but also scary enemies. Like you said, Barov's words came with a hint of hesitation. Won't it be too dangerous to cultivate the land towards the northwest? By that time, the First Army will most likely be equipped with the power to fight demons. Roland slowly swiveled his finger around the plains on the map. It won't be safe anywhere if we're unable to defeat these enemies. Ever since demon scouts were spotted in the misty forest, he knew that he could not conceal this information for long. In order to prevent the panic that could be brought about by a sudden revelation, he first disclosed the existence of demons to his top brass. Judging from the current situation, the reaction of the people were fairly normal. Of course, he had slightly downplayed the strength of the demons by asserting that they were of the same ilk as demonic hybrid beasts, while he did not divulge the history of the two battles of divine will. Roland knew that his kingdom could not remain on the mainland border forever if it wanted to be on par with the Four Kingdoms. Only the barbarian land, or should we say, the fertile plains, was a land area that was worthy of his governance. In fact, the area that had been explored was only a tiny fraction of the entire plains. One could imagine the vast amount of land that humans occupied during the Second Battle of Divine Will. He retracted his finger, then rolled up the map and placed it to one side. "Do you have any news to report?" "Yes, Your Highness." Barov nodded and then spread the books that were under his arms in front of the prince. "I've drawn up a plan for the city hall's expansion according to your demands." "Oh, I'll have a look." In order to cope with the rapid growth of territory after the establishment of the city, Roland utilized a futuristic classification of his government's functional departments, and thus set a new framework for management organizations of his time. Overall, the upper sector of the government was divided into four main branches, namely the City Hall, the military, the Security Bureau, and the Witch Union. Under the expansion plan, the new City Hall would assume the role of the cabinet or state department and would be the core institution of the entire territory. In time, the personnel would increase to approximately 500 people. Its 6 departments would be finance, foreign affairs, education, agriculture, industry, and law, while new departments could be added at any time according to demand. Moreover, if or when the Kingdom of Greycastle was reunified, all of the other cities could follow this template and set up corresponding lower sector institutions, and together they would be managed by the City Hall. In addition to its battle staff, the military also had independent production and medical departments that served as logistical safeguards. Every military division had a commander-in-chief who was responsible for specific combat matters, but the supreme authority of the military rested with Roland himself. The Security Bureau was a secret organization which hid in the dark. Its funds were not allocated by the City Hall, while its members were also not recorded in any dossier. Its primary functions were to monitor and ensure the security within the territory and handle issues of official corruption. Lastly, the Witch Union. Roland had thought hard about this organization, but eventually decided that it would be a separate department instead of sorting the witches into the other departments. This was because, for some of the witches, their abilities would increase dramatically after evolution, and then they would be able to work across multiple departments. For example, Anna and Soria could both play important roles in industry, agriculture, military, and education. Another reason was that there would be times when a witch would not be assigned any work, and therefore, classifying them together could effectively avoid dampening their enthusiasm. This was a point that Scroll and Wendy had brought up to him. Roland hoped that in the future, the Witch Union would operate on its own, which included handling its membership, inspection, and work allocation. Are you really able to hire so many literate people? After he finished reading the City Hall director's proposal, Roland raised his head and asked. A 500-person institution was considered enormous in this era. Plus, the requirement that every employee had to be literate would almost certainly be impossible to fulfill in other territories. Although the royal city of each kingdom might have sufficient literate people, these were in large part nobles who were too proud and arrogant to be willing to serve as apprentices. Add in the fresh batch of graduates, and there shouldn't be a problem, Barov replied. According to the feedback from the recruitment notices, jobs in the city hall are the most popular. It seems that being a civil servant is popular everywhere. Roland arched his lips upwards uncontrollably. In that case, go ahead and recruit people according to this scheme. The next and final task is to formulate laws. Pass me the principal article that you mentioned the last time, and I'll have my apprentices complete the rest as fast as possible, the City Hall director said in high spirits. It's called Basic Laws, Roland said and laughed. It appeared that enthusiastic model workers were not only confined to witches. This was a good sign for a new regime. Another thing, Your Highness, Barov said. If the city hall is expanded according to the plan, the current building may not be able to accommodate so many people. You want to build a new city hall? The prince nodded in agreement. For sure, I'll arrange Carl to see to it. In the eyes of the citizens, this was the face of the Lord. While they rarely had the chance to enter the castle, they would often settle matters in the city hall. Thus, a certain degree of splendor and style was necessary. If it was austere and unembellished, the people's confidence in him might erode. After Barov took his leave, Roland called his guards to bring in Prius Dessau, the knight from the Elk family. Roland had not seen him for half a year. The knight was visibly fatter and his face fuller than usual, while his cheeks even glowed a bright red. Life had certainly been good. Recently, there's been more eggs and poultry in the convenience market. This is all your credit. Roland smiled. Your way of raising chickens and ducks must be great. Hee, Prius laughed, somewhat embarrassed. Without your support from the start, I couldn't have done any of this. Farming was not a smooth journey. When Prius first started, the foul plague even appeared and caused the death of many chickens. Roland simply thought of it as a good lesson and did not give up on him. Instead, the prince continued to buy baby chicks from the stronghold and pass them to him for raising. Presently, he had become an indispensable talent of the town's community. I plan to recruit you in the city hall under the agriculture department. Do you agree? Your Highness, you don't want me to continue raising chickens and ducks. Prius was slightly surprised. Of course not. You've been doing a great job, and therefore, I hope that you can bring more people into this business. Roland said encouragingly, Soon, I plan to expand the scale of farming by more than 10 times. Then, you and your family won't be able to handle it alone. After you're recruited in the city hall, you can pass on your experience to more people and teach them how to farm. Given Lily's ability to eliminate bacteria and diseases, the most thorny problems of animal husbandry ceased to exist. Apart from chickens and ducks, large livestock such as cows and lambs were also within the prince's expansion plans. This is undoubtedly a noble job that's no less honorable than knighthood. The prince paused for a moment and then continued speaking. There'll be a day when eggs and poultry will be served on the dining tables of every household in the western region. And when people see these delicious foods, they'll all remember your name. What do you think? I'm willing to serve you. Prius Dessau clenched his fists and bowed respectfully. Chapter 403, Student and Teacher. Nana yawned loudly as she got off the bed. She glanced at the whiteness outside the window. Still, she could see nothing but snow. Reluctantly, she moved out of the warm bed and put on her thick winter coat. As she trudged out of the bedroom, she saw Aunt Alda tidying up the living room. "Good morning," she muttered. "Ah, little princess, you're awake." Alda smiled at her. "Want breakfast? It's ready." "Yes." Nana sat beside the dining table and ran her eyes around the room, but she did not see her father. "Where's Daddy?" Lord Pine went out early in the morning. Alda replied from the kitchen. "He was carrying his silver shotgun." "Indeed." Nana curled her lips upwards. "He's probably gone to the city wall to practice shooting again. Ever since he fended off the demonic beasts with the flintlock, he has become enamored by this loud and booming weapon. Not only does he wipe a gun barrel every day, but also he'll go to the city wall to practice whenever he has time. Furthermore, he managed to apply for a specially made flintlock from His Highness, using my healing abilities as a bargaining chip. It's all His Highness' fault for saying that long shotguns are the standard equipment for hunters." Nana thought, if Mummy's still around, Daddy probably won't go out all day long like this. "Breakfast's here." Alda placed 2 steaming plates on the table in front of Nana. "Fried eggs and white bread. Eat while they're hot." "Thank you." Breakfast's normally prepared before Daddy leaves home. Only Aunt Alda would specially place it in hot water to keep it warm. If instead, Daddy took care of me, I'd be eating cold and hard eggs. Nana sighed uncontrollably. If only Aunt Alda could marry Daddy. But the young girl knew that this wish had little chance of happening. Alda was the family servant, while Daddy was a noble of border town, as far as she understood. It was difficult for a commoner and a noble to get married. She devoured the delicious breakfast, wiped her mouth, and shouted, "I'm going to the medical center." "Okay." Alda put down the broom she was holding and led Nana to the door. As she bent down and tied a scarf around Nana's neck, she said, "Be careful on the road, Miss Pine." "Yes." Aunt White Snowflakes greeted Nana as she made her way out of the house. This was her daily routine. In the morning, she would leave home for the medical center. She would treat the patients if there were any, or else she would practice her abilities on animals. At noon, she would go to the castle to have lunch with Roland, while in the afternoon until night time, she would remain in the medical center, after which she would return home. She was the only witch who did not live in the castle. Although time in the medical center was boring, she persisted because she wanted the patients to receive treatment as quickly as possible. The smile and warmth of the townspeople also supported and pushed her on. "Lady Nana, good morning." "Miss Angel, going to the medical center again? Today's weather ain't good. Do take care of your body." "Miss Pine, have you eaten breakfast? Why not have a bowl of hot oatmeal that I just prepared?" Greetings like these continued incessantly whenever she walked in public. It was a stark contrast to a year ago. Her sisters claimed that she was currently the most popular witch in Border Town, even more popular than Anna. Nana wasn't concerned about a popularity contest, albeit she was happy with the current atmosphere. Every person whom she had treated before would greet her affectionately, and this filled her with a sense of achievement. Elder sister Anna was right, Nana thought. The only way to change people's prejudices was to face them adamantly. When she arrived at the medical center, the first army soldier who was manning the gate bowed and greeted her. "Hello, Miss Anna." "Good morning. Are there patients today?" "Not at the moment," the soldier replied. "But your friends have come." "Friends?" She was surprised. Could it be Anna? As she thought of Anna, she excitedly ran up to the second floor and pushed open the door, only to find Mystery Moon, Hummingbird, and Lily idly lying on the table. On noticing her, the 3 of them immediately got up and surrounded her. "You 3. Haha. Are you pleasantly surprised? We came all the way just to see you." Mystery Moon raised her arms and exclaimed. Mystery Moon suggested that instead of lazing about in the castle, it would be a good idea to come out for a walk. Hummingbird added, "You 2 may be free, but I'm certainly not. I still have many insect samples to observe." Lily, who was standing at the back, lamented Nana must be very busy as well. You think that she's like you. Is that so? Yesterday, I peeked and saw you dozing off in front of the microscope. You were obviously sick of your job. Mystery Moon shrugged her shoulders. Nothing of that sort. Nana was slightly disappointed that it wasn't Anna who turned up, but she quickly buoyed up. At present, Anna was His Highness' busiest subordinate, and naturally could not spend as much time with her as in the past. "No, I'm in fact very free," she replied, laughing. "Thank you. You three. Since you say so, I shall remain behind to accompany you." Lily turned her head. "It won't be a problem to observe the samples tomorrow." "What are we gonna play?" Hummingbird questioned. "What else?" Mystery Moon took out a pack of playing cards. "Of course. This, Fight the Landlord may be interesting, but it's a 3-player game." "No, not Fight the Landlord." She shook her head uncannily. "A new game that's suitable for 4 players, where we compete to see who can show her cards the fastest. I learned it from Andrea's group only yesterday." "The 3-player group of the Sleeping Island?" Lily said, holding her forehead. "You learn poorly from others, yet still choose to learn from this bunch. Had you used your energy to learn new knowledge from His Highness instead, you won't have made so little progress until now. This was also handed down by His Highness." Mystery Moon retorted. "Why's it not considered part of His Highness' new knowledge? Other than you, there's probably no one in the Witch Union who thinks this way." Lily stared at her for a moment. "I'd like to learn as well." Hummingbird mumbled softly. Nana watched the conversation going on and laughed uncontrollably. She felt like she was back to the carefree days when she attended Teacher Carl's academy. Under the company of the 3 witches, the morning time, which was usually boring, passed quickly. They then went to the castle for lunch together, after which Nana returned to the medical center alone. As she stepped into the hall, she saw someone unexpected, Carl Van Bate. "Mr. Carl," Nana said in surprise, "what brings you here?" "To see you." Carl smiled and gazed at her and then said happily, "You have grown up." "Is that so?" Nana lowered her head, as if embarrassed. "I'm still a long way from Anna. Everyone's different. You have your strong points." He laughed. "Watching you and Anna grow up, as well as observing the town's changes, it seems that I can no longer see the cracks." "What cracks?" Nana was confused. "Nothing. I'm just spouting nonsense." Carl shook his head. "I used to believe that the god had forsaken this world, but now I feel that it continues to watch over us." "Not a god," Nana corrected him. "His Highness says that these are the fruits of human efforts. Weren't those residential communities built by you? But without an origin, nothing could have happened. At that time, when I thought that Anna was dead, and you somehow awakened as a witch, I was utterly flustered. It might have been a god who heard my prayers and answered my call." Carl said in a gentle voice. "It brought us His Highness Roland." Chapter 404, The Journey to Magnetoelectricity. "Ah, I envy Nana so much." Mystery Moon wiped her wet hair and drew her face close to Lily, who was sitting upright at the desk. Lily replied without even turning her head. "You don't ask why I envy her." "You'll soon fill me in anyway," Lily said, twitching her mouth. "Damn it," Mystery Moon mumbled, but could not help saying in the end, "Didn't you see how the soldiers at the hospital and the townsmen nearby treat her?" "Saw it." "Hello, Miss Nana. Are you leaving, Miss Angel?" "Miss Pine, this is the wheat cake I made. I want to be treated like that, too." Mystery Moon pressed her face onto Lily's cheek, but was pushed away relentlessly. "That's a return for her ability," Lily said, without turning a hair. "Didn't you notice that ever since the months of the demons, she's been staying at the hospital almost every day, waiting to treat the wounded? Half of the locals have received her treatment, and the rest are pretty much their families." "You're exaggerating." "Not really," Lily said with a sigh and put down the book in her hand. "Although not everyone will fight against demonic beasts at the city wall, it's perfectly normal for townies to get injured. Miners can hurt their toes by oars. Kiln laborers can get burned. The same applies to the apprentices at the steam engine plants and the chemistry laboratory. She paused for a moment and said, "His Highness once told me that Nana and I are the foundation of medical care in Border Town. One of us for internal medication and the other surgery. This allows the operation to remain at an intense level, while still make sure everyone is healthy without establishing a safety policy. However, in fact, I haven't done anything except epidemic prevention for new refugees." "So you're feeling sour like me," Mystery Moon said, leaning over unyieldingly. "No, I'm not," Lily fired. "And stay away from me, you're interfering with my reading." "Ah," Mystery Moon chickened and said, "but I'm really envious of her." "Then learn from Nana. Take the initiative to help every townie until they know you and get familiar with you. Then surely everybody will say hello to you wherever you go," said Lily, shrugging her shoulders. "But I don't have an ability like Nana's," Mystery Moon said, frustrated. "Then use your physical strength if not your ability," said Lily, mocking. "Regardless, you've been there at the camps of the Witch Cooperation Association." "You, rascal." Mystery Moon still nursed a grudge when she went to bed. She knew that Lily was right, but being inferior to the other witches chafed her pride. This was intolerable. She had gone through so much pain before finally finding an ideal place to settle down, and idling about all day was torture. Mystery Moon slept fitfully all night. She knocked on Roland's office door with dark circles below her eyes the following day. "What's the matter?" the prince asked in surprise. "Were you bullied?" "By Lily?" "No, never mind." She leaned dramatically on Roland's desk and asked, "Your Highness, didn't you say that I have great potential? Why is there no change in my ability yet? It really can't evolve unless I understand natural science theoretical foundation." "I see," Roland said, trying in vain to suppress his laughter. "Actually, I've been thinking about this problem too." "What problem?" "Didn't Agatha say that over 400 years ago, the witches at the Union experienced high awakening even without a comprehensive understanding of the world? Apart from basic practices, the rest will be a sudden enlightenment. This could be achieved by the observation of natural phenomena or by an accidental flash of inspiration." Roland continued, "However, the latter is apparently not comparable to the awakening inspired by systematic learning. Look at Agatha's magic power. She's not only the weakest one among the evolved witches, but she can't even compete with some of the ordinary witches such as Sylvie and Andrea. Doesn't matter, as long as it evolves." Mystery Moon's eyes were sparkling. "You've got an idea." "It may not work," the prince said, throwing up his hands, "but it's worth a try. What do you know about magnetic forces?" "A force produced by the directional movement of electrons, which a magnetic field acts on the magnetic bodies and electric currents in it." "That was copied from the book," he smiled and said. "You memorized it well, but you probably don't understand it at all." Mystery Moon hesitated for a moment and nodded. "You've seen lines of magnetic forces simulated by iron powder. You also know the direction of magnetic forces, and have seen the DC generator, too. So I think you may not enable closed circuits to quickly cut lines of magnetic forces, yet you can change the magnetic field you form, thereby personally experiencing the transformation from magnetism to electricity." "I don't quite follow you." "The nature of the transformation from magnetism to electricity is the change in magnetic flux. If you want to change the magnetic flux in a constant magnetic field, the only way is to change the area, that is, to cut magnetic induction lines." The prince drew a diagram on the paper and said, "What if the area remains constant?" "That'll be changing the magnetic field, which means changing the magnetic flux." Mystery Moon groped unsuccessfully for adequate words, failing because she didn't understand a word. The prince laughed and said, "It's okay that you don't get it. You only need to do this: quickly release and withdraw your magnetic forces rather than continuously use your power." "And then?" Mystery Moon waited for Roland to continue. "Nothing more," he shook his head. "This is the only step." "Huh, Just release and withdraw magnetic forces. Correct. If you can also change the direction of lines of magnetic forces, that would be perfect. For example, switch from the left hand to the right hand. The prince smiled and said, "While you practice, I'll prepare a little toy for you. You'll know why when you get the hang of this method." 2 days later, Mystery Moon received what His Highness called a little toy. It was a square frame made of copper wires, the top of which was connected to a glass ball no bigger than half of a fist. Taking a closer look, she could see the copper wires were cut open in the ball and were connected by a much finer metal wire. An accompanying instruction manual read, "Hold the two ends of the square frame with both hands and practice. Note, be sure to draw the curtains and hide the stone of light." What the heck is that? She scratched her head and then did what the instruction manual instructed. It's practice no matter how I do it. Just ignore it, and it'll be fine. Mystery Moon learned that it was not hard to quickly release and withdraw her power, but changing the direction of magnetic forces delivered a blinding headache. Magnetic force was an essential power to her, and at first, this endeavor was akin to breathing with only one nostril at a time. Although Mystery Moon had restrained herself from playing poker games and been dutifully practicing her new skill for the last 2 days, the result lasted merely half a minute. She took a deep breath and summoned the magic power in her body. At first she felt nothing, but soon she saw a flash of red light. The metal wire in the glass ball turned orangey red, and the light became increasingly bright and intense. In a few seconds, the light was glaring. Mystery Moon almost could not believe her eyes. The entirely dark room was lit by soft light much purer than the candle light, which she had never seen. She was still in a daze when the red light faded away, accompanied by a feeble popping sound before the darkness enveloped the room again. Chapter 405. A Company. The next morning, Mystery Moon ran to the office in a hurry with bigger dark circles under her eyes. Why would the glass ball light up? It didn't work afterwards. No matter how hard I tried to apply my power, she could not wait to spit it all out after pushing open the door. That fast. The prince was a little surprised. He put down the quill, took the small object from Mystery Moon and said, "I thought it would take you 2 or 3 days." Mystery Moon bent over, propped up her chin on the edge of the desk, and asked with a blink, what on earth was glowing? That was electric light. The prince smiled and said, "You released lightning from the sky." Lightning? She could not help repeating the word in a quiet voice, and then shook her head. But it didn't look like it at all. This light was a red-orange color and kept glowing. Lightning is always just a flash. The lightning lit the filament, making it glow continuously. The prince twisted the glass ball and took it off, then said, "It's fine that you don't understand it. I'll let you see the real electric light later." Mystery Moon's eyes were wide open. She gazed at Roland's every single movement, afraid of missing something. The prince drew the 2 copper wires closer and put the glass ball back again. "There you go, now continue to practice." "That's it." She took the wire frame, utterly disappointed. "That's right." The prince covered his mouth and said, "And don't forget to draw the curtains when practicing." Lily was sitting at the end of the bed reading Natural Science Theoretical Foundation when Mystery Moon returned to the bedroom. "Why are you up so early today?" she asked in surprise. "Since you're up, bring me breakfast. An omelet and bread, please, no porridge." "No, I won't bring breakfast for a traitor," Mystery Moon said with a grunt. She drew the curtains, and the room turned completely dark in an instant. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lily frowned and asked. "Practicing my ability." She threw herself on the floor and said, "Draw the curtains and hide the stone of light. That's His Highness' requirement." "Fine, fine." The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "I'll do my reading in the hall." "No, you can't," Mystery Moon hollered. "Why?" Lily darted her a look. "I can't read when I'm starving, and I have to stay with you here." Mystery Moon paused a moment. "I'll bring you breakfast. Can you stay here?" "What?" Lily asked with great interest. Are you afraid of the dark? Not at all. She puffed out her cheeks and muttered after a while, I just need company. She wanted somebody to witness her progress and be amazed at her ability. Even if she failed, she hoped someone would still comfort her, but she would rather carry these words to her grave than confide in Lily. Okay then. I'll stay with you this time, since you sound so pathetic, Lily said with a yawn. Breakfast. Quick, Mystery Moon finally got ready to practice after reluctantly bringing the breakfast over. Lily swallowed the egg in content and asked, What are you going to do? Magnetize the stuff in your hand? No, I'm going to let the magnetic forces in my hand change quickly. His Highness says that'll produce thunder and lightning. Lily was stunned. Thunder and lightning? Yeah, I'm going to start. Hold on, the little girl shouted, drawing closer to the door. It's good now. Go ahead. Mystery Moon exhaled a long breath and mobilized her magic power as she had earlier. If this happened at the camps of the Witch Cooperation Association, Supervisor Kara would definitely scold her for such behavior. However, His Highness had intentionally replaced all the wares in the bedroom that contained iron, including iron nails, with copper-made items, making it easy for her to practice. She was generously treated in Border Town and would not allow herself to sit idle. Reminiscences of her experience in the town swarmed back upon her, image by image, as vivid as a merry-go-round. This time Mystery Moon found herself quickly in a ready state. The magic power danced between her hands with increased movement and growing intensity. Then she saw the electric light. Like a blue ghost revealing itself from layers of clouds, the light was transient and disappeared instantly. Nevertheless, she clearly saw a trace of electric light. It was like a tiny arc, spanning from one end of the copper wire to the other, bursting out gentle popping sounds. It was far from the end. Then came a second arc, and then a third. She noticed in dismay that every time the magnetic forces transformed, there was dazzling electric light springing up, the traces of which also changed correspondingly with its movements. With the direction of magnetic forces quickly switching back and forth, a bridge of blue and white gradually took shape between the two copper wires. What's that? Lily, who stood far away, asked, her eyes wide open. The electric light was insignificant compared with the red-orange blaze of yesterday, but it made Mystery Moon quiver in excitement. This was her first time witnessing her own ability. In comparison to the invisible lines of magnetic forces, she could not understand in the slightest. The rhythm at which the electric arc danced and the direction of its movement were completely under her control. This was truly lightning, created by her. Electricity generates magnetism, and vice versa. That's what it is. She sensed the power in her body had become more visible and clear. Mystery Moon got up on her feet and put the metal frame on the desk. She slowly released her hands to let the magic power die down, but the ends of the copper wires were still glittering, like flickering stars in the darkness from a far distance. She now had a better understanding of these words. In other words, electricity is magnetism, and vice versa. Roland kneaded his sore neck with a quill between his teeth. Do you need a hand? Nightingale's voice popped up by his ears. Ah, thank you. He nodded slightly and said. Nightingale thus laid her two fair hands on Roland's shoulders and started to massage his neck with just the right amount of strength. Roland half closed his eyes, enjoying this moment of serenity. In order to draft the first code of the town, which would later serve as the basic laws of all the primary laws, he had been up earlier than even the guards for the past 3 days. It wasn't until today that he finally finished the draft. As Roland had no knowledge of the laws, he could only jot down some 10 articles in plain language based on his understanding of the system, which was no longer than 2 pages altogether. Nonetheless, these articles contained ideas and ideology from the New World. He believed this code would enable him to carry out a brand new system, which was entirely different from the ancient feudal system across the whole continent, while expanding his territory. With this code as its base, his new kingdom would indubitably distinguish itself from the others. "Your Highness!" The office door was suddenly flung open. Mystery Moon rushed in with the copper wire frame in her hand, shouting, "I finally got it." Roland opened his eyes and saw the girl withdraw her hands and put the little toy on the desk. "Look!" She did not touch the wire frame, but there was still an arc of light where the copper wires were cut open. Looking at this incredible scene, Roland could not help dropping his jaw. The quill slid off the corner of his mouth and fell on the floor. Chapter 406, The Limitation of Magic Power. What did I just see? A self-generating system of electricity that doesn't need an external energy supply. Mystery Moon's ability is an attaching type of magic, so the answer is clear. She's added a brand new property to the metal frame, and her magic power acts as the energy supply. Roland mused to himself. "How did you manage to do that?" Roland asked aloud. "When you said that there's an intertwining relationship between electricity and magnetism, and that they're indivisible, I wondered if I could make the objects generate lightning by magnetizing them. I tried to add a constantly changing magnetic forces to the copper wires, because you've said creating electricity requires changes in magnetic forces. Then it turned out this way." Mystery Moon answered cautiously, her eyes sparkling with expectation. "That's why. Changes in electric currents do produce magnetic fields, but magnetic fields only generate electricity under certain circumstances. It requires both closed circuits and changes in magnetic flux. Changes in the magnetic area and magnetic forces both need external energy supply. Mystery Moon's new ability has replaced an energy supply with the self-changing magnetic force." The prince concluded. Roland would have thought it was a perpetual motion machine prototype if he saw it in modern times. Yet here in this world, he understood that powers of witches could not be judged by common sense of his time. The magnetic property added to the objects might not be produced by magnetic poles, just as the black fire was not natural fire. They were tangible forms of the magic power. He could only wonder whether Mystery Moon had noticed any magnetic force change in objects to which she attached her magic power. When Roland asked her about it, she nodded and then shook her head. "When I was in the Witch Cooperation Association, I once wanted to change the magnetism of objects according to my will. To avoid causing my sisters any trouble, I tried to make the objects less magnetic when they were not in use. However, it didn't work. Their magnetic force remained the same. I thought it was impossible, so I gave up on it," she said. "Just as I expected," Roland thought. He cocked his head towards Nightingale and said, "The form of her magic power. They have been united." Nightingale stepped out of her mist and smiled. "The two are now one." Mystery Moon gasped. "Did I really?" "Yes, you did. Your ability has evolved," Roland confirmed. "Only a long-term and relentless dedication of practice can lead to enlightenment and evolution that fast. You did a great job. From now on, you'll be the 6th evolved witch in the Witch Union. Congratulations." Nightingale went to Mystery Moon and patted her head, smiling. "Now, am I able to do more for your Highness?" she asked, her eyes shining with excitement. "Yes, countless things," Roland smiled and said. "As I've told you before, you've got great potential. But first, go rest. You have dark circles as huge as fists around your eyes. I'll test your ability in the afternoon." "Yes," she nodded vigorously. After Mystery Moon left the office, Nightingale purposefully shut the door and turned her attention to Roland. Ignoring her regular perche at either Roland's desk or the French window, she drew close to him. Grasping his shoulders and leaning in to speak, she stood so close that strands of her fair hair tickled his face. He felt his heart beating violently at the sight of her bright eyes and soft, red lips. What's going on? Is she asking for it in broad daylight? Tell me the method." These were not the words that the prince had expected to hear from Nightingale, Wait, what's this have to do with anything? What method? He asked. The method to evolve without reading natural science theoretical foundation, she said excitedly. I can tell from Mystery Moon's grades that she doesn't understand the contents of the book, but you taught her how to evolve and gain a new ability. What should I do? Practice with little toys as well. She is asking for the evolvement method. What a pity. No, a relief. Roland thought and cleared his throat, putting himself together. I'm afraid your ability won't evolve through a sudden flash of enlightenment, he said. Why not? According to Agatha, only observing natural phenomena related to your ability can provoke an evolvement. Your mist is just too incredible for me to understand, let alone guide you to learn about it. Roland explained. Maybe the only method for you to develop your magic power is a sound understanding of natural science, physics, and even advanced mathematics. Nightingale's face fell. She feebly walked to the couch and sank back into it, feeling as if her body was hollowed out. After lunch, Roland spent the whole afternoon conducting a comprehensive test on Mystery Moon's new ability. He named it Variable Magnetic Force. It could be applied to any object, like her magnetizing ability, and it would create periodic variation based on the magic power she initially conjured. However, as far as insulators, no electricity would be generated. Roland determined that Mystery Moon's magic power was the weakest of the evolved witches. She could only light up 2 magic stones embedded in the sigil of God's will, half a stone less than even Maggie. Unfortunately, the attaching type magic ability required a vast amount of magic power. The greater and longer variations in magnetic forces, the greater demand for magic power. After a series of tests, Roland found that Mystery Moon's new ability could serve as a stable battery, but it was far from sufficient to drive a large electric motor or power a steam engine. He tested her ability by transforming an old DC motor, initially used for the electrolysis of water, into an electric motor, and the result was disappointing. The motor, which consumed all of Mystery Moon's magic power to add a magnetic force, could only work half-day. That meant her new ability could not practically be used as a source power. Roland didn't tell Mystery Moon the bad results. Instead, he encouraged her to keep studying and practicing her new ability, because she was fragile and he feared bad news would be devastating. Besides, he knew that ability evolvement was not a sudden transformation, but a metamorphosis through learning. Roland remembered something he had heard from Agatha, the method to jointly produce Stone of Light. He thought, if there is a witch who can control or transfer magic power, Mystery Moon's power limitation won't be a problem anymore. In the evening, he went to talk to Tilly Wimbledon, an assistant witch with a controlling type of magic, she said, after hearing the prince's idea. She thought for a while and answered, no witch of the Sleeping Island has that kind of ability. Really? He asked, heaving a sigh. It seems that Mystery Moon has to depend on herself to improve. Yet what Tilly said next cheered him. However, I know where you can find the witch you want. Chapter 407, Tilly's questioning. You mean, she didn't follow you to Sleeping Island? The prince soon got what Tilly meant. Exactly. Princess Tilly shook her head helplessly. Her name is Spear Passy and her ability is magic power channeling. She can channel magic powers of several witches. In other words, a witch at one end of the channel can borrow magic powers from other witches connected, so you may need her help. Tilly paused for a while and continued. She lives right in Fallen Dragon Ridge. Since you know so much about her, you must have contacted her. Roland asked for further explanation. And what are the reasons for her to stay there? There's a risk that she'll be caught by the church. After a moment of silence, Tilly answered, that's because she's a Marquess and Lord of Fallen Dragon Ridge. Lord? He was startled. A witch? Yes, her father Marquis Passy, the last lord, gave the title and the territory to her, instead of to his second and third son. Due to her high rank, Spear can conceal her witch identity pretty well, and thus can lead a far better life than ordinary witches, Tilly said slowly, and she contacted me first and offered her help during the migrations. Because of her, I was able to quickly gather the witches from the towns in the southern and middle parts of the kingdom. She contacted me first. Roland sensed something strange therein too and asked, "Wait, she didn't intend to give a shelter to her fellow witches?" "No," Tilly shook her head. "Not only that, she also wanted those witches to leave her territory as soon as possible and protect themselves from being tortured by the church. Spear apparently values her lord title more. Her lord title would no doubt be in danger if the church found she was protecting witches. Unlike towns in the remote border area, Fallen Dragon Ridge had well-established churches and priests, and their believers greatly outnumbered those in the western region." Roland understood her choice, but was still astonished. "If a witch in her territory is seized, will she—" "I asked her the same question," Tilly said with some sadness, "and Spear Passy bluntly told me if a witch was caught by the people, she would try to replace her in the jail with a death row prisoner and secretly send her out of her territory. But if a witch was caught by the verdict army or judged by the church, she would just stand by." Roland thought. It turned out that Spear Passy voluntarily got in touch with Tilly because of the hidden danger of witches in Fallen Dragon Ridge. That was why Tilly chose to leave for the fjords, which was a new place for her despite the risk of crossing the channel, instead of settling down in Fallen Dragon Ridge. At this thought, he frowned and asked Tilly, "If I invite her to border town, will she come?" "I won't bank on that, but you may have a try." Tilly threw up her hands and said, "I'm just telling you where you can find her, but I'm not promising anything." Roland made a long sigh and said, "I'll send a messenger to talk to her first." Without doubt, he would choose Nightingale as the messenger, given that she was able to avoid eyes and ears of the people when she got into the castle, and that she could also discern lies. As long as she made Spear believe she held no hostility, Spear would probably not overreact either. It generally took 5 or 6 days to travel from border town to Fallen Dragon Ridge by boat, but that trip would only cost Maggie half a day. They could bring Lightning, who acted faster as a helper. The 3 witches formed a team of the highest mobility in the Witch Union, and now equipped with guns, they could both attack enemies and defend themselves. Thinking about the plan for quite a while, Roland made up his mind. Assuming that the Marquise did not agree to come, it was still a matter of time for him to investigate the situation of her territory. As an important passage on the way to the southernmost region, Fallen Dragon Ridge was included in his spring attack plan. "I heard there's a newly evolved witch in the castle." Tilly suddenly switched the topic. "Ah, you mean Mystery Moon. Yes, she did cohere her magic power." Roland nodded and told Tilly about her evolvement process. "But using the ancient witch's method to evolve is not very effective in increasing her magic power. To become someone like Anna, it still requires the thorough understanding of solid knowledge. But the ancient way is still a method," Tilly said with interest. "And there's a point I find very interesting in what you said just now. What did you mean by they're not natural phenomena, but only concrete forms of magic powers?" "That was my personal speculation." He picked up his cup and had some tea. "Neither Anna's heart fire nor her black fire is something you can find in nature, so it's not hard to view them as concrete forms of magic powers. But what about the normal fires before the evolvement?" "So I assume the normal fires were also created by magic powers, and that it reflected what Anna perceived as heat. As her perception became more thorough and profound, the images of heat also changed. This explains exactly what Agatha has experienced. Many witches have similar abilities before their evolvement because they've observed the same natural phenomenon. After high awakening, their abilities vary because their understandings of the phenomenon have huge differences." "Sounds quite reasonable," Tilly replied without saying yes or no. But according to your speculation, the witches of the same kind will evolve almost the same new abilities if they've same understandings of the phenomenon, right? Yes, pretty much like that, but under the condition that they've got exactly the same understanding abilities. Roland did not tell her another idea of his, which was to what extent magic powers could evolve. Since magic power forms the foundation of all kinds of abilities, it is elementary and universal. Provided that there is a witch who understands everything in the nature, will she be able to display all kinds of abilities. Are you coming from a world without magic power? Tilly suddenly questioned. Poof! The tea nearly gushed out of the prince's mouth. He wiped his mouth and asked, What did you say? I've gone through all the books written by you during this month and always felt something was wrong. Princess Tilly looked at him in the eye. I finally see what the problem is after hearing what you said just now. You separate magic power from the nature. Neither natural science theoretical foundation nor elementary physics mentions anything about magic power, and you said concrete expressions of magic power were not something existing in the nature, but magic power itself is a part of the nature. Roland was stunned. He suddenly realized that he completely forgot Tilly lived in a world where magic power naturally existed. So did the previous Prince Roland, but he just placed magic power in a position opposite to natural phenomena and seemed to get used to it. Blame the excess memories coming all of a sudden for this careless mistake. It probably won't work this time. It is acceptable to say that Prince Roland wrote these books based entirely on his memories, but how to explain that he firmly believes in them and subconsciously separate magic power from the nature? Is it possible for him to pledge that this is still the memory of the previous Prince Roland's? Roland swallowed hard. Chapter 408, The Conundrum. He couldn't believe that she was digging holes for him using the books that he wrote himself. When faced with such complicated information, most people struggled to even understand it, let alone to notice its flaws. It was pretty unbelievable that there was no mention of magic power at all in a science book studying the nature of everything in the world. Roland had also completely wiped the fourth prince's memories from his mind, and besides trying to mimic the prince during his first month after traversing the space and time, he never considered it ever again. His ministers were afraid to question him, and he didn't have to hide who he was from the witches, so he became more and more careless. However, Tilly was no ordinary witch. Besides being Prince Roland's sister, she was also an extraordinary. Not only was she able to quickly finish all of his books, but she also shrewdly noticed this inconsistency. Her logic was just as clear as that of any modern person who had undergone universal education. In addition, she used leading questions to prove her point so that he had no chance of arguing his way out. This was a disaster. Roland's brain was spinning with frantic thoughts, but he had no idea how to respond to her. Any forced explanation to someone who could notice this inconsistency would only arouse more suspicion, and lying to cover a lie would only create even more issues. Tilly broke the awkward silence and said gently, You don't have to answer me right now. It's late, and I'm going back to the witch house. You should get some rest too, Your Highness. Okay. Roland stared into the eyes of this gray-haired woman, trying to understand her thoughts, and forgot to send her off. Tilly stopped at his office door, turned around and asked, I can trust you, right? Usually, Roland would have confidently agreed, but in that moment, he found himself struggling to respond and could only manage a slow nod. After the door closed, Nightingale said, confused, How could she just leave like that? Why do you look so upset? Roland scoffed at her. I was so close to hearing about your true life story. Nightingale stuck out her tongue. Why didn't she press on you harder? Because she didn't want to risk our friendship. The prince heavily sighed. What? No, nothing. Roland leaned back in his chair and felt a chill on his back. Tilly's behavior was absolutely perfect because she didn't push him too far. Border Town was definitely the biggest ally to the sleeping island, and allies were more important than identities in the face of their enemies. If she strained their relationship by asking too much, it would only mean bad news for the witches of the sleeping island. That was why Tilly left him some time to recover after posing her question. However, this didn't mean that she didn't need an answer, and if he kept dragging his feet, he could also lose her trust right after they defeated their enemies together. She had made her move, and it was time for him to respond. However, Roland couldn't tell Tilly the truth, at least not at the moment. Anna and Nightingale were different because they knew only him from the very beginning, but Tilly was Prince Roland's little sister. Until he figured out what her real thoughts on her brother were, he would have to keep this secret to himself. He shook his head and dismissed these annoying thoughts. Roland turned to Nightingale and said, "You heard our conversation earlier, too. What do you think about checking out the situation with Maggie and Lightning?" "No problem, Your Highness. It's not just going to be a simple chat. To be honest, I'm a little worried about you," he slowly said. "Wah, what's there to be worried about?" Nightingale stuttered. I'm fine, even if I have to drag her back." "That's exactly what I'm worried about." Roland slammed on the table. "What do you mean drag her back? Are you trying to have her tear us to shreds?" "Listen, you have to be careful this time and check out the situation before you confront Spear Passy. It's all right if she refuses. Just don't threaten her. As a fellow witch, she'll be no stranger to you." Is that all?" she asked disappointedly. "That's all in regards to witches." Roland frowned. "Additionally, you need to help Lightning record the layout of Fallen Dragon Ridge's surroundings, fortifications, sentries, and armies, and then return as quickly as possible." Nightingale murmured in acknowledgement. "And finally," Roland said, pausing, "be safe. This is the most important thing. Can we get another pint of ale over here? Hey, is my oatmeal ready?" Coming, sorry for the wait." Otto Luoxi entered the pub, covert trumpeter, and was instantly surrounded by chaotic chatter. A crackling fire warmed him, and a smell of sour and musty body odor made him cringe. As a nobility, Otto rarely set foot into commoners' areas and was not used to being in close quarters with them. If not for his appointment with the rats, he wouldn't be caught dead in this backalley pub in the outer city. Following local rules, he quickly found his target, a skinny man wearing a hood sitting in an unlit corner of the pub, enveloped in the shadows. A small piece of bone lay next to his hand. Otto sat across the man and said, "Cheers to skeleton fingers. You don't have liquor to give cheers, but I have the thing measuring all things on Earth." He spoke the code word. The man shrugged. "Call me Hood. I heard you're here to get some information." Otto nodded. While Timothy was stalling on giving him a response, he hadn't been able to rest and was busy asking around about the rebel king, someone who could hold the Western Territory for half a year after the king's ascension. And completely stump, Timothy was surely with a force to be reckoned with. The fastest way to gain as much information as possible was through the rats. This was the sixth rat Otto had spoken to, and the information he had gained startled him. The legendary rebel king, Roland Wimbledon, fourth son of King Wimbledon III, was not showing any signs of weakening, and was even challenging the new king with the threat of an attack to dethrone Timothy. This man was also true to his word. Although Timothy went to great lengths to hide the news, Otto was still able to find out about the strange collapse in King's City. If this news was true, an alliance with Timothy was questionable at best. He needed to get to the bottom of all this to protect the Kingdom of Dawn. "That's right," Otto Luoxi whispered. "I want to know about the giant crash and collapse in the King's City Palace 3 months ago." Chapter 409, A Reliable Ally. "You've come to the right man." Hood smiled and said in a raspy voice that made it hard to tell his age. "Even though I live in the outer city, I happened to be near the palace on the day of the incident, and as soon as I heard the crash, I ran to the palace gate. You have no idea how terrifying the crash was, because it sounded like lightning hitting the earth. All the surrounding windows, whether paper or glass, were shattered by an invisible force. and some people were even scared to death by the sudden sound. Every rat claimed to be nearby and to have witnessed everything, but each person's story was different from the other. Okay, no need to ramble on about unimportant things. How did it happen? Otto Luoxi interrupted and asked. Was this incident really related to the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon? Hood cleared his throat and stretched out his right hand. I can answer that, but you need the thing measuring all things on Earth, right? Otto opened his wallet. How much? The so-called thing measuring all things on Earth was nothing more than a gold royal. Only uncultured people like rats would use such an obvious code word or phrase to appear mysterious. The rat stuck up 2 fingers. Otto took out 2 gold royals and placed them in Hood's hand. This is not a small fee, so I hope your information lives up to it. Of course, the reputation of skeleton fingers rests upon this. The rat smiled greedily and pocketed the gold royals. A rat's reputation is as ridiculous as a ruler's mercy, Otto sniffed. Go ahead. I'll start by answering your first question. After his payment, Hood's posture was much more relaxed. He sipped his ale, leaned back in his chair, and pointed towards the ceiling. Thunder comes from the sky. What do you mean? Otto frowned. Didn't you want to know what caused the crash? The rat whispered. All thunder comes from the sky, and this was no exception. I saw it with my own eyes. Before the crash, a white rock floated into the palace, and then the incident happened. Nonsense. You mean to tell me that a huge rock fell from the sky and smashed the palace into pieces? Hee, everything I said is true, or else skeleton fingers wouldn't assign me this task. If you think I'm lying, you can leave right now, Hood shrugged. But you won't get your fee back. Keep going. Otto tried to repress his annoyance. The rock entered the palace only seconds after it appeared, but I could clearly tell that it wasn't that big or fast, and didn't like something that could destroy the Hall of Sky Dome, which is why I said it floated. Also, when the crash and smoke appeared, I saw a menacing flash of fire that definitely wasn't caused by the collision, Hood said, smacking his lips. I mean, His Highness Timothy's search afterwards proved this very point. He closed off and cleared the inner city multiple times without arresting any suspects. And the palace is heavily guarded, so where else could the attack be from if not the sky? He took another sip of ale. As for the fire and smoke, they resemble the phenomenon caused when an alchemy solution called snow powder burns, which is why I'm certain that this was an attack. By the way, I also have some information about snow powder, but you'd have to pay only a little more. No need. I don't want to know. Otto interrupted. He had already heard through other channels about snow powder, which was originally used in celebrations, but could be modified into a weapon. Rats probably didn't know anything about its specific content, so he didn't feel like wasting his money. All right, now I'll answer your second question, Hood said, splaying his hands indifferently. This incident was certainly related to Prince Roland. Why? When did you arrive in King's City? Of course, I'm not trying to ask about your background or identity, since that's a rule of Black Street, so you don't have to answer me. The rat smiled. What I mean is, if you arrived in King's City in early autumn, you'd know this. His Highness sent thousands of soldiers to attack Western region, but only very few returned, all bearing letters from Prince Roland to His Highness. All 6 rats had mentioned this, which meant that it was probably true, but he continued to ask, Are you talking about the warning of revenge? It sounds quite scary. Are you sure it's not pure folklore? Most letters were brought by the soldiers into the palace, and the few that were leaked were mostly seized by the city hall, but Skeleton Fingers always surprises its clients. I actually have a preserved warning with me. Hood stuck up 5 fingers. Considering it's a very rare letter from Prince Roland himself, the price is slightly higher. What do you think? Otto Luoxi returned to the palace, and Belinda immediately stood up to greet him. Any news? Not much, but I did get my hands on a letter from Prince Roland. He handed the wrinkly piece of paper to her, took off his coat, sat next to the fireplace, and told her all about what he had learned. All 6 rats gave similar answers to the second question, and this paper proves them right. Roland Wimbledon is not as weak as the king says he is, but the complete opposite. If the Kingdom of Dawn allies with Timothy, we may benefit very little and gain a tricky enemy. But all the rats' answers to the first question were different, Belinda said with a frown. This proves that the attack was very mysterious and difficult to understand, and I kind of believe what the last rat said. Otto sipped his hot tea and sighed. Spending too much time in the cheap pub made him very uncomfortable. From the sky, Belinda gaped at him. Are you crazy? Of course not. If I hadn't seen this letter, I wouldn't dream of it either. Roland was very confident about the time and location of the attack, and only an attack from the sky would be able to pass the high city wall and strong fortifications, confusing even the shrewdest rats. He frowned. However, what's more important is what we do next. With the imminent threat from the church, they should stop fighting each other and join forces against their common enemy. That's not for us to decide. Otto shook his head. The only thing we can do is to find a reliable ally for the Kingdom of Dawn. His Highness Timothy Wimbledon seems a little unreliable. Are you really going to go to Western Region? Belinda was shocked. Isn't that a place currently facing the dangers of the months of the demons? It's nothing compared to the danger of our kingdom collapsing, he said after some silence. You can stay here and wait for the new king's response, while I travel alone to Western Region. Chapter 410, Expectations. The water vapor formed an even layer of white mist resembling thin gauze on the window pane. Chilly wind blew on the windows with a popping sound, which contrasted with the tranquil fireplace burning in the room. Scroll sat in front of a long desk in the City Hall office, reading rolls of thick documents. Those documents were not about education, but were statistics reported by various departments. She used her free time to memorize such information in case someone needed it. This was recently the main part of her work, since there was not much to deal with in the Ministry of Education. After all, the second round of assessment ended not long ago, and another round wouldn't be carried out before next summer. Having worked for His Highness Roland for half a year, she found out His Highness was particularly interested in statistics. He liked it when his subordinates described things with a long series of precise numbers. He frequently used terms such as horizontal ratio, year-on-year ratio, and chain relative ratio. Subsequently, all the staff in the City Hall had picked up this habit from him. As the township population grew, the related statistical work increased correspondingly. Therefore, His Highness entrusted this work to Scroll and jokingly called her the database of Border Town. Although the nickname made her sound like a warehouse, His Highness described it as something extremely important. With the help of a database, he said he could estimate the development of next year and make economic and military plans. He even said all his future decisions concerning the territory would be based on the data analysis. Lady Scroll, a woman dressed as an apprentice, pushed open the office door and entered the room. After bowing to Scroll, she handed her an application form. Hello, my name is Freya. His Excellency Carter from the Department of Justice wishes to acquire the information on refugees who passed the resident verification within the last week. Due to her limited ability to derivative skills, His Highness ordered that anyone who wanted to inquire complex data must get consent from Bearov first. As for individual data, one could ask Scroll at any time. Wait a minute. Scroll glanced at the signature on the application form, summoned the Book of Magic, and showed the corresponding contents on its pages. All right, give this to Mr. Carter. Thank you. Freya carefully held the book that came out of thin air as if it was a demonic beast. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Scroll could not help but laugh. Most people had such an expression when they saw the Book of Magic. You do not need to return the book to me because it will vanish 4 hours later. However, according to the Constitution of Confidentiality, You aren't allowed to give it to anybody other than Carter." "Yes, my lady." Freya bowed and retreated. While she pushed open the door, Scroll saw a sea of people in the hall, and a chattering sound instantly rushed into her room, quieting down again when the door was closed. This was a weekend, which was supposed to be a rest day, but the city hall was still as busy as on workdays. Everybody was excited about the upcoming construction of Border Town, so they worked particularly hard. With the salary reward for overtime offered by His Highness, no one was willing to stay at home. Scroll didn't understand His Highness's decisions. To her, there wasn't that much work to be done in the city hall, and compared to the labors of miners and furnace workers, writing official documents, collecting data, and making reports took much less effort. Yet these were the main jobs of the city hall. His Highness only had to give orders, and everyone would easily comply. There was really no need to raise the salary in this regard. Compared to most of the nobilities, His Highness appeared to be too benevolent. Truthfully, Scroll didn't think His Highness Roland seemed like a real lord. Yet, it was exactly such a person who led everybody to this stage, which was nearly a miracle. She didn't come to this conclusion due to her respect and trust for Roland, but due to clear data. Compared with 1 year ago, when only miners had a stable income in Border Town, the wages of miners, furnace workers, and handymen had doubled now, although they used to earn the least. Some emerging occupations, such as assemblers in the steam plant and operators in the acid plant, had had their wages raised 8-fold, and the number of workers was still on the rise. The changes within the town itself were so obvious that if a person hadn't lived here 1 year ago, he might find it very hard to believe that such changes were possible. Scroll touched the words on the document. She couldn't imagine how the territory would continue to transform under His Highness' leadership, but she firmly believed it would have a future full of hope and surprises. "Miss Scroll." The wooden door was pushed open, and His Highness Roland's guard stepped in. "His Highness wants to see you." When she returned to the 3rd floor of the castle, Scroll saw that His Highness was organizing pieces of the manuscript. "Would you like me to record these things?" Tying her black hair up, which was messed up by the cold wind, she stepped up and asked the prince. "That's right. It took at least half of my brain cells to finish this book." The prince massaged his neck, murmuring words that were difficult for Scroll to comprehend. "Even for the knowledge that was commonly used at the time, I could only remember them generally, and I even had to deduce several formulas myself." Scroll had gotten used to this behavior. She ignored his weird terms, picked up the manuscript, realizing the letters on its cover were in an unprecedented orange color that formed the word calculus. She flipped through a couple pages and found it impossible to understand what the book title meant. She then focused on memorizing its contents. Compared to the equations she had learned previously, she found these new formulas didn't even have numbers, but a series of bizarre symbols, like a whole set of new characters. They looked like things only Anna and Tilly would be interested in. "Right," Roland asked. "What's the average income of the residents here?" The minimum was 10 silver royals per month, and the maximum was 40. Scroll answered, without stopping her memorizing of calculus. "But to calculate the average income, I would need the Book of Magic, which has been used once today." "That's all right. You can give me the statistical result the day after tomorrow." Roland waved his hand. "I need this number to determine the fee for water and heating supply. The collective heating supply project is about to begin in a week. On its completion, this place would be as warm as spring, even through the longest winter. A city without fear for the cold. This is one of the miracles that could only happen in His Highness's territory. If I don't get extra work, I'll give you the result tomorrow. Tomorrow ... It would be nice if you could turn the Book of Magic into a storybook." Roland shook his head with a smile. "Or any book that Anna hasn't read." "Storybook?" Scroll was slightly startled before quickly understanding his reasoning. Tomorrow is Miss Anna's Day of Awakening. The prince nodded and said, Chapter 411, The Vow. With no swaying candlelight or crackling burning fire, the room was made so warm and pleasant by the heater that one wouldn't feel cold even when only wearing thin clothes. The stone of light at the bedstand brightened the room. The stable and gentle yellow light shone on the bedsheet and carpet, producing a wonderful, nostalgic scene. Sitting at the bedside and listening to the occasional slight chirps from the caladucks, Roland felt as if he was in a dream. It was like he wasn't in a backward monarchy, nor a modern society full of electronic products, rather somewhere in between. His childhood. His childhood memories very much resembled the scene in front of him. Everything was covered in a faint shade of yellow, whether it was a light bulb, a movie, or a developed photo. The only difference was that Anna wasn't in his childhood memory. At this thought, he turned and looked at the girl sitting at the edge of the bed. She was reading a storybook. Her blonde hair on her forehead glimmering under light and her long eyelashes occasionally trembling made her look extremely moving. Yet, the most extraordinary part was her sapphire eyes, which were still as blue as a clear lake even under the reflection of the magic stone. The only difference from 1 year ago was that this pair of eyes weren't such a peaceful lake anymore. Her existence alone made the whole picture vivid. Anna is not only a different color from the rest of this whole setting, but also a marker that separates my reality from memory. Seeing her assumes me that everything is real. What are you looking at? Anna had already put down the book of magic and was staring at Roland. Me. Ahem. Roland shifted his eyesight eyes subconsciously, but quickly shifted them back again. Aha, that's right. After spending about a year together, the two of them had been quite familiar with each other. Roland wasn't as passive as he had been, and since they were alone in the room, he was more open about the emotions he had been holding back all this time. They looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time. Do you think my demand is a little too stubborn? Anna shook her head and smiled. Clearly, everybody cares about me, but I pushed all of them away. Don't worry about it, Roland said with his hands laid out. They were only surprised by your reaction at that time. If it weren't for the ancient methods suggested by Miss Agatha, I wouldn't have made this request, Anna said, sticking out her tongue, a cute move that she rarely made. But I assume other sisters would do the same. You'll be busy then. Roland smiled resignedly and said, I think they would only ask for a few more pieces of ice cream bread. After learning that Anna was going to have her day of awakening, Agatha instantly contributed her experience gained in the holy city of Taquilla. According to the research of the Union, on the day of awakening or the day of adulthood, a witch needed to drain her magic power to decrease the influence of bite. Additionally, the witch's emotions were also very important positive emotions, as happiness and contentment would greatly increase her resistance. For some outstanding witches, the Union even dispatched personnel to fulfill their wishes on their day of adulthood. After knowing this, Anna requested that Roland accompany her on her day of awakening. Thanks to Miss Agatha, I'm having a good time, she confessed. I couldn't spend my day of adulthood with you, but I can make up for it on my day of awakening. Watching Anna's sincere expression, Roland almost blushed. He cleared his throat, took out a thin book tied with a colorful ribbon from his back, and handed it to her. A gift for your day of awakening. The reason why he rushed to write down the advanced calculus knowledge that he remembered was to finish it before this day. To a witch, the day of awakening was more important than a birthday and could almost be seen as a rebirth. Roland had always had difficulty choosing presents for holidays, and this time was no different. After racking his brains, he decided to give Anna new knowledge as a present. Anna had a talent for learning and an appetite for new knowledge, so he chose her gift accordingly. However, after receiving the book with orange cover, she didn't open it instantly as she used to. Instead, she put it down together with the book of magic. Thank you. The storybook Have you finished reading it? Not yet. Anna slightly shook her head. But I want to hear something special. Special? Roland was slightly astonished. Yes, she said with a smile. Your story. Last time I fell asleep too soon while listening to it, and today I hope to continue hearing about it. Does she mean the day when we lay in bed together? Roland pursed his lips. He suddenly had an impulse to tell her about his true identity, and to not hide it anymore. Do you still remember that I once told you I used to live in a big city? By a big city, I didn't mean Kingdom of Greycastle. I know. Huh. Anna's reply was shocking to him. When I thought about it, I found those stories you told me couldn't have happened in the palace of King's City, she said with a smile. Don't forget, I have repeatedly read through Chronicles of Greycastle. Is that so? Roland hesitated for a moment. You don't have to say anything. Anna stopped him. You are hesitating, which means it's not easy to tell, right? Then don't. Besides, it's not hard to guess. I believe I'm not the only one who has this feeling. The closer we get to you, the easier to feel this way. You are different from everybody else. She paused. What if we take a bet? Bet? On what? Let's bet how much I can guess about your life story. Roland suddenly recalled a game he used to play when he was little, Time Capsule. The game works like this. Write down your words to the future on a note, put it into a can, and take the can out a certain number of years later. Although most of the cans would be missing, a few of them would be retrieved, and looking at the note you wrote years ago would give you an unspeakable sensation. He didn't ask about the wager. It doesn't matter who wins and who loses, since she probably proposed it to comfort me, rather than to figure out my true identity. He must admit, among all the witches, Anna was the one who understood him the best. Deal, he nodded. Where did we stop last time? I finished my study under the guidance of my mentor, Roland laughed. Let's start from here. When the light of dawn lit up the skyline, Anna peacefully passed through the first day of awakening since her adulthood. Chapter 412, Sneaking into the Fallen Dragon Ridge. The entire world was gloomy, from the sky to the land and sea. Although the south-central area of the Kingdom of Greycastle wasn't covered by endless snow, the impact of the months of demons was inevitable. The sun was hidden by an expanse of gray clouds which filled the whole sky. A pale fog rose from the earth, shrouding the land, rocks, and jungles. All that was revealed was the black and gray mountain peaks above the clouds, which stretched towards the southern end of the continent and acted as the visual guide for Nightingale and her companions. While flying in the sky on Maggie's back, Nightingale intensely experienced just how terrible the cold wind was in the open air. Even with a set of customized windproof clothes on, which were given to her by His Highness before they left, she could still feel the cold penetrating her body from her scarf and cuffs. In particular, her ears and fingers would soon get numb due to hypothermia. They often had to stop and rest for a while, making the normally half-day journey eventually extend to the next day, even flying at full speed. Here we are, Lightning approached her. Nightingale peered out and realized the ridge had become much lower, as if it was sinking into the ground. A city built on the hillside emerged faintly from the fog, which should be their exact target, Fallen Dragon Ridge. Let's land. She patted Maggie's back. Be careful and don't let anyone see us. Ah, Maggie nodded, folding her wings as she glided down. The mist soon enveloped the three of them as they landed. Nightingale found that the visibility around them was so low that she couldn't see clearly what was only 50 steps in front of them, let alone over a great distance. This was a good sign for the witches. At least they wouldn't be easily noticed. After entering into the mist, the true colors of the world would be revealed, but she wasn't worried about running into the church's judgment army due to the thick white fog. You just wait here. This shouldn't take long, said Nightingale. His Highness asked me to keep a lookout from the air. Lightning shook her head. And he asked me to be the emergency contact in case you kidnap the target. Coo! Maggie transformed into a fat pigeon, crouching on the top of the little girl's head. His Highness gave some meaningless commands, Nightingale thought. In that case, let's go. Suddenly, the world became black and white. The fog disappeared or transformed into something else, which no longer hindered her vision. All of a sudden, the view became clear. The dark city wall was 200 meters away, extending out of the mountainside, and linked the city and the mountain like a dome. The stone wall was much shorter compared to the outer wall of Longsong's stronghold, and there were no sentry guards on it. Nightingale went to the side of the wall and found the entrance through the curved lines. She stepped forward and realized that she was already on the other side of the city wall. The city was half the size of Stronghold, and it was more like a small town in this area, just outside of the mountain cliffs. But Fallen Dragon Ridge was located within the Rocky Mountains, and the Lord's castle built on the hillside could be seen from far away. Nightingale assured that Lightning and Maggie were following her into the city, and then she went straight towards the castle. This mission wasn't new to her, and she was very proficient at it. When she served Old Jylin, it was a common assignment to infiltrate into other nobles' mansions and castles. Most of the buildings were similar in structure, and the owners always liked to live in the most spacious house right in the center. Back then, she was unable to go in through walls freely and could only conceal herself, while carefully avoiding any possible traps and the gods' stones of retaliation, before stealing the letters and documents hidden in the cabinet. Now, with the help of the mist, she could easily do these things, since the lightless black hole presented by the god's stone of retaliation, embedded at the corner of Castle's Isle, seemed as attractive as the moon hanging in the dark sky. The hidden traps could be seen clearly, as their twisted contours were like creeping earthworms, and she could easily destroy them after passing through the walls. While under the influence of her ability, Nightingale was perfectly free to move. The walls, doors, and roofs were just inconsequential to her. Walking into the largest house at the top, she found her target. Although they had never met before, Nightingale identified Marquis Spearpassy, the Lord of Fallen Dragon Ridge, at first sight because a magic blue light was rotating in her body, which was the only color visible in the world of the mist. Sitting in front of a desk with a quill in her hand, waving back and forth, the Marquis seemed to be writing something. She was about 30 years old, with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and the silver curls of hair and plain robes she wore made her look older. Nightingale examined the room carefully and found that there was no god's stone of retaliation or trap, and that Parsy's only weapon was a delicate and luxurious short crossbow hidden inside her sleeve. After leaving a mark on the side of the window, she dissolved the mist and revealed herself. "Greetings, Marquis Spearpassy." Shocked by the unexpected voice, Spearpassy raised her head swiftly and saw Nightingale. She quickly calmed down and asked, "Who are you?" Nightingale remembered the scenario of her first meeting with Prince Roland Chinese letter. His first reaction was to try to escape, and she had to stop him by using a dagger, which in hindsight was really funny. "I'm Nightingale, and I'm from border town of the Western region. As you can see, I'm a witch." "I thought so, as no one can come here without an invitation, except a witch." Spearpassy pretended to be calm as she moved one of her hands slowly into her sleeve. "You should knock on the door before coming in. Then I'd be welcomed by your guard, not you," Nightingale laughed softly. "Don't worry, I don't intend to hurt you. I just want to have a talk, so you won't need that crossbow inside your sleeve." This surprised Spearpassy, and her face got more serious. "You know quite a lot." She took her hands out and crossed them in front of her chest. "Well, why are you here?" "I bring you a message from Lord of Border Town, Guardian of the Western region, the fourth Prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle, His Highness Roland Wimbledon." Nightingale bowed slightly. "He's creating a new order of the world that allows witches to live together with average people peacefully, and he hopes you can assist him." "Prince Roland," Marquis frowned. The incompetent nobility who was always laughed at by everyone. With an absurd look on her face, she said, "This is ridiculous. Lord of Border Town. He's just a rebel banished to a wasteland." Timothy was the real usurper, Nightingale said, and Prince Roland will soon dethrone him. But that's beside the point. His Highness needs your magic power to strengthen the ability of a witch. Would you mind making a trip to Border Town? Chapter 413. The Incident. Spear Passy was silent for a while before saying, "Are you threatening or inviting me?" "I'm inviting you, of course," Nightingale said. "His Highness doesn't believe in coercing witches. In fact, I don't either." "In this case, I refuse," Spear answered without hesitation. "If he really needs my help, he can bring the witches to the fallen Dragon Ridge to visit me for the ritual of the nobility. No need to send someone sneaking in my castle. Of course, if a witch attracts the church's attention, I can't ensure her safety." The answer was just as Nightingale had expected. It was difficult to get a stranger to agree to such a difficult request. Generally, there were two means of handling the situation: coercion and inducement, but she didn't want to perform either option. Marquis Passy was the lord of the city and would be the guardian of the realm once promoted. However, His Highness did not plan to flatter her in any way. Instead, he would withdraw power from the nobles. According to His Highness, this was called the centralization of authority. In this instance, she would be degrading herself in the eyes of nobility if she was at His Highness' service. In regards to following Roland, to create a brand new world and defend in the battle of divine will, she would not believe it from word alone. "I understand," Nightingale pouted. "In this case, I shall leave." "Hold on," Spear looked surprised. "That's all. I'm responsible for bringing His Highness messages to you. Now that the message has been delivered and you've given me your answer, my task is complete," she grinned. "Were you expecting me to tie you up and bring you back with me?" "How did you know about my ability to channel magic?" Marquis hesitated. "Did you talk to the witches who plan to go to the Fjord Islands?" "Yes. The leader of the witches is Lady Tilly Wimbledon. She's currently in Border Town, fighting the demons with her brother." Nightingale shrugged. "His Highness heard about you from her. They didn't go to the fjords?" "No, they didn't know His Highness had gained such a firm foothold in the western region. They only got in touch after settling down on Sleeping Island." She gave a brief outline of the alliances on both sides. "Just like you, Lady Tilly was invited to the western region by His Highness. Prince Roland really established a system of coexistence for witches and ordinary people in his territory." Spear frowned and asked. She was having a hard time believing it. "Not only that, he also evicted the church from his territory." Nightingale smiled. "Currently, there are more than 10 witches living in Border Town. The locals are accustomed to their existence. I'm not lying about this." Marquis stood up and poured her a cup of tea. "Can you tell me more about it? How did he do it? If you want to know." Nightingale turned and sat at the table. It might not change her decision, but it was never a bad thing to deepen her understanding. Nightingale decided to tell her about the witch union His Highness had built, the war with Duke Ryan, and the political run after the recovery of Longsong's stronghold. If Spear could understand the witch's situation, hopefully she would not resist too much when His Highness eventually unified the kingdom of Greycastle. A sudden rush of percussion was heard. "This is—" Spear looked at Nightingale in shock. Nightingale opened the window. It was Maggie squatting outside. "Danger. Coup. Lightning discovered an accident. Coup." "What happened?" "A troop of Judgment Army soldiers is rushing towards the castle. Coup." The pigeon patted its wings and said, "There are at least 20 people. Coup. The Judgment Army from the church." Nightingale turned around and frowned. "Did you summon them?" "No. I didn't have an appointment with the church priest today." Marquis looked particularly puzzled. "Could it be your whereabouts have been exposed?" "That's impossible." She shook her head. "Unless the church has the ability to monitor every bird in the sky." "That's weird," Spear murmured. "If they were coming for me, they wouldn't need so many judgment warriors. It's almost the entire force. What are you waiting for? They're almost at the entrance. A golden figure darted through the window and landed lightly beside Nightingale. It was lightning. I'm not sure about the situation. I suggest that you avoid it, Nightingale said, or get the guards to stop them outside the castle and find out why they're here before proceeding. This is my castle. Where would I hide? Don't worry. These people can't enter without my permission. Otherwise, I would not have been able to protect the witches. Spear sighed. However, this meeting may have to end here. If you're not in a rush, I think. Before she could finish her sentence, a series of chaotic footsteps were heard just below the castle. The sound of swords fighting could be heard clearly in the castle, echoing in the mountains. Marquis' expression changed. Who let them in? Guards. Spear called a few names, but no one responded from outside. The footsteps were approaching closer and closer. It looks like they're here for you. Nightingale made a gesture towards Lightning, indicating she should leave first. You still have time to leave. We can protect you. No, I'm not going anywhere. This is my territory. How could they be so presumptuous? She hardly finished speaking when the door was broken down by a group of heavily armed judgment warriors. The Lord was fully surrounded by warriors holding up their swords and shields. Nightingale hid in the mist, taking a step back into the corner where it was both convenient to escape and suitable for observation. She noticed that neither Lightning nor Maggie left. The former was peeking her head out from the top of a window. The latter was simply squatting on a beam, arranging her wings. These two brats are totally reckless. I'll get His Highness to discipline them well when we're back. She shook her head helplessly and shifted her eyes to the judgment warriors. Every one of them was wearing the god's stone of retaliation. The dark holes were intertwined and totally obscured Spear. She could only hear the Marquis' angry rebuke. Redwine, are you crazy? You let them into my castle without permission. Of course not. Wise sister. A man's voice raised within the crowd. Father was wrong to give the title to one of the devil's minions. I'm simply correcting his mistake. Chapter 414, The Conspiracy. What? What are you talking about? Spear asked in disbelief. The devil's minion? This is a complete fabrication. Fabrication or not, his reverence will draw his own conclusion. Redwine raised his voice and said, just because you managed to deceive Father, it doesn't mean that you can deceive everyone else. Soon, people will know who you really are. You belong in hell. Did you make all these up? Spear's tones suddenly became icy cold. Or someone else put you up to it. I think the latter is true. After all, Father chose me because you and our third brother were completely useless. Shut up. Nightingale heard a rattle and the Marquis groaned in pain. Enough. Bring her to the church for questioning, someone said, but she's still a member of the nobility before her verdict, so maintain your etiquette. As Spear Passy was carted away, the judgment warriors followed right behind her, and soon there were only two people left in the room. Nightingale couldn't see their faces clearly because of the effects of God's stone of retaliation, but she could tell that one of the voices belonged to Redwine, the man who spoke to the Lord. If she was not mistaken, this person seemed to be Spear's younger brother. You're doing really well, Mr. Redwine. Perhaps I shall address you as Earl going forward. So that's it, Mr. Rosed. Redwine could not hide his excitement. I really can inherit the title of Earl and become the Lord of the fallen Dragon Ridge. Of course, as long as you abide by our agreement, you may even go further, came the reply. So, what should I do next? He asked eagerly. Can I move into my sister's room? She won't leave her cell, right? Spear Passy will soon be hanged to death as a witch in the square, as per the terms of our cooperation. The other man hesitated for a moment and continued. As for what to do next, I suggest you relay this incident to all her ministers, knights and men, and divide the rights of the Marquis. Do I really have to do that? If everyone can benefit from the incident, your position will be much more secure, which will help our future plans to proceed smoothly, Rosed said. If you're still confused, I can always assign a priest to you. He's very good at handling government affairs and can always advise you on any questions you may have." "Yes, please," Redwine replied quickly. "It'll be very helpful for us if you can hold the Lord's position, so the church is happy to help with these issues." His peals of laughter filled the room. After the men left, Nightingale emerged from the mist, followed by Lightning and Maggie. "We're in trouble." She stared at both of them and said, "How could the church show up at precisely the right time and place?" "I thought they said her brother found her true identity and revealed it to the church," Lightning said, her eyes flashing with excitement. "Now we have something to do. Why didn't they find it out earlier? Why right now? I feel like something's wrong." Nightingale frowned. "No matter what, we are not going to watch them execute Spear." Lightning held her head up high and said, "We must save her and annihilate the church." "Annihilate it." The confidence of this blonde girl has inflated since defeating the demons. This is not a good sign. Nightingale shook her head and responded, "We can't defeat the church for the time being. They must have participated in this conspiracy, so if we removed these people, Spear would naturally return to her position as Lord. This might be an opportunity for us. If we sneak her out, she'll probably agree to go back to Border Town with us under these circumstances." "Ah, we're not fighting the church?" Lightning asked, disappointment in her voice. "Battling will be the very last resort since they outnumber us and have a large amount of the gods' stones of retaliation. It's pretty risky to try routing them all at once." Nightingale contemplated for a moment and said, "I'll go to the church first and find out what's going on." There was one concern that she didn't mention. Spear Passy might be thinking that His Highness was the one framing her if the situation wasn't explained clearly. That, Nightingale knew, should be avoided at all costs. "What about us?" the little girl asked. "Just be ready to meet me outside." The Church of the Fallen Dragon Ridge was located on the outskirts of the city. It was small and had a prayer hall, a residential area for the believers, and a 3-story tower surrounded by a wall with only one exit. None of these obstacles posed a problem for Nightingale. She had familiarized herself with the entire area by the time all of the faithful had departed in the evening. Although there were many more god stones of retaliation here than in the castle, Nightingale still managed to find her way. There was a huge god stone placed right in the middle of the hall to stifle any magic in the room, and the same was true for some corridors. However, she could always take a detour or even hop over the floor. Nightingale found the place where Spear Passy was imprisoned in the basement of the tower. She didn't seem too hurt, just a little frustrated. She intended to rescue the Marquis during the middle of the night. Nightingale snuck back into the tower after sharing her plan with Lightning and Maggie. She ascended to the top floor and hid in a magnificent room. This, she thought, would be the priest's room. He would probably spill the beans if he found me here with a dagger. When the bell of the Fallen Dragon Ridge struck 9, swung open, she drew out her dagger stealthily but didn't attack. She judged from the footsteps that there were 2 people. "What an unexpected joy," said a woman's voice. "Little did we know that Marquis Spear is actually a witch. It seems that we need to tweak our plan." "Ah, Lady Saint," Rose had answered with a very respectful tone. "Isn't it more convincing if she's a witch?" "It's different from before, because according to the will of the Supreme Pontiff, any new witch who comes to realization shall be handed over to be executed in the holy city as soon as possible," the woman said. "As for the execution, let's not hang her, but burn a masked death row criminal with a similar build." "Yes," Rose had answered. "But why did His Holiness set such a troublesome rule of delivering a witch to Hermes?" "I've no idea, but according to my superiors, it's simply returning to tradition," she replied. "Returning to tradition? You don't need to know too much, just fix the matter at hand," the saint said brusquely. "I'll have to head towards the Redwater City once everything is done here." "Understood," Rose had answered crisply. "Who is she exactly? How come even the priest is so respectful towards her?" It seems they didn't know that Spear Passy was a witch before they captured her. Could it just be all a conspiracy to seize the throne of the fallen Dragon Ridge? Nightingale couldn't help but come out from her hiding place and looked at the lady while hidden in the mist, only to find that she was not wearing a god's stone of retaliation. The magic power inside of the saint was as bright as a fluorescent light in her world of black and white. "She's a witch. Who's there?" she responded in an instant, and a dazzling silver light shot towards Nightingale. Chapter 415, The Fight. Nightingale's years of fighting experience kicked into gear, and her body immediately responded before she could even think. She leaned back instinctively, and the silver light grazed her cheek. Even in the mist, she could feel the immense power of the light, extraordinarily scorching and intense. After dodging the sudden attack, Nightingale tucked into a roll and distanced herself from her opponent. What's happening? Lady Saint?" Rosed asked frantically. "It seems like a rat has snuck in." The witch licked her lips. "Find somewhere to hide and protect yourself." "You mean, there's a witch here?" The priest's expression suddenly changed. "I'll summon the Judgment Warriors." "No need. I haven't hunted a witch for a long time. How could I let someone else have this priceless opportunity? Just stand by and watch me." Nightingale was observing the so-called saint during the conversation. Although she knew that the church was probably secretly raising their own witches, it still broke her heart to see the proof of this theory. This witch had entirely owned by the church. She may even have a high rank, and it sounded like she enjoyed hunting witches and did not see herself as one of them. Nightingale could not help but remember the determined eyes of the witch who attacked them at the harbor, outside the king's city, and stabbed Wendy. These people were no longer witches, since they had chosen a completely different path. With this thought in her mind, Nightingale did not hesitate to pull out her revolver. Although she hated this kind of battle, she had no choice but to kill to stop the killing. "Where do you come from?" The saint tilted her head and stared towards where Nightingale was standing. "If the priest can't see you, you have the power to conceal yourself. If you can dodge my attacks, you have been trained for battle or you have fought in many wars. Either way, it's quite rare for wild witches like you." "Wherever I come from is none of your business," Nightingale said coldly. She noticed the ribbon that blindfolded the opponent, and it was what a blind person would do. The silver whip in the saint's hand was still curled by her side with its tip raised like a snake, waving at her. Only magic power displayed color in the mist. Was she using this strange whip to locate her? "Maybe you are not aware, but the church has crowned a new pope who is compassionate, forgiving, and believes that even wild witches deserve to be saved. As long as you are willing to serve the Lord, the church can cleanse your sins off and accept you as a pure witch," the saint said with her hand on her chest. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. If you didn't come alone and are accompanied by other fallen witches, you can all go to the holy city of Hermes together to seek your rebirth." "Wow, that sounds great," Nightingale chuckled. "But if awakening as a witch is a sin and you had a way of cleansing it, why would you establish this law now instead of helping all my lost sisters from the beginning? Do you think I'm a toddler who has never heard a blatant lie before?" She inhaled deeply and narrated, "I have not sinned." As she said this, Nightingale broke out of the mist and pulled the trigger, and the barrel erupted in flames with a thunderous roar. The silver whip immediately flicked upwards and blocked it off the saint, spewing sparks everywhere. Then, the tip of the whip relaxed and tossed a twisted metal nugget onto the ground, which was the bullet that Nightingale just shot. "This thing could block a flintlock." "Oh," her opponent raised her eyebrow. "What kind of weapon is this?" Her voice cooled down suddenly. "I've changed my mind. It looks like you'll be dying here tonight." The silver light lunged towards Nightingale once again. This time it was divided into dozens of whips that completely surrounded her. Nightingale used her mist to swiftly back away. Unlike common objects, the whips containing magic power were immune to the mist, so she couldn't pass through them and could only try to avoid them. However, her enemy's range of attack was far too big, and the silver light struck by her side. She felt a slight numbness on her shin, and she lost her balance, crashing onto the ground. The magic whips pierced into the ground behind her and pulverized the stone floor into dust. If she had been hit directly, she would have immediately lost her fighting power. Nightingale ignored the wound on her shin and shot all the bullets in her gun at once from the ground. The silver whips recoiled and turned into a spinning band of light, blocking all the bullets. She knew she had no time to reload her bullets in the mist, and that once she wasn't able to hold off her enemy with her flintlock, she would be in huge trouble. It was too cramped to distance herself from her enemy, and not being able to dodge any attacks would only shrink her range of movement. She pulled out another gun in a panic, shot all the bullets randomly and ducked into the mist, and fell 2 stories down through the floor. She escaped, the saint screamed. Summon the Judgment Army to lock down the church, and send guards to the Marquis' cell as well, since the witch might be here to see her. Escaped? Roland glanced around him, not seeing any damage in the doors nor secret exits. Through what? The walls, the ceiling, or the floorboards. Her powers go way beyond invisibility. There isn't any magic power left in the room. The pure witch gnashed her teeth and said, "Do exactly what I told you to. She's injured and won't make it too far. Tell all your men to put on the god's stone of retaliation bolts." Yes. After the priest left hurriedly, the pure witch immediately collapsed helplessly to the floor, her hands trembling powerlessly. Damn, what kind of weapon is this? Her abilities were all-powerful, and her defense power, the magic light that could block any attack, was seen as the strongest among pure witches. No sword or bolt could ever penetrate it. In order to strengthen her powers, she was constantly using her magic light. After more than 10 years, she was able to carry such an immense amount of magic power that hundreds of arrows were futile, and she had never exhausted her magic power due to blocking anything. However, her opponent's attack drained her magic power instantly, and she was no longer able to even maintain her abilities. She felt an extreme fatigue that she hadn't experienced in years. I must get my hands on this fallen witch, dead or alive, she thought vengefully. Chapter 416, Retreat. Nightingale followed the path she had scouted out before, passed through 3 roofs, and landed straight in the dungeon that the Marquis was held. Spear Passy heard the sound and stared up with wide eyes. "How? Did you get in?" Nightingale raised a finger to her lips as a sign for silence and limped out of the steel door. Judging from their clothing, the 2 guards in the pathway were probably followers of the church. She used the mist to instantly move behind the 2 men and slit their throats with a dagger. They would never have expected an attack from within the dungeon, so they didn't even turn their heads as they lay dying. After returning to the dungeon, Nightingale finally had a chance to examine her wound. The wind-resistant pants that Soraya made for her were cut open, and blood was gushing from a wound on her shin that was half an inch deep. Her enemy's magic whip must have scraped through the pants and cut through her flesh, but thankfully it had not damaged any bones. If not for the sturdy coating on her pants, she would have been injured even more seriously. "You're hurt," Spear said with a frown. "It's not too bad. We have to leave before you turn into a corpse." Nightingale did not tell the Marquis about the saint's plans of taking her to Hermes, for it seemed just as bad as dying, or even worse. They had no idea that you were a witch before they captured you, so it must be the church's conspiracy to gain control of fallen Dragon Ridge. How about my brother? He's probably already become the church's puppet. There's no time to waste, so I'll explain to you on the road. Nightingale tightly tied a sash right above the wound. "Where is the god's locket of retribution?" The Marquis pointed at her neck. "At first, they only tied my legs with a chain, but then they replaced it with this." Nightingale's heart immediately sunk upon seeing the metal ring as thick as her thumb. This kind of god's locket of retribution was made by stuffing magic stones into a metal tube and sealing it with a special technique, making it practically impossible for someone to undo it. "Do you remember where the locking device is? It's inside the dungeon near the entrance, where they brought me to be locked." It was obvious that after discovering the Marquis' real identity, the saint decided to use the strongest restrictions that could almost trap any witch except an extraordinary. She would have to remove this contraption in order to take Spear into her mist and escape. "Let's go to the first dungeon," Nightingale said decidedly. "Come with me." She fought against the stabbing pain in her shin, returned to the fallen guards, took their keys, and opened the cell door. Suddenly, the tolls of ringing bells broke the silence and echoed throughout the tower, which made her heart race. "That's the church's alarm," Spear said with a panicked expression. "I knew they would come eventually," Nightingale whispered. "Our only chance of surviving is to move faster than our enemy." The alarm might have actually helped her, because all the men in the basement would swarm towards the only entrance at once, making it easy for her to eliminate them together. She descended on them with her mist and aimed her gun at these men. After her bullets pierced her first target, they immediately struck her second, splattering blood everywhere. The gods' stones of retaliation that they wore served as clear targets in her black and white vision, while her invisibility rendered the men clueless about where to attack. After 2 rounds of shooting, there was not a single living guard left in the dungeon. However, she knew that these were the lowest rank followers, and that an armed judgment army was headed their way soon. If she couldn't take off the gods' stone of retaliation before their arrival, it would be very difficult to escape. "Come here." She quickly spotted the locking device, a metal instrument resting against the wall with 2 rusty clamps stretching outwards, resembling a terrifying torture device. Spear pressed her neck against the clamps, and Nightingale fastened the device onto her and furiously turned its handle. With the help of the pulleys, the clamps pulled in opposite directions and created an opening in the god's locket of retribution. At the same time, the sound of the Judgment Army's armor rattled near the cell door. "That's them right there," someone yelled. "Take aim, shoot." "Let's go." Nightingale brought Spear into the mist, but small black holes shot towards her and tore her mist apart. There were god stones of retaliation on the bolts. Nightingale felt a cold sweat break on her forehead as she and the Marquis became completely visible to the Judgment Warriors. It was clear to see that these men were trained very differently from regular followers. They shot their first round of bolts all throughout the passageway to close off their exit, and only half of the men participated in the first attack. Meanwhile, the other half waited for the witches to expose themselves. After spotting their target, the second wave of arrows flew towards them. Nightingale heard the buzzing of arrows behind her and pulled the Marquis in front of her body, yelling, "Duck!" A searing pain spread like fire through her back as she was hit by countless arrows, but she didn't stop running. As they rounded a corner, Nightingale tasted blood in her mouth, probably from biting her lip in pain before. "Are you okay?" I'm fine," the Marquis said blankly. Did you just block the bolts for me? If you were shot, you would be gone for, but I might make it." Nightingale reached behind her and found that none of the arrows had pierced through Soria's windbreaker. Although her back hurt like it was on fire, there were only bruises, and no stone powder had entered her body. The Judgment Warriors hurried towards them. They probably did not expect the 2 witches to survive the second wave of bolts without a shield, so they were a considerable distance away. After escaping the binds of the god's stone of retaliation, Nightingale grabbed Spear and entered her mist. She rushed upwards through the floorboards and soil to the outside of the tower, took a bamboo tube from her bag, and pulled the string on its end. A blinding red light shot out of the tube into the sky and exploded into a shower of sparks that looked like stars dotting the sky. When His Highness gave this to her, he kept boasting about how one flare would summon 1,000 troops to her aid. Right now, she didn't need 1,000 troops and only prayed that Maggie could see her signal. Soon, a giant shadow descended from the sky as Maggie landed next to the tower, her large body crushing its walls and her wings fanning away the fog around them. What? What is that? Spear Passy stared in awe. That's my friend. Nightingale had lightning fastened the Marquis onto Maggie, used the last of her strength to crawl onto her back, patted her body and said, "Let's fly." "Ayu, ayu." Maggie roared at the incoming judgment warriors, flapped her wings, took off, and disappeared into the night with the two witches. Chapter 417, Strike Back. On the fallen Dragon Ridge, Lightning expertly set up a tent big enough for 4 beyond the wind's reach. Nightingale sat by the fire to warm herself. She rolled up the cuffs of her pants and found her calves stained with blood. The places hit by the saint were swollen. She had not felt it at the time, with adrenaline coursing through her, but now, as she relaxed, she struggled to lift her legs. If Maggie had not come to her rescue, she probably would not have been able to run any further with carrying the Marquis. It was extremely dangerous to move in the mist in her current condition. The changing lines inside of it were staircases lined with sharp blades waiting to cut her to pieces if given the opportunity. "Let me help you, Ku." Maggie took first aid supplies from a big backpack. Besides cotton and a small bottle of rubbing alcohol, she found an herbal remedy prepared by Leaf, the medicinal mainstay of the Witch Cooperation Association. Try as she might, Nightingale could not stifle her gasp with accompanying grimace when the pungent alcohol was poured over her wounds. If His Highness hadn't mentioned that it could kill the bacteria that caused the demonic plague, she would think this was some type of torture. To Nightingale's great relief, the scorching burn was relieved quickly by the herbal preparation. As soon as her wounds were bandaged, she felt much more comfortable. "You're back," the Marquis said in a low voice. "Is it all right?" "What's about her back?" Lightning crawled into the tent with a bundle of firewood. "To save me. She was shot by their bolts," Spear said forlornly. "No big deal. It's like taking a couple of punches." Nightingale twitched her mouth. "It's not a problem as long as I don't sleep on my back tonight. It's better to apply some herbal medicine on it," Lightning said while fiddling the branches in the fire pit with the sparks flying. Leaf's medicine not only can stop the bleeding, but also is very effective for bruises. "Lay down on me, Ku." Maggie sat down and patted her lap. "Let me apply the medicine to your back, Ku." Seeing the serious look in the white-haired girl's eyes, Nightingale could not disobey and acquiesced without argument. "All right." She took off her clothes with her hands covering her chest and reclined in Maggie's lap. The Marquis let out a muffled gasp. She knew without looking that her smooth back was now mottled with darkening red bruises. But it just looks scary. Since witches have strong self-healing capacity, these wounds will heal after 2 or 3 days, she thought, shrugging it off the best she could. During this tender evaluation and treatment, Nightingale coughed twice and said, "Marquis, do you have any plans for the future? Your brother Redwine, deluded by the church, has betrayed you. Actually, before that military coup, neither he nor the church knew you're a witch." Then she briefly repeated what she had heard in the tower to the Marquis. "They worked in collusion to deprive you of your title. Even if you aren't a witch, you'll be put to death as a devil's minion. It'll be easy work for the church." "If they dare to murder a Marquis," Spear said, gnashing her teeth, "I'll make Redwine and the church pay the price. The church's deeds are far beyond your imagination." Nightingale shook her head. "They kill even kings without blinking. Think of the kingdom of Everwinter and the kingdom of Wolfheart." Spear was stunned for a moment and then opened her mouth to ask, "Does the church really dare to swallow all 4 kingdoms? I've only heard about it from merchants of neighboring countries, but most of the nobility in the King's City thought it ridiculous." The nobility in King's City also said Roland Wimbledon was a rebel king. Nightingale shrugged. "If His Highness guesses right, conquering the 4 kingdoms is only the first step in the church's plan. But unless you join the Witch Union, I can't tell you the conspiracy behind it. Besides, the church must spend some time plotting this military coup, and most of your men should have already swung to Redwine who has promised them more profits. If you want to take back Fallen Dragon Ridge, you can turn to His Highness for help. Will he really help me? Of course, it's our solemn duty to wipe out the church, Nightingale said with a trace of a smile touching her lips. Marquis was silent, and she looked like she was hesitating to say something. Believe me, Nightingale said, recognizing the Marquis' hesitation. You're free to leave the Western region any time you want. His Highness never compels anyone to stay. Is he really establishing a place where witches and ordinary human beings live together? This was the second time she had asked Nightingale this question, and again Nightingale answered proudly. Yes, His Highness' territory is a place like that. It's the witches' holy mountain. In the firelight, the expression seemed uncertain on Spear Passie's face. After quite a long while, she nodded slightly and asked, Are we going to set off tomorrow? Not yet. Nightingale and Lightning spoke with one voice. Then they gazed into each other's eyes and burst into laughter. The local church will try to report to Holy City what happened here, so in the following 2 days, we must catch all the pigeons sent out by our enemy, Nightingale explained to the Marquis. After that, Maggie will carry you to Border Town. I have some other pressing demands here. She remembered what the saint had said in that room atop the tower. She would leave for Redwater City soon after the military coup. Apparently, wherever the saint went, an undercurrent of tension soon followed. Troubles big or small were sure to find His Highness. If she could impede the saint, she would not only sabotage Church's plan, but also collect a bounty of information from the saint. Nightingale took a deep breath and made a plan to kill every member of that church platoon, but she was not sure whether Prince Roland would agree to her plan. If he insisted on her giving up the plan and going back, she would do as he wished. 3 days later, Maggie, who had already sent the Marquis on to Border Town, returned to Fallen Dragon Ridge bearing 2 witches from the sleeping island on her back. Why are you here? Nightingale asked, the surprise evident on her face. Prince Roland sent us to help you, Andrea said, gracefully hopping off the big bird's back, doffing her hood, and giving her blonde hair a nice shake. We'll get 2 pieces of ice cream bread in return. Wiping out a church platoon. You can never do that without me, Ashes said with a smile. His Highness said you can do what you've planned, but take safety into account first, coup. Maggie changed back to a girl and continued. He said he was waiting for you to return to the castle. Really? Nightingale mused, suddenly aware of warmth in her heart. I get it. So how many are there? Ashes raised her eyebrows slightly. I heard there's a witch among them. I don't know the exact number yet, but there are at most 20 judgment warriors, along with their servants and some believers, she said in a measured voice. You take care of the others and leave the witch to me. Chapter 418. Finish the fighting. They had been on the ridge for a week when Lightning detected the platoon at the north gate of Fallen Dragon Ridge. As Nightingale had expected, the church's emissary delegation was composed of 25 fully armored judgment warriors who were riding stallions at the head of the platoon. There was a transport corps of around 100 mercenary fighters and believers walking behind the judgment army. Among them, there were 2 coaches. She assumed the saint was in one of them. The 5 witches secretly followed the platoon as it headed toward Redwater City. According to the plan, they would initiate the attack when the platoon was out of the monitoring area, and thus would be unable to call for backup quickly. Nightingale quietly watched a coach in the platoon from her mist and vaguely saw a silver light of magic power coming out through the distorted silhouette of the carriage. If Nightingale acted alone, she could probably kill the saint of the church, but it was not guaranteed that she could kill all of the enemies here. But now, with the help of the witches from Sleeping Island, it was highly possible that they would be able to block the news in the Southern Territory. Once this platoon was eliminated, Hermes would not know anything, at least until next spring. And by then, it would be very difficult for them to investigate what had happened to the emissary delegation. Nightingale did not like killing, But this time, it was an intentional decision. It would lighten the burden on His Highness and help to defend the witch's holy mountain. She would not regret it. When the emissary delegation entered the forest, Nightingale saw a dark shadow coming close. It was Maggie. She folded her wings and swooped down, roaring. Horses suddenly neighed in fright and went off uncontrollably. All the people were shocked, dumbfounded, and only stared goggle-eyed at the scene. But the giant beast did not burst into the crowd to bite and stomp on them as they had expected. Instead, it spread its wings just over their heads and flew away close to the ground, leaving a storm behind it. The strong wind made it hard for them to open their eyes. Suddenly, a person jumped off the beast's back and landed on the ground. "Enemy attack!" the Judgment warriors shouted among the emissary delegation. Hearing this, the believers began to recover themselves, drew out their weapons, and struck at the unknown enemy at the center of the platoon. Nightingale's vision filled with black and white lines. They were fully covered with lightless black holes, which could protect them from ordinary witches, but not from Ashes the Extraordinary. She cut all the believers within her range in two, at their waists, like reaping wheat. All the people around her fell swiftly. She used an ordinary iron sword instead of her symbolic heavy sword, in order for Maggie to carry one more witch besides herself. The iron sword quickly cracked and broke during the fight. She seized the weapons dropped by the enemy, a halberd, a stick, sometimes an iron hammer or a cutlass. Anything in her hand became a lethal weapon. Blood splashed and bodies were torn apart. In the middle of the platoon, Ashes cut them in two all by herself. In the rear part of the platoon, the mercenary fighters could hardly offer the middle section any help because they had their own difficulties. Andrea kept skipping through the forest like a fairy. She used the branches and trunks of the trees to cover herself and shoot arrows every time she changed position. Every one of her arrows would hit someone between his eyebrows, and every one of her shots was to kill. In less than 10 minutes, the whole platoon was a mess. Screams, cries, and fighting noises resounded in the forest. Nightingale joined the fight immediately. She dashed through her mist, closely following her target. How was her only target in this fight? The saint of the church and the witch hunter. The coaches were drawn by the frightened horses. They ran wildly for a long way before the horses finally calmed down, but then they did not return to the platoon. Instead, they left the main road and burrowed into the forest in two different directions. It seemed that the saint had already noticed that among her enemies there was a tough opponent, an extraordinary. For most witches, an extraordinary with God's stone of retaliation was unbeatable. Unfortunately, she could not escape from Nightingale's control. Nightingale had already spotted her position earlier on. The one in the other coach was likely a high-ranking priestess or priest. Nightingale left it to Lightning and Maggie. Despite the fact that the saint's coach tossed heavily on the bumpy road in the forest, the coachman kept whipping the horses, looking like he was urged by someone to speed up. Nightingale approached. In order to shoot fatally every time, she only fired when she was less than 10 meters behind the target and in line with it. She aimed at the 4 Judgment warriors following the coach and pressed the trigger to kill them one by one. The Judgment army immediately split off at the sound of the gun, but the distance now was still only several steps for Nightingale in her mist. Further, their full armors were doing more harm than good in a fight against large-caliber bullets. The bullets became more harmful to the human body after going through these deformed, cracked armors. After getting rid of the 4 Judgment warriors, she pointed her gun at the horses. As the 2 horses fell down, the fragile wooden carriage promptly flew off from the force. It then hit a tree trunk and immediately fell apart. Through the flying pieces, a person wrapped in silver light rolled out. Nightingale aimed and shot without hesitation, but the light formed by magic power seemed to have consciousness and blocked the bullets one by one. She moved away to reload a new cartridge. "Traitor!" the saint shouted angrily, charging towards where Nightingale hid. This time, the situation was different. They did not fight in a small room anymore. Now every step Nightingale took would cost the saint more than 10 steps to catch up, and the effective range of a revolver, which was around 50 meters, was much bigger than the area a witch could affect with her ability. The saint's silver whip could hardly reach Nightingale, while a bullet could put the saint to death any time. At this distance, merely 1 or 2 out of 5 shots could hit the target, but luckily Nightingale had enough time to reload new cartridges and keep aiming and firing. After 5 cartridges, the silver light dimmed out. One shot hit the saint's left shoulder and another went through her stomach. She could no longer stand. She staggered a few steps and then fell to the ground. Nightingale was not in a hurry to approach her. She went back to the place where the carriage had fallen apart to pick up a god stone of retaliation before she walked to the saint. During the fight, she had kept moving around the carriage, so it would be easier to search the site afterwards. The moment Nightingale appeared beside the blood-covered witch, she suddenly stretched out her right hand, the only part she could move now, only to find that her silver light could not pierce her enemy as she wanted. "You damned demon, the gods will put you on trial," she said, gritting her teeth. Blood was spewing out of her mouth. Nightingale pointed the gun at her chest expressionlessly and replied, "Really, I'll wait for that day." Then she pressed down the trigger. Chapter 419, Faith. After the smoke caused by the battle dissipated, the forest returned to silence. The witch's long braids had unraveled, and her hair spread like white petals over her body. Blood streamed down her back and quickly formed a dark red puddle, slowly immersing into the ground and melting the cold, hard soil. After that, the air was filled with a smell of iron. Nightingale squatted and untied the blindfold on the witch's face. She found the face looked unexpectedly young, probably similar to her own age. However, the scars by her eyes destroyed her overall beauty. Her eyes looked like they had been repeatedly burned by red-hot iron, and her skin was red and wrinkled, so she had lost the contours of her eyes. This was undoubtedly caused by men. Nightingale gently touched the wrinkled scars. As for whether she suffered these wounds before becoming a witch or after serving the church, no one would ever know. However, this was no longer important because from now on, she couldn't hurt any more witches and wouldn't suffer any more torments. After searching the saint's body, Nightingale found a letter, a seal, and an emblem in the pocket of her robe lining. The emblem was a circle split by a cross with a clenched fist in the center. She carried nothing else, no gold royals or jewelry. Perhaps she never enjoyed anything in her life. Nightingale couldn't help but think, "Hey, look at what I caught." Lightning's voice sounded from the air. She looked up and saw the little girl carrying a struggling man, whom she threw onto the ground. The man groaned in pain and rolled around, trying to get up, but he was hogtied, so all he could do was to twist around helplessly. The man's outfit revealed that he was probably the priest who was sitting in the other carriage. "Where's Maggie?" "She's guiding Ashes to chase the runaway Judgment Army." Lightning walked over to the saint. "This is the witch trained by the church." Nightingale said softly. "She won't ever hunt us again. From her appearance, it's difficult to believe that she saw us as enemies who must be killed." The little girl sighed. "If not for the church, none of this would have happened." Nightingale turned to glare at the captive man. When he saw the witch lying in a pool of blood, his eyes immediately widened, and he tried to say something but couldn't because of the cloth gag in his mouth. She took out the cloth. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" You've killed the pure witch of Bishop Tafun. Reckless devil. You'll sooner or later be hung by the church at the city gate and left to the crows." "Even if we didn't kill her, being caught by the church is no better," said Nightingale. "And compared with this, you'd better worry about yourself first." "Even if I die, I'll have the salvation of God, and you guys will only sink into hell and be tortured forever," he yelled. "That's why I have to block his mouth," Lightning said. Nightingale stuffed the cloth back into his mouth. Let His Highness deal with him. He said that the iron axe is very good at interrogating such kinds of people. By the time Maggie brought over the two witches from Sleeping Island, it was already afternoon. Ashes jumped down from the back of the beast and landed steadily next to Nightingale. "You're not hurt, are you?" "Everything went well," she said. "How about you?" Obviously, not a single man escaped. Ashes laughed proudly. "Is she dead?" Andrea landed and looked at the saint. "I thought you'd keep her alive." The enemy was a witch, so hesitating would have been extremely dangerous. Ashes twitched her mouth and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't keep her alive either. Gee, you have no mercy for your own kind." "She isn't our kin, but a puppet controlled by the church," the extraordinary said casually. "Besides, sometimes our own kind can be even crueler than others. I've never seen demonic beasts or demons imprison and torture people for several years." After saying that, she took off her blood-stained gloves and offered her hand to Nightingale. "Your actions and performance were amazing, and you did the right thing in this situation." The latter stared at her for a moment before holding her hand. "Thank you. Who would have thought that someone like her would comfort me?" Nightingale thought. "She probably didn't want me to feel guilty for killing a witch." "I think this victory is worth celebrating," Lightning said. Maggie agreed with a coo. Andrea rolled her eyes, reached out her hands, and placed them on top of the others. "I have to clarify that if it were only your hand, I wouldn't touch it, so this is for Nightingale's sake." "Okay, I get it," Ashes said, raising her eyebrow. Then, the 5 witches raised their hands to the sky, looking like an unwavering tower in the cold wind. Next, they needed to collect the information carried by the emissary delegation and hide the traces of their battle. After properly dealing with these issues in the forest for 2 days, they arrived back in Border Town 3 days later. After landing in the castle backyard, Nightingale was immediately surrounded by her sisters. "I heard you were hurt. Where is the wound?" Nana asked. "She has been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come back so late?" Lily asked. "Annoyed, does it? Still hurt?" Lucia asked urgently. "This batch of herbs was made especially by me. They can't only stop bleeding, but also calm swelling, so their effect should be pretty great," Leaf said with a smile. "How could you be so careless to scurry into the church alone? You might not be this lucky next time." This was Wendy's voice. "It's all right as long as she can return safely." Scroll chimed in. Seeing their concerned faces warmed Nightingale's heart, and she didn't understand how the church's witches lived, but she knew what it was like to belong to the witch union. There was no doubt that this was worth devoting everything to. Then, she saw His Highness Roland. Lightning jumped into his arms and stuck to him like a gecko. Maggie also flew onto Roland's shoulder, rubbing his cheek. Although Nightingale wanted to do this too, she knew that she wasn't a child, so she held back the impulse to embrace Roland, walked up to him, and said with a smile, "I'm back." I've waited for you for a long time." The prince smiled his familiar smile. "Take a hot bath and get some rest. I put a few bags of honey-grilled dried fish in the office drawer." "Okay, then I'll go help myself." Nightingale smiled. She reassured herself that she had done the right thing. Chapter 420, The Lord's Response. That night, Roland held a magnificent banquet at the Lord's castle. Since they not only rescued Spear Passy, but also captured a priest from Hermes, it was technically the Witch Union's first unprovoked attack on the church. As the 5 witches who had participated in the battle walked onto the stage, the hall erupted into applause, and even Roland, who rarely drank, drained 2 glasses of Evelyn's chilled white liquor. Although it was only a small triumph, the months of the demons were long and stressful, and he wanted to take this opportunity to help everyone relax. When Roland stumbled into his office the next morning with a raging headache, Nightingale was already waiting for him, sitting cross-legged on his table. "Don't you need more rest?" he asked with a smile. Ever since he agreed to let her attack the emissary delegation, he had been worrying about her, Even if he knew she was in a spacious area and could use the mist to remain invincible, he still fretted about accidents. After all, this wasn't daily practice, but a true battle of life and death. Now seeing her energetic and vital, he felt much better. Nightingale swallowed her dried fish and said, "Of course I don't. I'm in a great shape right now." As soon as Roland returned to his seat, she jumped off the table, walked to the back of the chair, and hugged him. "One more day of rest is one more day without seeing you." The prince was slightly startled. "I actually wanted to do this yesterday in the castle garden, but now isn't such a bad timing either." Nightingale whispered into his ear. She did not let him go and disappeared into the mist until she heard the footsteps outside the door. "Your Highness," a guard shouted. "The Lord of Fallen Dragon Ridge, Marquis Passy, is here to see you. Send her in." Roland cleared his throat and adjusted his posture. Spear Passy walked into the office, bowed, and sat in front of his desk. "I've thoroughly considered your proposal. What do you think?" He poured a cup of tea for her. While Nightingale, Ashes, and others were battling against the church, he had also been busy with showing the Marquis around the town and negotiating with her. Roland briefly told her the crisis that the kingdom faced, the origins of the church, and the threats of the demons, as well as his future plans. When Spear heard about the church's origins and their reasons for hunting witches, she was so shocked that her eyes widened to the utmost. If not for the testimonies of Tilly and Agatha, she would have never believed that witches once had ruled the entire barbarian land, but her attitude changed greatly afterwards. Repealing feudal power, universalizing laws and administration institution, prohibiting the inheritance and sale of titles. "I can accept these requests, but," she paused, "I'm just curious. Do you really plan to spread this to all the territories?" "Yes. If we don't do this, Kingdom of Grey Castle will be nothing but loose sand," Roland said, nodding. "Before our final enemies arrive, we must gather as much power as possible." "Your plan will offend all of the nobilities," said Spear slowly, "especially the part prohibiting the inheritance of titles. If I'm not mistaken, the lord of a territory is also a title. Doing so will confirm your reputation of the rebel king." "That's why I don't expect them to back down voluntarily," he said, knocking on his desk. "Before the fateful battle of divine will, the nobility's discontent is not my priority. I don't have to kill them all, either. As long as these people accept my new terms, they may even be able to keep their territories, just not their feudal power. I believe they'll make the right decision." Centralization of authority was only effective when all the power was held by a few people. So if local authorities had too much power, they would threaten this centralization and even his position as a ruler. Unlike 1 year ago, the town now had the ability to undergo a revolution. After this step was completed, he would be the only ruler of Kingdom of Grey Castle in a real sense. "You seem to have made up your mind." Spear sighed. "If I don't accept them, your army will probably overturn my ruling anyways." "I desperately need manpower for my plan," Roland said earnestly, "especially someone with experience in governing a city. Like I said, you won't lose your territory, and you can proudly reveal your identity as a witch to your people without fear of the church." The Marquis was silent for a while. "I also have a request. Please go ahead. After you take back Fallen Dragon Ridge for me, I don't want anything to change," she said bluntly. "I can only fully support you when Timothy is no longer the king." What a clever answer, Roland thought. She avoided giving a strict refusal and gave herself some room for changing her mind. Basically, what she meant is that, in order to earn her support, he needs to prove that his plan of unifying Kingdom of Grey Castle isn't just empty talk, and that he's truly capable of doing it. It's a deal then. He didn't think much of the Marquis' secret calculations. If his attack in the spring went well, it might be easier to overturn Timothy than retrieving Fallen Dragon Ridge. "Oh, by the way, Your Highness." Spear hesitated. "The witches are attending class tonight, and I'm wondering if I could join them." Roland was a bit surprised. "Those are all very basic beginner courses. You probably won't learn anything new." "I'm intrigued by their calculating methods," she said, shaking her head. "I've never seen anything like them before." "Is she talking about the multiplication table or algebraic equations?" he mused. "Of course, as long as you're willing to join the witch union." After lunch, Iron Axe brought him some good news. "He's willing to talk." Roland was slightly surprised. "That soon?" According to Nightingale, the captive priest was quite stubborn. "Not everyone has a will of steel, Your Highness," answered Iron Axe seriously. "The Sand Nation has some unique interrogation methods that barely damage the body but destroy the mind, even making some people view death as a relief. He has already lingered longer than most people." That's right, he thought. Professional spies not only have extraordinary willpower, but are also trained not to crack under any interrogation. But no one in this era has received this kind of training. "Take me to see him," said Roland. "I have quite a few questions for him." Chapter 421, The Interrogation. The prison of the town hadn't changed much since he arrived 1 year ago. His mass infrastructure development did not extend to this place, and although the houses and roads above the ground had been renovated, the prison below still reeked of decay. Moss grew on the stone walls, and muddy water dripped down the stairs. The only difference was that the cells held very few prisoners. Due to the expansion and development of the territory, anyone who was willing to work was able to find a job. The scoundrels who were unwilling to change were sent by Roland to the mines, where they were whipped into shape. Since Anna had wrecked the cells at the bottom of the prison, and there was no need to repair them, the entire lower floor was sealed off and abandoned. Roland followed Iron Axe to the middle of the 3rd floor and saw the captive priest, the only criminal on this floor. The man was not hanging on a torture rack nor beaten to a bloody pulp, which completely defied Roland's idea of an interrogation. He was huddled in the icy corner of his cell, and although his clothes were all intact, he seemed completely lifeless and pale with hollow eyes without focus. "Is he all right?" Roland asked quietly. "It's not an issue, Your Highness," Iron Axe answered with a bow. "If you have any questions, you can ask him directly." The prince nodded. The Sand Nation's interrogation methods were indeed unique, but he was not interested in the specifics or the humanity of Iron Axe's process, as long as it got the job done. He cleared his throat, sat down on the long wooden bench near the cell, and asked the priest through the bars, "What's your name? Are you the 4th Prince of Kingdom of Greycastle, Roland Wimbledon?" The man's expression changed. Look at what you've done. You've unleashed the demon's powers." "His Highness is asking your name," said Iron Axe coldly. "If you don't want to undergo last night's punishment again, then cut the crap." The priest's face froze, and after a short pause, he lowered his head and said, My name is Campus. I heard you're from the holy city of Hermes." Roland glanced at the man. "Who was the witch traveling with you? Was she also from the holy city? What was her role in the church?" "Her." Campus seemed hesitant and was silent for a long time before answering. "Her name was Aurora, and she was one of Master Tayfun's pure witches. She didn't take any positions in the church." "Tayfun?" The prince pondered for a while upon this familiar name. "He's one of the 3 archbishops of the Holy City, in charge of the church's external affairs. His position is second only to the supreme pontiff." The priest explained. Roland suddenly remembered that he had met this person before at a ceremony in King's City. That day, King Wimbledon III organized a big coming-of-age celebration for Tilly Wimbledon, and Tayfun was the bishop sent by the church to the ceremony. In his memory, Tayfun seemed like a benevolent old man with a caring and forgiving smile, as if he had nothing to do with anything evil in the world. "What's a pure witch?" Campus hesitated once more, but after Iron Axe threatened him again, he grudgingly responded. Pure witches are witches who are raised by the church and directly managed by bishops and the supreme pontiff, so I don't know too much about them. Roland scratched his ear to signal for Nightingale's confirmation and learned that the man was not lying. How many people know about the church's hidden witches? The priest shook his head. Master Tayfun only told me about this 2 years ago and ordered me not to tell other believers, so I'm not sure how many people know. The church is obviously very secretive about raising pure witches, which at least means they aren't publicly holding a double standard, thought Roland. This is definitely good news. This finally confirmed his suspicion and gave him another piece of evidence to hold against the church. If the believers found out that the sermons they received were all false, and that the church was secretly raising the very enemies they were taught to fight under their noses, how would they react? What was your motive in sabotaging the Lord of Fallen Dragon Ridge? Why did you want to take her back to Hermes? I don't know. My only mission was to monitor Aurora, so only she knows the exact motive. There was a change of plans, because Aurora discovered that the Lord was actually a witch, and the new pope thus ordered us to send all captured witches back to the holy city to be purified. Purified? Roland snorted. Do you actually believe that? If purified witches? No, pure witches are sinless. Why would the church keep their existence as a secret? Because some believers aren't devoted enough, so this is the only way for now. His voice trailed off, and he eventually closed his mouth. The prince sneered. Where did you plan to go after leaving Fallen Dragon Ridge, Redwater City? After that, Impassable Castle. Anywhere else? Just these 3 cities. The priest responded numbly, having given up resisting after disclosing the information about pure witches. Master Tayfun didn't tell us when to return, so we were going to stay at Impassable Castle, awaiting new orders. His answer matched the letter found on the witch's body. Why these 3 cities? Campus shook his head. It seemed that he didn't know much sense for the church. He was probably just a monitor for the pure witch. Roland stroked his chin and thought. Fallen Dragon Ridge is in the Southern Territory, Redwater City in the center of the kingdom, and Impassable Castle between the Northern and Western Territories, so they have nothing in common, and they aren't important passes or intersections. Even if the church wanted to overturn the kingdom of Greycastle, they wouldn't start with these cities. If he had to name a similarity between them, it would be that they all lay on the border of the Western Territory. A thought suddenly sprang into his mind. Was he actually the person the emissary delegation was targeting at? The interrogation didn't stop until evening. Roland collected his information and stood up. When he was about to leave, he noticed that the priest was sitting motionless against the wall, as still as a corpse, neither begging for mercy nor cursing in fury. This surprised him greatly. Aren't you asking what I intend to do with you? You tortured me into confessing all this, and God will bear witness, Campus said with his eyes closed. God is my final judge, not you. It doesn't matter what you'll do to me. Your Highness, give me another night with him, said Iron Axe. I'll turn his attitude around. Not necessary. This is enough. Since the priest had already confessed everything, Roland had no interest in continuing to torture him. He'll be judged, not by God, but by the people. Chapter 422, Public Trial. Shortly after winter began, a wooden stage was built in the center of the square. It was the first of its kind for the people of Border Town. It wasn't for a theatrical performance, but rather to conduct the first public trial. A notice had been issued 2 days prior. On the day of the trial, the stage was surrounded by a large crowd. The square area was much larger after the extension, but it still wasn't large enough to accommodate the entire community. There were scattered snowflakes falling from the sky, but everyone was too excited and completely ignored the wind and snow. The atmosphere suddenly reached extremity as Roland appeared on the stage. Watching the audience at the bottom waving their arms at him, he was emotionally touched. Once he had been almost a laughing stock in the eyes of the nobility, and he'd had little influence on his subjects. Now, after just 1 year, the situation was reversed. With shouts from the crowd, the priest Campus was pushed onto the stage. His facial expressions changed a little while facing the crowd. Perhaps this parade was common for the top management from the church. They were accustomed to worship from the believers and could easily influence the lives of these people with a single word or action, Roland thought. Except that this time, he probably wouldn't go through the brilliance of the past. With excitement in their eyes, the witches from the Union walked up to the wooden stage. They had always been slandered, hunted, unjustly treated, and tried. But this time, the roles were reversed. Witches were the victims, accusers, and jurors, and the trial object was the church. They had always imagined such a scene, but never expected that such a day would come so quickly. Roland waved his hands, and the people quieted immediately. Greetings, my people. The purpose of today's gathering is to reveal a shameful crime. The church has hidden the truth from the very beginning. I wouldn't have discovered this shocking news if the priest of the holy city had not been captured in a rebellion case. Roland had been thinking about how to reveal the church's crime effectively for the past 2 days. The rebellion case of Fallen Dragon Ridge shouldn't be the key point, because the story from a small town far away from them wouldn't gain their attention. The Battle of Divine Will and the Kingdom of Witches shouldn't be mentioned, for the story of a few hundred years ago was irrelevant for them, and it might cause panic if it revealed the existence of demons. He needed to share something that they cared about in order to arouse the indignation of the masses. In other words, it had to touch their hearts. With no doubt, the witches who lived here shared the same daily lives with the people. The church has claimed that witches are the devil's minions, persons that are neither clean nor fortunate, but in fact, both the Pope and the Archbishop have been sheltering witches in a surprisingly large scale. This was said by the priest himself. Roland faced the priest and said, "Am I correct?" After a long silence, Campus replied, "Yes." Discussions broke out in the crowd. "Your Highness, is he really a priest from the Holy City?" someone asked. "Of course," said Roland, showing an expression of praise in the direction of Echo. "He was sent to the Kingdom of Greycastle in the name of the church as a saint, and all the documents he's brought reveal his identity." Roland pointed to a small table beside the wooden stage. "Priest's robe, badge, circular letter, all can be used as evidence." The crowd was liable to doubts about these, so he would let Echo ask first and then answer them accordingly. Furthermore, these items were real, he didn't need to fake it. "My people, come back to what I said before," continued the prince. "Take note of the term I used, sheltering. Yes, they gather female infants and orphans from all over the country to the monastery of the holy city, and these women are treated as animals. Only a few turn into witches and proceed to further their training. The rest simply become trinkets for church believers. No, these..." Campus raised his head and opened his mouth, but he could hardly make a sound. "In order to get more witches, they shelter female wanderers in the name of relief, and even collude with Black Street rats to steal infants. Please think, my people, if there were a church in this town, you wouldn't only lose Miss Nana, but also a family member of yours could be missing too. They claim that the witches are evil spirits, seduced by demons, and drive believers to persecute these innocent women. Could you tolerate if Miss Nana was framed by them? Never, Your Highness, never." The atmosphere of the square was hot, and people shook their fists, expressing their anger at the priest. "Miss Nana can't be evil, and she is the one who cured my injury. I've known her since she was little. She was my daughter's classmate in Carl's college. I would have been killed by demonic beasts if not for her healing. She is an angel to the First Army." Roland paused for a moment so the crowd could voice their dissatisfaction. Then he continued, "So, why did they do that?" The question caused a commotion among the subjects. "Because the church needed witches to maintain their rule." Before they could make more speculation, the prince said, "As you know, the witch's abilities are varied and incredible. Besides Miss Nana's healing and Miss Lily's elimination of demonic plague, they have many other abilities that can improve our lives. The water supply equipment in our town was made by Miss Anna and Miss Soria. The flintlocks used by the First Army and the steam engine that pulls the miner's truck, all these are gifts given by the witches. Our town wouldn't have achieved any of this without their contributions. But everything has two sides, like a sword. It can be used to fight the demonic beasts or used to kill the innocent. The church is using the witches' abilities to hurt good people, and those who don't obey them are regarded as God's outcast. In fact, the top management of the church is committing a heinous crime which is recorded in the doctrine, and they completely disregard that their God is watching them. My dear people, if your children were to be kidnapped by the church and used to hurt you after being trained, if they became the church's whip and razor, how sad that would be. Roland turned around, walked to the front of campus, expanded the long roll of paper, and asked loudly, "Do you have anything else to say about the accusations recorded on this paper? These are all true." Popping his eyes, the priest looked as if he couldn't believe he had uttered these words. "I admit guilt." The masses became very angry. "I hand over the right of judgment to you all," Roland said loudly while the crowd was agitated. "For this evil, your choice is, kill him, kill him, kill him." Everybody was shouting the same words. Soon there was only one voice left in the square. In Border Town, with scattered snowflakes floating above, the people made their choice. Chapter 423. The Connection. Spear Passy solemnly signed her name at the end after she read both contracts several times. One was the Memorandum of Unification and the other Memorandum of the Witch Union. The first contract agreed that Spear would lead Fallen Dragon Ridge to give allegiance to Roland Wimbledon after Timothy Wimbledon's rule was overthrown, and in response to the request of the new king, she would surrender her power, and Roland would guarantee her position as the Lord of Fallen Dragon Ridge and other rights. The memorandum categorized those to three categories, which were human affairs, administrative, and finance. Although such a categorization was new, but easy for her to understand, of which her daily routine was also included too. Spear thought about the second contract for a long time before she made up her mind, as this time the union was to serve Prince Roland without any doubt. She didn't want to join Prince Roland so fast. He just occupied the corner region of the Kingdom of Greycastle. But the content of the evening lecture was attractive, and she vaguely sensed that the unique method of calculation would be helpful in managing her territory. Fortunately, the constitutions of the Memorandum of the Witch Union were very loose, more like a formal consensus, and didn't even limit the whereabouts of its members. She consulted with the prince regarding this, and his reply was that the members could leave any time they wanted. "I've signed it." Spear placed two elegant parchments on the table, but Roland didn't respond. He looked at the empty side as if thinking about something. "Your Highness?" "Ah." He blinked eyes as if he had come back. "Let me have a look at it." He had seldom been so absent-minded before the negotiation, and it seemed like, after the trial yesterday, His Highness felt confused. This made it difficult for her to understand. The trial was an absolute success, and people were on his side and cheered him. Before that, Spear had never thought the ordinary people would support a nobility. She thought that she and they were in two different worlds, and the nobility needed neither the understanding nor supporting of the people. But she changed her mind one day ago. After seeing people surrounding the square waving their fists, shouting with a strong voice that shook the sky and land, she realized that they might contain a power that she had never felt, and it was more powerful than the noble. Besides, the decisive judgment displayed by His Highness was also one of the reasons why she signed these two contracts. Regardless of whether he's trying to protect the witches, it's some kind of good faith to punish rebels who are against his royal power. Considering this, she should respond accordingly. However, His Highness doesn't seem satisfied. Is he regretting being against the church publicly? Spear was clear that it was not an enemy they could easily deal with. It's better to figure it out since it's related to the direction of the future cooperation. She hesitated and then mentioned it diplomatically. The prince was astonished for a while after he heard this, and then he shook his head and smiled. I never regret fighting against the church, after all. They're enemies that must be defeated from all aspects of the view. So why? I just have some mixed feelings now. Mixed feelings? I feel a little embarrassed, although what I said was true, and what I disclosed were the crimes committed by the church. He shrugged. It seems as I'm not a qualified politician. Politician? What's that? Like an astrologer devoting himself to studying stars. Is a politician someone devoting himself to studying politics? His Highness stopped the topic before she could ask. I'll keep these parchments. I heard that your ability is related to controlling magic power. Yes. Spear stopped questioning. To be more precise, it's to extract the magic power of one witch for other witches to use. Of course, I can also retrieve and recover my own magic power for the purpose of consumption. As this process doesn't have a big impact on the outside world, I can repeat the process anytime in the castle. How did you find out you have such an ability? The prince asked curiously. After my awakening. The Marquis answered. I've no idea how other witches got to know their abilities, but I could feel it, and the feeling was like, you suddenly owned an extra organ. Interesting description. He nodded thoughtfully. You should know that the reason I sent Nightingale to Fallen Dragon Ridge is to pass you an invitation. You need my ability. Spear paused a moment and bowed. It's my honor to serve you. Anyway, since there was no way for her to return to Fallen Dragon Ridge at the moment, it was better for her to see what the prince usually do, despite the fact that she had just been in the town for a week. She realized that the town was different from others, a secluded land that was far away from the center of the kingdom, but as energetic as the capital. As a lord, she was curious. What made Spear more surprised was that the life of the witches here was completely different from what she had imagined. The prince didn't over-control them, but rather allowed them to live freely, and this could be seen from his waiting for the return of Nightingale. He obviously hoped that she could return early, but still agreed with her requisition. His Royal Highness didn't treat them as servants. Some nobles sheltered witches because of their beauty. She thought it would have been done more unscrupulously because His Highness openly recruited witches, but he was surprisingly self-disciplined. Was the rumor true? Was the prince both prurient and incompetent? She had more faith and felt ridiculous at the same time. When she thought it back, she felt what Nightingale had told her was totally true. She left the castle with the prince, and they came to a yard at the back of the town, where Spear saw two other witches. This is Anna and this is Mystery Moon, Roland introduced. The magic power of Mystery Moon is considered at a relatively low level, but the consumption of her magic power is astonishing. I'm obviously at a middle level, Mystery Moon protested. Among the awakened witches, the prince added, Mystery Moon kept quiet immediately. Do you want me to connect their magic powers? Spear looked at Anna. Does she have the strongest magic power in the Union? I suggest that you invite a few more witches to come over. The stock magic power is related to their age. Even if there's a difference, it wouldn't be big. It's just an experiment, His Highness said, touching his chin, and if it works, I'll ask them to come over. The Marquis nodded and summoned the passage of magic power. It was a sphere shining with blue light, quietly floating in the air. Under her control, two thin tentacle-shaped threads stretched out from the sphere to Anna and Mystery Moon. You'll feel weird in the beginning, so just relax and it'll be fine, Spear explained. It'll fail to transfer the magic power if you resist it. Anna was shocked when the tentacle touched her chest. What's happening here? It seems the tentacle is connected to a solid metal cube instead of the rotating magic power. It's so huge that I feel like an ant standing at the bottom of it, and I can only see its top while raising my head. Chapter 424. The Dawn Eye. How is magic power with such a form possible? Spear touched the edge of the metal in disbelief, which was her unique way of sensing magic power. As soon as the passage was connected, she could see, touch, and even smell the magic powers of witches, as if she were entering their bodies. Hard and cold, the surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting every detail of the tentacle-shaped thread. When the antenna-like cord of energy reached the cube, it swiftly bounced back. "Relax," Marquis comforted her. "They're harmless." She wasn't sure whether her ability could affect this metallic cube since Anna's magic power seemed unable to flow. After trying a few times, the antenna finally stuck to the cube, but there was no transmission of magic power. "What's going on?" Nightingale noticed something was wrong. "I've never transported magic power of this kind. It's too massive and doesn't look like the air that can be transferred." Spear felt her throat dry. As soon as the channel is connected, the magic power should have been absorbed by the pivot. "I'll try to charge it with magic power," Anna suddenly spoke. "The same way as using the sigil of God's will. Be careful not to expend too much each time." His Highness nodded. What was the sigil of God's will? Spear found that she'd heard several new terms since she came to this little town. As she was pondering, the magic power in Anna's body suddenly transformed. The perfect mirror was broken, and the surface of the metal rippled. The liquid without light rushed into the pipe and then became a floating ball as if pushed by something. She then felt some weight. Different from the cyclone of magic power, the liquid was very heavy. As it flew into the pivot, it was like putting in chunks of iron ingot. Spear found that she was consuming an increasing amount of magic power. It was rather unbelievable. Prior to this, she could easily exhibit her abilities for half a day. Now, at this rate, she might not be able to last a few hours. Out of desperation, she drew out another cord from the pivot, connected it with her own body, and sustained the channel using Anna's magic power. When the light ball was full, the metal cube in Anna's body was still in its original form, as if the magic power it lost was only a very insignificant portion. Spear really wanted to take back what she had just said. She coughed twice. Now the channel can supply enough magic power for Miss Mystery Moon. What do we do next?" "Stick to it." His Highness Roland handed Mystery Moon a copper cylinder. "Now show us what you can do." "Okay." Mystery Moon took a deep breath, held the copper object in her hands, and closed her eyes. All of a sudden, the magic power began to flow furiously. Spear saw that the metal cube in Anna's body gleamed, the fluid in the pivot came out, and filled again. The entire channel kept on trembling. It looked as if it would be torn apart by the turbulent magic power. The Marquis had sweat on her forehead. She felt as if she was standing in front of a tsunami. On the other side, Mystery Moon had a frowned forehead and red cheeks. Obviously, she was also under the impact of the fierce waves. But considering Spear was the one transferring the power, Mystery Moon must be under tremendous impact. Even so, she didn't stop using her abilities, and the rapidly consumed magic power was the proof. These girls were monsters. Spear didn't know how she managed to last to the end. When the magic power in Anna's body was drained, Spear felt she could barely stand on her own feet. Finished. Mystery Moon opened her eyes and excitingly held up the copper cylinder. "I made it." "Well done." Roland carefully clamped the copper object with a pair of wooden tongs, as if it was a red-hot iron. "What's this?" the Marquis asked. "It looks exactly the same as before." "A strong magnet with ever-changing magnetic force," the prince replied. "I don't know whether it'll form an axis with the earth while being held in a person's hand. If so, it would discharge, so we'd better be cautious." Spear blinked her eyes. "What?" Nightingale smiled. "Don't mind them. This is such a topic that only Anna can participate in." "Then, what can it be used for?" "Let's try it out." Roland put the copper cylinder into a black iron machine standing in the middle of the yard. Judging from the silhouette of the machine, it looked like a giant iron tube. It had a wooden pedestal at the bottom. An iron pole as thick as an arm stuck out from the middle. The prince looked at Mystery Moon. "Turn on the switch. If it works, it'll bring a whole new source of power to the town." Mystery Moon nodded. She held the wooden handle on the machine and pulled it downward with effort. Sparks burst out from the downside of her hands, making a crackling sound. To Spear's surprise, the iron pole in the middle began to rotate rapidly. The pole must have been as heavy as 1 or 2 people. How could it rotate so fast? "Have we succeeded?" "Not yet." The prince found a chair and sat on it. "It depends on how long it can work." Spear noticed there was something glittering in Roland's eyes as he looked at the plain, rough iron machine. It was as if he was looking at a piece of shining jewelry. 3 days later, Roland pushed open the door to the backyard of the North Slope Mountain. Upon hearing the sound, Anna stopped her work and rushed to greet Roland. She couldn't conceal her excitement. "It's still working." There was no need for her remark, though. The prince also heard the noise made by the operating electric motor. To him, this noise was almost as euphonious as the sounds of nature, because it meant that the variable magnetic core cylinder, being filled with Mystery Moon's magic power, was still operating properly. As a whole new power source, it had shown its practical use. Roland came to the center of the yard and saw that Mystery Moon was sitting beside the electric motor. With her hands on her chin, she looked at the black machine, feeling bored. "Your Highness, when you said my abilities are full of potential, did you mean this thing? It doesn't look any different from a steam engine." "This is only the first step to change the world," Roland said, beaming. "You'll be able to see what changes it can bring to our little town soon enough." Every step forward in the history of the human race was related to the utilization of energy. To some extent, it could be used to measure the level of a civilization's advancement. From steam to electricity, from electricity to nuclear, the breakthrough in energy would usually boost the industrial production. The variable magnetic core cylinder, filled with Mystery Moon's magic power, was such a kind of new energy. It resembled a super large battery and transformed magic power into electric energy. Its small manufacture scale limited its application, which meant it couldn't lead to an energy reform. But as a supplement to the steam engine and internal combustion engine, it was still a perfect power source. Besides, with the growth of Anna's magic power, it still had the potential to be used in other areas. And when Leaf gained control of the impassable forest and obtained the massive magic power supply, the potential was unimaginable. "The name, Variable Magnetic Core Cylinder, is too long," Roland said, smiling. "Let's call it Dawn Eye, Chapter 425, The Utilization of Energy." On the afternoon of the 5th day, the electric motor stopped working. In other words, a single dawn, I could provide energy for a large-scale electric motor to work for 5 consecutive days. If an electric motor didn't run continuously, then its work time could be extended. When the magnetic effect of the copper column was lost, it could be recharged with magic power, which was purely low consumption, recyclable, and pollution-free energy. Its flaw was also very obvious. Recharging it would exhaust all of Anna, Mystery Moon, and Spear's magic powers. So if the 3 of them produced a Dawn Eye per day, it could only sustain 5 electric motors nonstop. At the moment, Anna was irreplaceable for the fine machining and steel smelting in the little town. Roland had tried his best to distribute most of the manufacturing work to ordinary townsmen, but without the machine tools produced and maintained by Anna and her supply of materials, the production of revolving firearms and bullets would instantly bog down in stagnancy. Furthermore, Anna was also essential for the production of the 152 Longsong cannons, new-style light weapons, and Roland's other new ideas, so he wouldn't want Anna to strain her magic power on charging the batteries. Roland leaned back on the wing chair and deeply sighed. There were two solutions for this problem. First, increasing the duration of Dawn Eye to this end, they needed greater resources or more witches to supply magic powers. Unfortunately, the Marquis passage was just strong enough to transfer Anna's magic power, and the process almost exhausted her, so she couldn't manage to transfer any more witches' magic powers to Mystery Moon. Hopefully, Spear could get used to it gradually. After all, she might not have the time to study how to improve her abilities while she was a lord. Second, substituting other witches for Anna. Compared with Anna, Soria, and Agatha, who were usually busy with work, most of the other witches didn't have to exhaust their magic powers during the day. So, if the rest of their magic powers could be used to produce variable magnetic core columns, it seemed plausible. As long as the total volume of the magic powers didn't exceed that of Anna's, Spear would be able to handle it. She had once said that the passage for magic powers could be connected with more than 2 people at a time. Thinking of this, Roland wrote it down. Questions like who had more magic powers or how much of the magic powers should be used per day were left for the Witch Union to calculate. Undoubtedly, Wendy would be a perfect candidate since everybody trusted her. After finding solutions for this problem, the next question was how to make use of this whole new energy. Different from the steam engines, of which 4 to 5 pieces could be produced per month, and would operate as long as boiling water was supplied, the number of terminal conversion machines was dependent on the number of Dawn Is. Considering the magic powers that could be used, he estimated that only 3 to 4 terminal conversion machines could be sustained in the little town. Whether to use them as source power, for boiling water, or supplying energy for light bulbs, the correct choice was imperative if the system was to operate steadily. Roland thought for a long time and finally drew a circle on the light bulbs. As for source power, electric motors exceeded steam engines in such aspects as stable rotating rates, easy maneuverability, and automatization. But the power supplied by steam engines was enough for the time being. He had also visualized some high-end electric equipment, such as electric cars that commuted between Longsong Stronghold and the little town, or electric airships that were accessible to ordinary people. But such equipment wasn't so cost-effective. To make it work, Anna or other witches had to stop their work for a day. The same was true with boiling water, which could simply be solved by a boiler and firewood could. Even though several workers needed to be hired to attend to and maintain the steam engines, it was still more economical than using magic powers. After all, the magic powers weren't that abundant. Furthermore, lighting is more significant. A stable and clean source of light could greatly increase the residents' happiness and render them better study conditions at night. After all, not everybody wants to read a book under the dim candle light after a day's stressful work. Besides, doing something like seizing the legendary thunder power and using it for daily life would help eliminate suspicion and enhance scientific spirit. This was probably the civilians' most intuitive understanding of electricity's applications. As astonishing as airships and electric cars may sound, they were too far away from people's daily life. More importantly, the weak candle light simply couldn't meet the needs for night production. With light bulbs, the factories would be able to sustain production even at night, and the workers could even work on 3 shifts if necessary, which meant the work efficiency in the little town would be further improved. After setting the direction of development, there were still a series of problems to be solved to achieve his goals, such as light bulb manufacturing, line construction, power supply schemes, and the promotion of electricity utilization, etc., but these problems could be considered later. With this thought, Roland called Wendy. "Do you intend to calculate the daily consumption and the surplus of my sister's magic powers and transfer them to Mystery Moon according to the plan?" Wendy asked, after hearing Roland's statement. "Yes, Those combat witches who have fixed missions can be excluded from your calculation, though. The prince nodded. What do you think, essentially? They were to gather the magic powers left after the witch's ability practice, mission consumption, and emergency preparation, and use them to produce the dawn. Such an arrangement could not only put the magic powers of witches into full play, but could also enhance the effects of their practice, which was helpful to the promotion of their magic powers on the annual days of awakening. I think Hummingbird and Echo would be happy, Wendy said with a smile, because they can then be as useful as Anna. But how will the magic power surplus be measured? By using the stone of measurement, which was a universal method used by the Union. Yes, Your Highness, she bowed slightly. Right, today is the day of adulthood for Lucia. Should we gather all the members of the Union to accompany her? Roland was shocked a bit. Oh, I've almost forgotten it. There are so many things for you to remember, Wendy said softly. I've written down every sister's growth history on this notebook so that nothing will be missed. After Anna's day of awakening, Lightning, Nana, and Echo had also passed their second birthday in succession. But the day of adulthood was actually more meaningful, and it could be taken as a special day of awakening. Although they happened on the same day, the bite of magic power that one suffered on the day of adulthood was several times stronger than usual. Unless the witches could master how to eliminate the pain caused by biting, the day of adulthood could be a matter of life and death. After adulthood, the witches' abilities would be stabilized while getting considerable improvements at the same time, and some witches could even develop derivative skills, which was as significant as evolution. Okay, I'll prepare a rich dinner tonight, Roland said softly. Besides the witch union, I'll be there to accompany her as well. Chapter 426, The Shining Starlight. After dinner, the witches gathered in Lucia White's room. Touched by their encouragement and comfort, she could feel her tear-filled eyes. She inhaled deeply with her eyes shut, willing herself not to cry. No crying. It's embarrassing enough to cry out loud in front of Nightingale, not to mention in front of my little sister. I must set a good example for her, Lucia chided herself. She had only heard about a witch organization situated here before she boarded the boat towards the town. She was not hoping to live a good life here, but simply to find a cure for her sister's demonic plague and a shelter. What they found was not only a comfortable life, but a group of people with so much in common that they soon became like family. She felt at home again for the first time since her parents' death in the pirate attack. Is my sister really in danger? Belle asked while resting in Lucia's arms. How painful is a magic power bite? Unbearable pain. It feels just like thousands of knives stabbing you from the inside of your body. Nightingale grinned. Only a few witches can survive this. There are probably only 1 or 2 out of 10 witches who can survive their day of adulthood. The little girl shivered. You don't scare her. Wendy stared at Nightingale. That was all the way back to the time of Witch Cooperation Association. All you need to do now is to keep on practicing every day and release all your magic power before the day of awakening. Then you'll be fine, Scroll said, smiling. I heard that even Anna was asleep when she was growing into her adulthood, and her first high awakening appeared at the same time. Agatha yawned. It'd definitely cause a stir if it happened 400 years ago back in Taquilla, as there's never any witch who could come to enlightenment in their sleep. Are you all right? His Highness looked at her and asked. Even though work's important, you should not push yourself too hard. The battle of divine will is approaching, if I'm not busy with it now. Agatha said with her hands covering her mouth. It would not be an issue to sleep forever if we fail this time. We won't fail for sure this time, Prince Roland assured. I decided to do a little bit more as I was feeling optimistic about your invention. Ice Witch rolled her eyes at him. Otherwise, do you really think that I like to stay in the lab every day? With these words, she turned around and muttered to herself softly. I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, even if you don't fulfill your promise. Well, you shouldn't discuss such a heavy story at this time. Wendy interrupted and said, "Oh yeah, didn't Miss Agatha mention before that each of the witches shall be granted a wish on the day of awakening? It's Lucia's turn this time. What would you like to wish for?" "Ah, me." Lucia was shocked to find that she was the center of attention in the knot of witches. "Get the ice cream bread in exchange." "Sister," Belle said with her eyes sparkling, 10 of them will do, and we'll have a half each." "This one? All you can think of is food," she thought, and gave her sister a good knock on her forehead. Then she looked towards Roland. "May I keep this wish for now?" "If you wish." He could not help but smile and say, "However, it would not increase even if you keep it." "Only one will do," Lucia answered with gratitude. She had nothing more to ask for herself as long as she could live in this town. All she could hope for was for Belle to live a happy life. Her younger sister was not a witch, so she would have to leave her and build her own family with someone someday. This wish might be able to help her if there were any changes by then. It was then that Lucia felt her empty body tremble suddenly, and the magic power was regenerated as if it was appearing in the void and pouring into her body continuously. "It started," Nightingale reminded. Even though the sisters told her not to worry, she grasped the blanket tightly as a chill washed over her palms and the soles of her feet. This she ascribed to an overwhelming sensation of tension. "Relax," Wendy said, reaching for her hands. "The magic power is part of our body. Should we talk about something else to distract her?" Lucia heard someone, perhaps Lily, ask, "What should we talk about?" Mystery Moon asked. "What about the result of the second test?" Lily's voice seemed to come from far away. Normally, once the topic's brought up, she immediately changes the subject and diverts attention, like what about Mystery Moon's results? "Don't say." "Look, it works." Lucia wanted to laugh, but she realized that the expression on her face was very stiff and it was scorching hot inside her body. At the same time, there was an undefinable sense of contraction and increasingly more magic power, as if she was sucking everything around her into her body. Will every witch experience this feeling in her day of adulthood? What was Lucia's result? She could only hear Mystery Moon intermittently. "Her average was 86. Prince Roland replied, "What? That's very high. You see, she didn't even try to stop us." "You failed, so it's time for punishment. Go away, hold on, stop fighting. Lucia doesn't seem to look right." She could hear the conversation between Mystery Moon, Lily, and finally Nightingale's voice, but she realized the voices of the witches had become distant to her. Lucia was clenching her teeth, and she held her head up to look at the sisters around her. She was shocked to see the completely changed scene. Everyone's appearance became hazy and pixelated like a composition of innumerable squares, some big, some small, and each of them had a different color. She wanted to scream in terror, but all she could hear was the hissing sound in her breath. The contraction in her body was getting stronger, and it started to cause a vague but growing sense of pain. Lucia could only hold her breath and see people around her starting to get busy. It was exactly like Nightingale said. The pain in the day of adulthood was far beyond the pain of the awakening. The more persistent she was, the stronger the pain became. It felt as if she was being cut into pieces. Suddenly, a strange magic power probed her body. Lucia could clearly feel the magic power did not belong to herself. It was just like a tube ridden in the magic whirlpool. She could not bear it any longer, subconsciously yielding to the overwhelming power and allowing the current to carry her. As if she had finally found her savior, Lucia kept injecting the magic power into it to suppress the pain in her body. The strange contraction eased after a period of time. The magic power no longer twirled around, but it felt substantial and solid. It was a completely different experience. She blinked and was relieved to find that her vision had fully returned. Looking at a fearful Belle, Lucia patted her head and reassured her in a hoarse voice. "It's all right now." This was when she realized that she was soaked in sweat. She could feel the chill on her back when the cold wind blew. Wait, how could there be any wind in a room with the heater on? When she turned her head, She was shocked to see the huge gaps in the wall facing the garden and the two missing windows that allowed the cold air to swarm in. She could see the dark night and the tiny little lights of the small town through the gap. Standing in front of the wall was Anna, looking at her with concern. The sigil of God's will in her hand glimmered. Her ability has crystallized, Nightingale said. Chapter 427, The Aftermath. Roland walked into the office yawning as the sky turned bright. He had not expected so many accidents on the day of adulthood. It was supposed to be an easy day. The magic in Lucia's body became extremely turbulent. Nightingale realized something was wrong with her expression. It was exactly the sign of the magic power bite. It was incredible that this was happening to a witch who practiced frequently, especially since she had released all her magic power prior to her day of adulthood. Agatha came out with a solution. As an ex-member of the Union, she had witnessed countless witches awaken. She quickly thought of a remedy. Ice Witch made Spear Passy summon the magic power channel and release the bite from Lucia's body. Then it was transferred to Anna, who had the greatest capacity. Finally, the restless magic power was absorbed by the sigil of God's will. Surprisingly, the released magic power had lit up 4 God stones and activated the sigil of God's will. Anna released it into the open space without further hesitation. Suddenly, the town was brightened by the golden sun. The dazzling light shone through the castle wall and pierced through the dark, starless sky. The thick clouds could be seen in the dark sky, and there were thousands of tassels flowing in the sky. It was incredibly beautiful. Although it only lasted for a few moments, the scene was undoubtedly miraculous. Lucia was finally safe, and she had developed a new ability during this adulthood transformation, just like Anna had a year ago. However, it was not without trouble. The accident had happened around 8 o'clock at night, when most people were still awake. Quite a number of people must have witnessed this spectacular event. Roland would have to come up with an explanation to the public when he returned to his room. "Your Highness, Director Barov asked to see you," the door guard informed after knocking on the door. "Let him in." Barov, with a head full of white hair, walked into the office. Before he paying his respect, he blatantly asked, "Your Highness, what happened last night? How come there was daylight appearing in the night?" He was indeed here about the light. Roland took a glance at his face and saw dark circles. He probably had not slept either. If outsiders were not strictly prohibited from entering the castle at night, he would have come to the door last night. "No hurry, have a seat." Roland pointed at the chair in front of the table and said, "Have a cup of black tea first." Roland mentioned the incident of Lucia's adulthood after pouring a glass of hot tea. "It was just an accident, don't worry too much." "So, this was caused by a witch," the city hall director frowned. "Don't be silly, it was not the demonic side." Roland quickly guessed the other party's thought. No one was hurt aside from the missing wall of this old, broken castle. "But the villagers will think this." Barov shook his head. "Most of them accepted the harmless healing power of Miss Nana, but not the ability to destroy the castle like this, causing astonishing changes in the sky. That's why I came up with a solution," said Roland while sipping his tea. "You'll arrange for your men to spread this news. The golden light that appeared last night was from when His Highness captured lightning, in order to bring light to his people." "What?" Barov was stunned. "I'll soon be building the power supply equipment in Border Town. It has a similar essence to the lightning in the sky." Prince Roland explained briefly. He knew he was speaking technically and the other party could hardly understand. "This equipment can light up the town brightly even during the night. It coincides with the news." Is that true?" the director asked in surprise. "Can you really make lightning?" "It's everywhere by itself," Roland shrugged and said. "However, please remember that it's just hearsay, so it shall be spread according to the art of rumor. Do you understand? In order to prevent any impact on the universal education in the future, these statements should not be too democratic. It would be fine as long as an ambiguous explanation could temporarily be given to the public to redirect the discussion towards himself." Not too long after Barov left, Karl van Bate, the Minister of Construction, came to the castle. "Your Highness, regarding last night, I know what you want to ask." Roland put his hand on his forehead. "Sit down first, and we'll talk." He sighed silently to himself. Perhaps he would have to explain this incident for the entire day. Fortunately, Karl was not a deep thinker like Barov, and he simply sighed after listening and said, "It turns out Anna has already become so strong." It was indeed a decisive disposition at the time. Roland agreed. If there was any further delay, I'm afraid it would have been not only the wall that disappeared, but the whole bedroom instead. The gap in the wall, just fill it in with bricks. You can go ahead to arrange an exact plan as long as it's done before the nightfall. I'll get Lightning and Hummingbird to help you with this." Prince Roland said. The appearance of the castle would need to be restored after mending the wall. He would get Soria to paint a simulation coating on it. "Yes, Your Highness." As expected, Carter Lannes, the chief knight, Iron Axe, the instructor of the First Army, and Kyle Sitch, the alchemist, were taking turns to ask about yesterday's incident, and each of them had a different concern. Carter was concerned about whether she was hurt. Iron Axe was concerned that the light had been caused by the demon's attack. However, what concerned Kyle was, which was more powerful, the sigil of God's will or the nitric acid glycerine? The men were finally dismissed after a series of non-stop talking and explanations by Roland. He leaned back in his chair, getting ready to take a nap, but someone was knocking on the door again. The last to enter was Tilly Wimbledon. "No worries, yesterday was. I already know about it," Lady Tilly interrupted. "I asked Miss Anna before I came here, and she told me what happened." "Oh, I see." Roland cleared his throat and sat up straight. "Anything else?" "I'm just a little concerned with the cause," Tilly said slowly. "According to Miss Agatha, be it awakening or adulthood, as long as a certain amount of practice is carried out normally, it shouldn't cause any sign of magic power bite. It's basically in line with what we've learned from past experience. It's never happened to any of the witches on the sleeping island, so how could Lucia be the one who fell into the bite of the magic power?" She paused here for a little, shook her head, and said with a smile, "As for the high awakening, I'm not surprised. I've seen a few of them each day since I arrived in Border Town." A few of them each day, that's an extreme exaggeration, Roland thought. He poured her a cup of tea. Contemplating for a moment, he said, "I do have a preliminary guess regarding Lucia's misfortune." He pulled out a transcript from the drawer and handed it to Tilly. "This is probably the reason. Chapter 428, An Exploration of Magic Power. Grades." Tilly took the transcript, glanced at it doubtfully, and said, "She did improve a lot." "Yes," Roland nodded. As a businessman's daughter in Valencia, Lucia White already had basic writing and arithmetic skills, and she also performed well in the natural theory course. That's why her grades are so good. "I'm not questioning your theory that a better understanding and cognition of the world can help develop abilities," replied Tilly, twitching her mouth. "But what does it have to do with the bite of magic power?" "Judging from the evolution of Lily, Leaf, and Mystery Moon, as well as other witches, we can tell that evolution also increases witches' magic power limits. I think such limits have a lot to do with how well witches perceive the world." Combining what Agatha referred to as ancient high awakening and the evolution of the town witches' abilities, Roland explained his theory in details. They're essentially the same thing. However, witches who evolved by partial or random enlightenment are far less powerful than those who evolved by a full, comprehensive understanding of the world. Mystery Moon is a typical example. Although she's a member of the Witch Union, her evolution was achieved through enlightenment, so her magic power isn't in the same league as Anna's and Soria's. Tilly soon learned what Roland meant after a moment of reflection. "You mean the reason Miss Lucia's magic power was low, both on normal days and her day of awakening, is that her body has adjusted to a certain level of magic power." Yet her ability evolved when she entered adulthood, which resulted in an instant surge in her magic power. And so much power was far more than she could take, right? Pretty much like that, but I prefer to think there are two different types of power increases. Roland continued, counting on his fingers. Magic power increases on the day of awakening, on the day of adulthood, and during evolution. The effects seem the same, but I believe the first two are passive, while the last is voluntary. Why do you think so? Because evolution won't cause magic power bites, the prince replied slowly. If this wasn't the case, Anna would have been killed by the surge of magic power during her evolution. I assume there's a magic power red line for witches. Once they go beyond it, they'll suffer from bites. Daily practice can gradually increase their limits, and that's also why witches need to empty all their magic power before awakening. Red line? It sounds interesting, Tilly murmured, sinking into her thoughts. Do you think the outpouring of magic power that was generated by Miss Lucia's evolution resulted in insufficient space for magic power on the day of awakening, which led her to exceed the power limit and thus cause the accident? Correct. Like Lucia, Anna experienced her first evolution when she reached adulthood, but her magic power capacity was incredible, so she had a much higher limit for bites than ordinary witches. Roland paused for a moment. This also explains why Lucia went back to normal after Spear extracted the agitated magic power. That power didn't belong to her anyway. Your theory does clarify a lot of problems. Tilly pushed her hair behind her ear and propped up her chin on her hand, apparently absorbed in thoughts. Why witches present different forms of magic power despite their power sharing the same origin? Why free magic power can only be seen upon witches' awakenings? Because witches can't integrate it unless they accept it. Roland said with a smile, we can view awakening as drawing magic power in, but only a small part of it can be retained. Evolution expands and develops this small part, and the greater cognitive breadth a witch possesses, the better strengthening effects she'll obtain. It's also reasonable to assume that there's no limit on the number of times a witch can evolve, since the exploration of the world is endless. I'm suddenly curious. What? If you were a witch, how extensive would your power be after evolution? Asked Tilly, covering her smile. Roland nearly choked himself. Although he really wanted to personally experience these extraordinary powers, he would rather turn them down knowing the sacrifices he had to make. Can I bring a copy of the textbooks you wrote back to Sleeping Island? Tilly asked, while raising her eyebrow. She sounded pretty casual, but Roland noticed her right hand gently grasping her skirt's hemline. Absolutely. He would not miss a single chance to leave his sister a good impression, and generally speaking, it was better to respond as quickly as possible. It'll also be helpful to Border Town if the witches on Sleeping Island evolve. Besides, you're my sister. Nightingale immediately pinched his left shoulder with immense strength. Tilly did not respond back, but simply showed her gratitude with a slight nod. Thank you. I'll be excused then. Sure. It looks like my performance was overdone. She probably won't be interested in this kind of approach before hearing a convincing explanation. Yet to Roland's surprise, Tilly stopped at the door, turned her head and answered quietly, Sometimes, I'd rather hope that you aren't my brother. After Tilly's departure, Roland sat at his desk in a daze, with her last sentence reverberating all around his head. Would rather hope I'm not her brother. What does that mean? Hey, are you okay? Nightingale revealed herself, waving her finger in front of the prince. What do you think her last sentence meant? How do I know? Nightingale commented with a shrug. Perhaps she thinks you're better as an ally than a sibling. Roland would certainly not assume anything inappropriate, since he had already known this royal princess pretty well after cooperating with her for half a winter. Could she mean that she doesn't want Prince Roland to come back? Or was it just the backlash of his lame approach? You aren't her brother anyway. Why do you even care? Nightingale turned over to sit on the desk, crossing her slender legs. She thrust a piece of dried fish into her mouth and added, "Plus, I could tell you were lying without even using my ability when you said you're my sister." Is that so?" Roland stroked his nose. "So the answer is the latter, then. Also, since Tilly isn't your real sister, is it all right to give her that natural something theory?" "That's natural science theoretical foundation," the prince corrected her with a sigh. "There are several months of winter. Don't you think she can produce a copy? I bet she already knows everything by heart, but she still requested my formal permission. This definitely says something about her attitude. At least from the standpoint of political alliance, there's no question in Tilly's sincerity." He waited for a moment before continuing. "The residents on Sleeping Island are primarily witches. Even if all of them have evolved, they still rely on witches' power. However, I'm different. The knowledge not only enables witches to progress, but ordinary people as well. It's the power of all the people that I'm relying on." Chapter 429, Element Separation. Accompanied by howling wind and raging snow, Lucia entered the backyard of North Slope Mountain and closed the door, shutting the chill out of the room. A circle of wooden sheds was pitched in the yard after winter kicked in. Although the lighting was somewhat affected, the houses here would at least not be buried in piles of snow. There was a bonfire in the yard, and Lucia could even feel the heat of its flickering flames by the door. She took off her gloves and put her freezing hands above the blazes to warm herself up. "Are you cold?" Anna, who stood at the workstation, turned her head and beckoned. "Come here, I'll warm you up." "Ah, thank you." Lucia trotted to her, soon bathed in warm green flames that gave her a languid and relaxing sensation from head to toe. She felt like she was soaking in the bathtub of the castle. Such a convenient ability, Lucia thought enviously. She's never afraid of the bitter cold. "Are you warm now?" "Yes," she affirmed, nodding vigorously. "What are you making?" "Some parts for new guns." Anna grabbed a long, slim steel tube with a piston in the middle and pulled it back and forth. "His Highness says he's not sure if it'll work with the first shot, so it needs to be tested repeatedly." These parts, bright and shiny from the outside, were apparently made from the best rolled steel and were carefully carved by the Blackfire. Before coming to the town, Lucia would have never thought that the surface of iron objects could be as smooth as glass. Like artwork, she had also made a contribution to their creation. Lucia could not suppress a smile at this thought. Both Roland and Anna had said that without high-quality materials, the finished products would still be damaged goods, even with precise and refined processing methods. "His Highness didn't come with you?" asked Anna, who withdrew her green fire. "He said that he still needed to take care of something and would come a little later. He asked me to first get familiar with my new ability," Lucia answered, twitching her mouth. "What does your ability look like after the evolution?" Anna inquired with great interest. "There's probably no one in the Witch Union who created a bigger stir than you did upon entering adulthood." Lucia scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. "I probably couldn't have made it without you and Milord's spear. You already thanked me. No need to worry about it." Anna dismissed it with a wave. "Let's see your new ability." Lucia agreed. She summoned the magic power in her body and again sensed the same odd feeling enveloping her heart. Everything became strange and obscure, dividing into numerous tiny squares that grouped together by color, forming different color speckles. However, this time she did not suffer any pain from magic power bites, so she could calm herself down and carefully observe each single square. She took one of the parts processed by Anna. There were lumps and bumps on its surface, which had been smooth and shiny earlier. With the help of the magic power, she could clearly see the color speckles on it. There were around 7 or 8 color blocks, the largest of which was cyan. As if an artist carelessly spilled various pigments on the floor, there were no patterns whatsoever in their arrangement. The only difference, however, was that each color speckle had visible boundaries that prevented them from mixing with each other. It occurred to Lucia that these were not the tiny particles His Highness had referred to. These squares and color speckles were just too big to be considered as the fundamental elements of everything. There's a larger classification than the particle, which is the element. Small particles form larger ones in accordance with different patterns and rules, and these larger particles will exhibit entirely different properties due to their various structures. Lucia used to have no idea about her own ability or its specific functions back in Valencia, but now she thoroughly understood the concept of elements. According to His Highness' description and classification, she believed it was elements that she had just observed. After hearing what Lucia saw and thought, Anna pondered for a while and said, "It may be a type of derivative skill." "Derivative? Skill? That's a rare talent," Anna explained, smiling. "There are only a few adult witches in the Witch Union who possess such a talent, according to Agatha. It only occurs on the day of adulthood. Once you miss it forever. I believe it has a lot to do with the witch's primary ability, or we can say, it supplements and strengthens the primary power. For example, Soria needs to first mix pigments into paint if she doesn't have the magic brush. The same applies to Miss Scroll's Book of Magic. She once told me that, although she could quickly memorize most of the books prior to adulthood, she couldn't share the contents with others because she didn't have any money to purchase pens and paper. Anna paused for a moment before continuing. "Your main ability is separation and restoration, so I reckon these color speckles may be assisting you in accurately separating a specific type of element. You can give it a shot to see whether you can separate a particular color block or not." Lucia nodded. She started to once again apply her power to the pig iron ingot by the workstation. Unlike the separation earlier, this time she cautiously transformed her magic power into a filament to pull the cyan squares. The whole process was much harder than she expected. Lucia had never manipulated her magic power in such a laborious manner, but she was delighted to see her progress. Compared with her confusion prior to adulthood, she was now able to truly feel the magic power, as if it had become her own fingers, even an extension of her consciousness. As more filaments clung to the color speckle, the squares finally started to loosen up and wriggle out of the iron ingot. Meanwhile, the rest of the color speckles also changed. Their distinct boundaries began to wobble, and the whole iron ingot collapsed and crumbled into a yellow-green crystal as small as half of a nail, next to which appeared a box-like iron block. Lucia withdrew her power and wiped the perspiration from her forehead. She noticed the crystal and the block displayed different colors under the magic power than with normal vision. The previous cyan speckle had turned silver-white, which was a color usually seen among pure iron. Nevertheless, the crystal still remained colorful, but if she did not look at it using her magic power, it just looked like a polished gemstone. "What's this?" Lucia gently took the tiny crystal. Its size was not even close to that of the iron ingot, but it looked much more beautiful. "It's probably a compound formed by the other elements in the pig iron," Anna suggested, her eyes glistening. "I'm not sure, but I can do a small experiment to verify it. If I've guessed right, do you know what that means?" "It means that you can separate some elements from an object and reorganize the rest of the elements, instead of breaking them up. Any useless, poor-quality materials can be reborn with the help of your power." Chapter 430, The Star of Steel. It was the last month of winter in Border Town after Lucia's day of adulthood. As for the months of demons, the end of winter did not mean the end of the snow. The snow would often continue to fall until the spring of the second year, and it was totally in God's hands as to when it would cease. Based on past experiences, the months of demons would end within the first half of the first month of spring, and it would be a very difficult period. It would be an extremely tough time if it ended within the second half of the first month. The days could become hard to survive if it delayed until the second month. However, it was a situation that only the local people ever encountered. The situation this year had been greatly improved. The wheat being stored in the granary would be enough to make sure everyone was adequately fed, even if the months of demons continued to the end of the second month of spring. Roland, naturally, would not be satisfied merely by no one being starved or frozen to death. Over the last few days, he had been sprawling across his desk, excitedly working on many drawings and the ideas for the next stage of his big plan. The entire plan was divided into both military and civilian aspects. The former included the construction of the weapon factory, the bicycle plant, and the dock, as well as the shallow water gunboats and other locations. The latter mainly involved the connections for the water, heat, and electricity of the residential area, in addition to the promotion of the universal use of the iron farming tools. It was Lucia White who motivated him. After he realized what her ability was, Roland clearly recognized that the final limitation of the mass production was resolved, and the productivity of the town could usher into a new peak of the growth in the population. The limitation was the supply of materials. The modern way of smelting was very complicated, and the output of steel iron was one of the most important parameters to measure an industrial country. However, Roland did not know much about it, and this was the main reason that the iron-making capacity of the town was still outdated. Not only were the techniques not as advanced, the scale was not nearly comparable with the private smeltery, owned by some mining businessmen. When the iron ore in the brick blast furnace was smelt into pig iron, quality pieces would be sent away to become parts of steam engines, while the poorer quality ones would be passed to Anna for further processing into steel. However, this process was totally out of control, and the carbon content was not stable. Sometimes, the useful materials could only fill up 1 to 2 carriages after an entire workday, which greatly limited the production of the steam engine manufacturing plant. Although the low-quality pig iron could be processed into the quality-controlled rolled steel with Anna's special smelter, the production quantity was only enough for military plant use. It would basically meet the need of the small town in the fall, but with the 2 expansions of the army and the development of new firearms and cannons, the limited quantity of rolled steel could potentially be overstretched come winter. Lucia's evolution could be described as a cardiac stimulant. Her targeted separation ability would allow easy removal of undesirable components in the material and regulate the element's proportions in the smelting phase, allowing each furnace of molten steel to be maintained at the same performance. The smelting standard of Border Town would instantly increase exponentially with the help of both Anna and Lucia. Roland had already got Anna to put down all the other projects on hand in order to concentrate on the creation of the enormous, latest generation smelter for this reason. The new smelter was 10 times bigger in size compared with the old special smelter designed by her previously, extending to 50 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 4 meters in height. It looked like a slender swimming pool at the first glance. It was essentially similar to the last generation's special furnace. It was still a metal box without any heating equipment and fully independent on Anna's Blackfire. However, it was buried in the ground, relying on the soil to support the pressure of the molten iron on the walls. There was also an aisle built in the center for Anna to heat up the iron ingots on both sides at the same time. The huge volume was its only advantage. Based on the previous smelting method, it would contain too much of product for only the limestones used for removal purposes. It also required a lot of effort to clean the impurities generated and would be very painstaking to reinforce and stir them. Thus, it should not be mass-produced or used with the old method. However, there was no such concern now. As long as the pig iron was melted, Lucia could eliminate the harmful components, such as phosphorus and sulfur. Roland intended to build a batch of kilns along with the old blast and shaft furnaces. He was only responsible for the initial smelting, and he did not care about the quality of the finished product, as long as the ore could be melted into the rectangular iron ingots, all of which were then put into the new smelter for secondary refining. The molten steel formed would flow through the strobe into the mold at the lower terrain and directly form the materials to be processed. After that, the steam engine plant would be converted into rolled steel production, and it would bring a powerful new source of motivation to the town. Roland was going to name the latest smelter Star of Steel. As soon as Anna completed the manufacturing, the steel production of the town would be more than 10 times higher, with the Star of Steel officially in use. It could be said that the latest large-scale production plan was built on this basis. Furthermore, the development of the state-of-the-art lightweight weapon had come to a conclusion. Roland discovered that his initial idea was not appropriate. He had designed a few prototype weapons himself, based on the principle of the latest pneumatic automatic rifle, which simply used some of the high-pressure gas generated, while the bullet was fired to finish the process of ejecting, chambering, and refilling. This project took about half a month. It was not difficult, but it needed to test each of the components repeatedly to make sure it operated normally. He did not bother to memorize the specific structure of the rifle. As long as he knew the operation of the weapon, he thought he would definitely be able to piece together a useful weapon after a few tries. That was exactly where the problem lay. The completed prototype machine was not only humongous, it also consisted of almost 100 different components, which were all custom-made by Anna. These included small little gadgets like springs, the firing pins, and the induction pistons. It was really hard to mass-produce such a weapon with the current machine tool. If all the revolving rifles in the soldiers' hands were to be replaced by automatic weapons, it would not only increase Anna's burden, but the current firearms processing equipment units that had been put into production would be wasted as well. Additionally, the ammunition consumption was undoubtedly going to increase significantly if all the soldiers were equipped with the automatic weapons. Roland did not care too much about this in the beginning, as he felt that it could be resolved by increasing manpower. However, he soon discovered that as soon as the new weapon was put into production, it could easily overtake the entire production of the acid plant. The frequent cartridge jamming during the shooting test, failure to fire, and the other small issues had become less important as he realized that the weapon production was not feasible. He finally dispelled the idea of mass replacement of the automatic weapons after repeated contemplation. However, increasing the firepower of the military had become an urgent need. He began to shift his focus on continuous firing weapons. He was considering the heavy machine gun. A heavy machine gun could be assigned to 20 to 50 people in order to significantly reduce the number of weapons. In this case, both of the most critical problems would be solved easily. It could also be self-loaded with the use of a ventilation method. The structure was similar to the trial manufacture of the prototype weapons. It could be put into the principal test after a few alterations, and it could be built in a bigger size with bigger components. The difficulty to himself, Anna, and Lucia would be greatly reduced. Chapter 431 from the Kingdom of Dawn. Apart from the upgraded heavy machine gun, Roland also planned to develop a bolt rifle, which would have a mid to long shooting range. He did not need many, a mere 100 or so would suffice. The rifle would have the same caliber as the heavy machine gun and could be easily transformed into a sniper rifle by simply installing a gun sight. In this way, he could continue to manufacture revolving firearms and black powder bullets without a huge waste of the products. During a battle, soldiers could use field artilleries to suppress enemy forces within 800 to 1,000 meters, and heavy machines guns 500 to 800 meters. Snipers could take care of enemies in less than 500 meters, and revolving rifles could be used to clear out enemies within the last 200 meters. Therefore, he could, in theory, make sure every inch of the battlefield was covered. Of course, it would probably take 3 or 4 months to fully equip his army with the whole set of weapons he planned to make. He might not be able to complete it before the spring attack. Therefore, he needed another weapon, an inland river gunboat equipped with a culverin with a 152 caliber. One would be enough to pressure on enemies when he launched the attack. Roland felt he held more responsibilities upon his shoulders than before. He thought of the founding ceremony subsequent to the Months of Demons, the unification of the entire Western region, and the new population that would swarm in after he kicked Timothy off the throne. He even wished time could have slowed down its pace, and that the Months of Demons hadn't ended so soon. Upon entering the Western region, the landscape started to change. Otto Luoxi lifted up the blinds and peeped through the window. Heaven and earth were washed out altogether. The sky was covered with dense snowflakes which swirled in the harsh wind, drifted down to the ground, and blended into the vast canvas of whiteness. It seemed that the heavy snow would never cease. He could see nothing other than piles of snow cloaking the soil, rocks and woods in the past 2 days. If the boat was not wobbly, he would even think it remained on the river. "Shut the blinds," the captain grunted. "Go out on the deck if you really want to see it. Nobody will care." He did not take the captain's words personally, but shut the blinds and asked, "Does it always look like this here?" "Of course. Do you think I was bluffing?" The captain sipped wine from his decanter and said, "Every year when the Months of the Demons arrives, the Western region is cut off because of the snow. There's no way to get here except through the Redwater River. I can use my fingers to count how many people in the entire King's City are willing to ferry you over here in this bloody weather." "Well, they also gotta have a boat," he grumbled, letting out a burp. "So 5 gold royals is an awfully good deal. You got it." "It's a bit expensive, but I didn't bargain with you when I paid," said Otto. Smiling, "That sounds better." The captain tossed the decanter to him and said, "It's warm, drink some. It'll warm you up." He wiped his mouth and continued, "There was once this tradesman who wanted to purchase goods from the Western region faster than anyone else. But he didn't want to pay a little more for the fare, so he asked the rats on the Black Street to ferry him. You know what? That fellow was killed halfway. Those few mercenaries he brought with him were craps. They all ended up feeding the fishes. That was really unfortunate." Otto took the decanter, but did not pull out the cork to drink the wine. Instead, he took off his gloves and held the decanter in his hands. He really did not feel comfortable sharing drinks with others. You get what you pay for. It's a universal rule. There are always people who think they can get away with it. Did it never occur to him that if rats agree to provide him with the service at such a low price, how are we going to run our business? The captain added, twitching his mouth. "By the way, what's your trade in the Western region? Don't you blame me for not reminding you. There used to be jewelry and furs in this damn place, but you can't get anything from here now." "Really?" Otto marveled, pretending to be interested. "As far as I know, don't they make a living on these trades? Have people in the Western region all become bandits now? They're stale news now." The captain lit his pipe with the charcoal fire and inhaled deeply. "Ever since Prince Roland ruled Border Town, the Western region has become weird. You know, the town is well known for its furs and jewelry, but nobody knows what the hell the prince is messing around with in his territory. Now there are only imports, but no exports. Some jewelry still gets sold in the Longsong stronghold, but the noble has their specific ways to get a hold of it. You can't butt in." "Only imports, but no exports?" he echoed, stunned. "Yes, although you can't purchase local products. Sales are pretty good. You can pretty much sell out everything from food and garments all the way to fabrics and general goods. No one knows where Prince Roland got so many gold royals from." The captain breathed out some smoke and concluded, "So you're very likely to return empty-handed this time." Otto put on a worried look without giving any response. In fact, he did not really care whether this would be a fruitless journey, as his sole purpose was to meet the lord of Border Town. However, due to the hostile relationship between Roland and Timothy, he had to be disguised as a tradesman and come to the border in secret. Before taking off, he had already conducted a thorough investigation of his destination. As its name suggested, Border Town was insignificant to neighbors. It was initially built for the purpose of monitoring the intrusion of demonic beasts, and was later transformed into a town for permanent residents. From the prince's widespread notoriety and the wasteland he was entitled, it was widely believed that Prince Roland was the least favorite of the king and had been abandoned to his fate on the border. However, the truth was, not only did he settle down in the western region, but he had also become a big threat to the new king. This was what confused Otto the most. If Prince Roland was indeed a capable man, what was his infamy based on, and how had he put himself in such a desperate position in the first place? According to his information, the rise of Roland Wimbledon was just incredible. As a matter of fact, it was more like the prince had been banished to Border Town a year ago, accompanied by no ministers or guards. Even the knights with him were dispatched by the king. It was almost impossible for him to force the local noble to submit to his rules with such inadequate resources, not to mention the implementation of his policies. Therefore, a lot of people treated his arrival as a joke. Nevertheless, Prince Roland defeated Duke Ryan and conquered the Longsong stronghold, becoming the true ruler of the western region in merely 6 months. There were various rumors about the battle among the mass. Some believed the Duke was killed during an internal rebellion, while others thought he'd been thrown from horseback, which was why the knightage failed to compete against a group of minors. Roland thus secured his position as ruler of the western region. The wars induced by the royal decree on the selection of crown prince had become increasingly intense. With Prince Gerald and Princess Garcia being killed in succession and Princess Tilly missing, cities in the Southern Territory and the Eastern region were devastated by the constant chaos. Only the Western region remained tranquil and peaceful. This was certainly not due to the benevolence of the new king, but that the armies sent by Timothy had never come back. Otto was very curious about what on earth Roland had done to foster such fierce soldiers. "Captain, Border Town is right at the front." The sailor pushed the cabin door open and reported, "We're almost there." "Ah, finally!" The captain tapped the pipe and yelled, "Lower the sail, raise the flag, and tell the dockmen that we're here. I'm going to a tavern to have a good sip." He looked at Otto and reminded him, "Hey, don't you forget your luggage. See you in a week. I'm not waiting for you if you run late." Otto shrugged his shoulders, showing no objections. Out of all the rumors about Prince Roland, the one he cared about most was that the prince had given himself up to demons and was hiring witches in secret. This was believed to be the real reason he was able to quickly crush the Duke and occupy the whole western region, the evidence of which was the burned church in the stronghold, the murder of the priest, and the expulsion of believers. He came here actually because of this rumor. Otto did not care about whether the prince was trading with demons or hiring witches, as long as the prince was on the opposite side of the church. In this regard, Roland was more beneficial to the kingdom of Dawn than Timothy. The cabin suddenly shook violently when the boat was ashore. Chapter 432, An Encounter. Since his trip was kept confidential, obviously there would be nobody greeting him. Therefore, Otto did not plan to go straight to the castle, but to first spend 1 or 2 days looking at the prince's territory before turning to local rats for information, as a picture was worth 1,000 words. He walked out of the cabin and onto the trestle, and was immediately astonished at what he saw. This is really a borderland wharf. The dock areas were built with russet-colored bricks within several hundred paces from the river bank. Trestles were built at certain intervals, with a sign where the trestle and the dock connected, on which there was a number. Otto counted them roughly. There were 26 in total, all of which were neatly displayed like tentacles extending from the bank. Some were covered with snow, while others revealed the tawny planks beneath. This indicated the town's wharf was well taken care of even during the months of the demons. In comparison, the trestles at the dock of King's City were less than half the ones here in terms of both length and number. However, what stunned him more was the boats at the wharf. A line of colossal gray boats he had never seen were at berth not far away. There were 7 or 8 in total, each of which had a shallow waterline with no sail or mast. Nonetheless, they were definitely too big to be operated by poles. One unique feature of these strange boats was the giant wooden tire on either side and the bulky iron pipe in the middle. They looked different from any inland river boats. Otto stood there and watched them for quite a while. He was still trying to figure out how these weird tire boats were operated when it began to snow. He brushed the snow off his head, put these thoughts behind him, and decided to follow the crew to the town. Apparently, Otto was not the only passenger on the downwind from King's City. He watched the crew unloading cargo and piling it up at the wharf. Several guards wearing black uniforms were jotting something down on the paper. They seemed to be examining the goods, as they picked out a couple of bags every now and then. Who are those people, the mercenaries hired by buyers? Otto went to ask the captain. Mercenaries, the captain beamed. Those guys are patrollers in Border Town. Patrollers? He was puzzled. Weren't they the same as bandits? He remembered the first time he left King's City, the patrollers there blackmailed him for 2 silver royals, which he later learned was actually a common practice everywhere. These patrollers were sort of the rivals of underground rats, but they basically did the same thing. The difference was they charged more and often charged for nothing. However, to Otto's surprise, the captain seemed pretty relaxed, still smoking his pipe leisurely without any intention to stop them, nor did he thrust them silver royals or ask the patrollers to leave. I thought the same thing when I came here for the first time. The captain explained, seeming to have read his mind. The patrollers here are different. As long as you follow their rules, you don't need to pay anything before entering the market. Patrollers' rules? Otto doubted, frowning. Even the bandits here talk about rules, and they also note things down. They probably write nothing but wriggly symbols, but this is already more than enough to blow my mind. What are they recording? He questioned. The types and numbers of goods, especially wheat. The captain answered, throwing up his hands. Goods will be checked after being delivered to the market. This is to prevent you from selling them to others halfway. The food here can only be sold by the Lord. Of course, I don't have wheat in my cargo, so it's going to be fast. All the bags were loaded to the carriages, and everybody departed from the wharf, ready to set out for the market. Otto was suddenly dazzled by the scene. Is this really the most deserted territory in the Kingdom of Greycastle? Looking at the smooth, hard-surfaced road, the handsome houses along the street, and people going to and fro, Otto felt the town was as thriving as City of Glow, the capital of the Kingdom of Dawn. As a noble, he had seen many magnificent buildings. Compared with the Spire of Dawn and the Great Hall of Sun, these 2- or 3-story buildings were definitely not in the same league. Yet there was only one Spire of Dawn, which was surrounded by tumble-down houses, swampy paths, and muddy water. However, he could not find a single house here that looked even slightly worn, as if all the residences had come about at the same time. You look quite surprised, the captain said, laughing. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Everybody was as stunned as you when they first came here. I ought to say Border Town is an amazing place. See the 3-story building over there? It wasn't there when I was here last time. I heard that it used to be a mining base here. That's what I've heard too. But who knows the truth? He commented, picking the nose. You know, a lot of times rumors fly and truth walks. Perhaps there's tons of gold hidden in the North Slope mine, and that was why His Majesty sent his son down here. After all, they're blood-related. Hang on, what's that? Across the square, Otto suddenly caught a glimpse of two big colorful balloons floating in the air. Below hung a banner, which read "Welcome to Border Town" on one side, and "Join now to obtain the citizen welfare" on the other. "The stuff above or below?" the captain replied, pouting. "I don't know much about the floating balls up there, but as to the one below, you can go to the east of the square where the Lord's notices are usually posted. The banner says they're recruiting tourists, tradesmen, and refugees from all over the world." "Even refugees?" Otto asked in dismay. "What's the citizen welfare?" "Allowance for work, food for the first 2 months, and a shelter." "Sounds pretty awesome, eh?" the captain explained airily. "It isn't that easy to get approved. Many of my crews have tried, but none of them passed. The Lord wants someone who's loyal, not a believer of the church, and has no criminal records. But holy cricket, theft is also a crime. All sailors stole at some point in their lives, don't you think? Plus, it looks very bustling here, but in fact, there are also lots of downsides as far as I can tell. Such as barely any entertainment, no casinos or whorehouses, not even a hooker on the street." He coughed out a spit and continued to complain. "Wouldn't you be bored to death living in a place like this?" The marketplace was to the north of the square. Otto decided to first take a look by himself while the captain and his crews were delivering the goods. According to the captain, there were plenty of rare finds in the convenience market on this side and the high-end market on the other. Indeed there were. Otto saw lines of racks filled with various goods. Once he lingered a little longer at a booth, there would be someone coming up to greet him. No matter what the result of the negotiation with Prince Roland would be, Otto knew this town had already drawn his attention. Just then, there was a stir among the multitude. Otto turned around and saw two ladies heading toward this side. One of them was wearing a black gown with a long, dark ponytail. She had fine eyes, a cute nose, and plump lips, but the coldness on her face made her look unapproachable. The other one was completely different, looking soft and gentle. The traits of her every character were elegant and graceful, like a warm spring breeze. Her gorgeous blonde hair reflected a shimmer of golden rays of the dawn. Otto felt all his blood rush to his head at the sight of the blonde lady. He rubbed his eyes over and over again, hands slightly trembling, and was sure it was her. Andrea Quinn. Unable to restrain his excitement, Otto shouted aloud in the crowd. Chapter 433, Unrequited Love. "Enjoy." The maid placed some wine on the table and gave the three people a strange glance. "If you need a refill, just pull the rope near the door." "Got it, you're excused." Otto waved his hand, and the maid bowed and left. When the door closed, the ruckus in the lobby was blocked out, and the room immediately fell silent. Even now, his heart was still racing, and he stared intensely at Andrea, as if he was afraid she would suddenly disappear. "I thought this was a dream. Belinda and Aro both think you're dead, and I never thought I'd see you again." Otto's loud outburst in the market caused Andrea to stare at him. Since she responded to this name, this meant that she wasn't just a lookalike. In fact, she couldn't be anyone else, since Andrea's outstanding beauty and air of elegance were unparalleled among other girls. However, she wasn't as excited to see him as he had expected, and instead, she frowned, walked up to him, and sternly ordered him to follow her as she exited the market. She probably didn't want to cause a scene. Yes, that's right. The nobles shouldn't draw attention to themselves when among commoners. I was being rude. He followed the two people into a private room in a pub and finally got a chance to take a closer look at Andrea. Even after 5 years, she still looked the same as he remembered. If this was a dream, he hoped that it would last a little longer. "This is your ex-lover," the dark-haired girl whistled in awe. "Since you insisted on coming, you should know when to keep your mouth shut," Andrea said with a glare. Even if you stay quiet, no one will think you're mute. I came to protect you, said the other girl with a grin. Besides, you dragged me here to buy Tilly a birthday present, so kicking me out now would be an improper behavior for a noblewoman. That depends on who the behavior is directed to, Andrea scoffed. I don't have to be proper towards you. This is. Otto didn't get a response from Andrea and felt a little awkward, so he turned to the equally stunning dark-haired girl. Your friend? Ashes, she said quickly before Andrea could respond. Who are you and why do you know her? I'm Otto Liuoxi, and I come from the Kingdom of Dawn. He was slightly taken aback by her interrogating tone. This Ashes girl spoke too bluntly and incisively to be an educated noblewoman, so why was Andrea in her company? I've known Andrea since we were children, along with my sister Belinda, Oro Takat, and the eldest son of the King of Dawn, His Highness Apen. We were all extremely close. Sounds like a bunch of rich brats, Ashes shrugged. You said she died? That's because. That's enough, Andrea interrupted. Belinda and Oro are right, the lady of the Quinn family whom you knew is dead. But you're right here, Otto shook his head. What happened? Besides the royal family, the most powerful families in the city of Glow, the capital of the Kingdom of Dawn, were the Takat, Quinn, and Liuoxi families, because their heads were the king's trusted friends and held high positions. This tradition had been passed down since the founding of the Kingdom of Dawn and remained the same for Otto's generation. Andrea was the eldest daughter of the Quinn family and was outstanding in her appearance and background, so she naturally had many suitors, including Otto and Oro. However, no one expected that during a spring outing, Andrea's carriage would go out of control and fall into a canyon, an accident that even startled the king. The three families combined their efforts to search for her, and ages later, they found her battered body at the foot of the mountains. After hearing about this, Otto was depressed for a long time, because while Oro had already begun pursuing Andrea, he had not yet expressed his feelings to her. He never thought he would get the chance to do it, and he would never have expected to see her again in this foreign land. After a long pause, Andrea sighed. It wasn't an accident. What? The carriage accident 5 years ago was all planned by my family, she whispered. Father found out that I was a witch. Otto was startled. A witch? Seems like you did a pretty good job of hiding your powers, Ashes said, covering her mouth, since you were even able to fool your childhood friends. Andrea ignored her. Yes. After Father learned this, he immediately arranged for the accident to be staged. I wasn't even in the carriage, and a driver and maid lost their lives for me. Then, I was sent away from the Kingdom of Dawn and settled secretly in Palisade City of the Kingdom of Greycastle. She paused. He never actually asked for my opinion on the matter and didn't care what I thought because he was only focused on getting rid of me as quickly as possible. So that's what happened. Otto fell silent. The beloved Flower of Glow is actually a witch. If word of this gets out, it'll greatly damage the Quinn family name. However, the staged accident also protected Andrea from harm. As a member of the upper noble, he had heard many tragic stories about the sufferings of witches who fell into the hands of the church. After some hesitation, he shared his thoughts with Andrea, but she interrupted him with a cold chuckle. Protect? As long as Father didn't give me up, what could the church have done? Sent the judgment army straight into the inner city to arrest me. She raised her voice. He was prime minister to the King of Dawn and controlled the outer city's surveillance teams, but he didn't do anything to help me. Nana's father was only a baron, but for the sake of his daughter, he went straight to the Lord's castle and demanded mercy from His Highness Roland, while my father simply banished me from my home. Do you call that protecting me? Otto was at a loss for words, and after a long and awkward silence, he finally said hesitantly, Are you going back? Never, Andrea stood up. I already said that the lady of the Quinn family died 5 years ago, which was exactly what Father wanted. Oro still leaves flowers at your grave every year. He can't forget you. She walked up to the door and whispered, "His love is one-sided, so he'll forget me one day." As Otto watched the two people disappear from view, he lay helplessly on his chair. He was beginning to hate his cowardice. Even at that moment, he still only mentioned Oro instead of expressing his own feelings. "I can't forget you either." He closed his eyes. Chapter 434, The Birthday Gift. Roland learned from Anna that Tilly got her 20th birthday coming. He hadn't thought about such a thing until now. It wasn't because he was careless, but because Prince Roland's memories were like a database that he would only delve into when necessary. However, his memories rarely contained anything related to politics or occultism, and mostly consisted of mischievous wrongdoings and ideas for pranks, so he revisited them less and less. Moreover, Tilly was a sore spot for Prince Roland, so everything related to her had little significance and had been buried away, as if he didn't want to recall them. Tilly's birthday didn't mean her day of awakening, but her actual day of birth, as an extraordinary. She didn't even know the time when she awoke as a witch, and she wouldn't experience the feeling of biting by magic power when the months of demons came around. Therefore, her birthday was her only important milestone. Roland scrolled through his memories and realized that since Tilly was the Queen's youngest child, King Wimbledon III used to throw her a birthday celebration in the inner city every winter when he was still alive, which was a luxury that even his favorite child, Timothy, never received. However, besides this, he usually ignored Tilly and showed no interest in her life. Otherwise, Prince Roland wouldn't have dared to bully his little sister so much. As he continued scrolling back, he found another interesting piece of memory. Tilly's celebration on her 18th birthday was her most extravagant one, even surpassing the rite of passage ceremony that followed. Not only did the 4 border guardians come to the king's city for this celebration, but there were also gifts from the Kingdom of Dawn, the Kingdom of Wolfheart, and the Kingdom of Everwinter, and even the Fjord Islands sent an emissary delegation. Timothy and Garcia were extremely jealous and wanted to teach Tilly a lesson that she wasn't father's favorite child. The only one reason why King Wimbledon III threw her these celebrations was to make up for the loss of his queen and to console the spirit of Tilly's deceased mother. No matter how Roland felt about this theory, they both believed it at the time, so they tried to convince Prince Roland to carry out their plan on his sister. However, after Tilly taught him a lesson 8 years ago, he was too scared to mess with this girl, who seemed meek at first glance, but had the spirit of resistance in the depth of her heart, so he refused. The 2 siblings were forced to act on their own. Prince Roland didn't know how they did it, but Tilly's favorite gift, the bear cubs from the Kingdom of Wolfheart, was somehow poisoned. As he watched his little sister dully cradling the dead bears, Roland realized the prince had actually felt entertained. No wonder he was the scum of the royal family. Besides murder and arson, Prince Roland had done every awful thing under the sun. Either way, this was definitely an awful memory for Tilly Wimbledon. After he finished scrolling through his memories, Roland suddenly came up with an idea for a gift. He took out a sheet of paper and began drawing the picture of his gift. "What's this?" Nightingale peeked him from behind. "A bear?" "Yes, a stuffed bear, the one you can sleep with at night." Roland smiled. Judging from his limited gift-giving experience, he knew that most girls loved cute and furry gifts, and a life-sized stuffed animal was the perfect combination of these 2 features. Of course, a simple stuffed animal was too easy and common. As a prince with a group of witches to assist him, he could do much better. On Tilly's birthday, Roland carried her gift to her room. She was alone when she opened the door and was slightly surprised to see him. "Why do you come over?" "Today is your birthday, so I'll host a celebratory feast in the castle tonight," Roland said with a smile, "but before that, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Tilly said, taken aback. "Is it what you're carrying?" She turned around and said, "Come in." It's a little bit big." but I promise it's very special." The prince mopped the sweat on his forehead and placed the gift on the floor. The noble during this time usually gave small and delicate gifts, such as flowers and rings, so that they could hide them in their robes and take them out as a surprise. Roland carrying a large wrapped paper box was definitely a rare sight, and this thing was much heavier than he imagined. "You've never given me anything before," Tilly said in a mysterious tone. "I gave you a goose feather quill when you were born," Roland corrected it, "but it wasn't anything valuable." "All right, it's a Grey Castle royal tradition," she shrugged. "What about this? Can I open it?" "Of course." Roland smiled as he watched her untie the ribbons, and when the box fell open, he heard her gasp quietly. What's this?" Tilly blinked. "It's a bear," Roland said with a grin. "What kind of bear looks like this?" She circled the stuffed animal curiously and patted it. "It's so soft." Its fur cover was specially made by Soria according to the fur of northern wolf cubs and added a silky, soft touch. As for the design, Roland completely based it off of the future's pandas, as an animal that had survived millenniums by simply acting cute, and had even been used as diplomatic gifts. It was exceptionally cute. "I've never seen this kind of bear. Its color is so strange." "You don't like it?" "No, I mean..." Tilly seemed to be at a loss for words, but her eyes, which were flashing with excitement, revealed her true thoughts. "It's called panda, and it's a widely loved animal." She quickly understood what he meant. "This belongs to your other world," Roland nodded. "And it's not just a stuffed animal you can hold. Try pinching its neck." Tilly did as he advised, and the panda suddenly started to move, wave its legs, and try to climb on top of Tilly. She covered her mouth in shock and backed away, while the stuffed animal continued to move its legs and walk slowly towards her. This was why it was so heavy. Roland had installed connecting rods and gears in its body, with small generators in each leg, and the generator's power came from miniature Dawn-Eye engines. As he lowered the magnetic flux, its shelf life was greatly extended, lasting up to 3 or 4 months without use, or 4/5 of the time if used frequently. Even if Tilly returned to the sleeping island, the panda would still accompany her for a long time. "Pinch its neck again, and it'll stop," Roland smiled. "I hope you'll like this gift." This time, even though Tilly didn't respond, her expression told Roland everything he needed to know. Chapter 435, Arrested. "Why do you want to give me this?" After a while, Tilly put down the Muppet. "Do you remember what happened on your 18th birthday?" Roland asked slowly. She pursed her lips and asked, "You did that?" "No. It was Timothy and Garcia." The prince told the story again. "But I should also take some responsibility. If I had told father, it wouldn't have happened." "And they also would have beaten you up," Tilly said, "so it was reasonable for you not to tell. This sort of thing will never happen again. I thought that the extra space in your head was used to store knowledge." She didn't respond and changed the topic. "Now it seems that's not the case. Besides this panda, is there anything else new?" When he heard her get tongue-tied trying to pronounce this strange word, Roland couldn't help but smile. "Of course, countless things. When I get a chance, I'll tell you more." There was no doubt that Tilly was smart. He believed that she would understand him even if he didn't tell the whole story. Sure enough, after pausing for a moment, she stared at Roland with thoughtful eyes. Suddenly, Andrea's voice sounded through the door. "Lady Tilly, I want to give you a gift. You go away. I came first, okay?" Ash's voice immediately followed. "I was the first one." Roland laughed and stood up. Indeed, a lot of unpleasant things had happened before, but the past is the past. No matter what, you and me, or Border Town and Sleeping Island shouldn't be bound by bad memories. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me anytime. I'll be your elder brother forever." He paused for a while and said, "Happy birthday, Tilly." He opened the door. The two witches were immediately stupefied and stared at each other with confusion. The prince smiled and said, "Stop quarreling. I was the first." Otto wandered the streets dejectedly with Andrea's words still lingering in his mind. The lady of the Quinn family died 5 years ago, which was exactly what father wanted. He didn't agree with her, but he couldn't find any excuses to contradict her with. These days, besides observing Border Town, he spent the rest of his time wandering near the market. He hoped to see her again, but was ultimately disappointed. Otto went to the stone bench next to the square, flicked away the snow on top, and sat down slowly. Although thoughts were surging in his heart, he still didn't forget the reason why he came here. Except for the corps and battalions, he had gone through every corner of this village and had a comprehensive understanding of this area. For example, the villagers' lives weren't so affluent at the very beginning and had been no different from those of regular slums. All these changes were due to the Lord, His Highness Roland Wimbledon. He led the people against those blood-curdling demonic beasts and invented various magical machines and tools to improve people's lives. Otto had witnessed the black machines operating in the mine area. Just 2 or 3 iron lumps could easily finish the work of tens of people. Also, it was said that the high tower alongside the Redwater River could send water to each resident's home. There were the quickly built city walls, residential communities, and docks as well. In addition, it seemed that the ditches that were being dug would make the installation of heating equipment easier, and the inhabitants would no longer fear the cold. News like this could be seen on the bulletin board in the center of the square every day. More astonishingly, most of the villagers could understand the official documents on the board. The more he observed, the more astonished he felt. Changes were happening everywhere in Border Town and were totally beyond his imagination. Opening his notebook, Otto intended to take down today's new discoveries, but someone suddenly grabbed the hand holding his pen. Looking up, he saw 2 patrol officers with black uniforms in front of him. "Are you Silver Eye?" That was a false name he used when disguised as a businessman. Otto answered calmly, and when he looked around, he found out that there were also people with black uniforms appearing on the other 2 sides of the square. However, they just stared at him and didn't come closer. "They came here for me." Otto's heart sank. Before, he thought that the patrols here weren't like what he saw elsewhere and behaved appropriately, so he didn't expect to get into trouble. "What's up?" he asked with a cold voice. Faced with these bullying and greedy people, there was no benefit in flattering them. Even if they wanted to blackmail him, he wouldn't let them run their mouths. In the worst case, he would have to use his identity as a nobleman. However, the uniformed officer's answer surprised him. "According to the report we received, we suspect that you are conducting espionage. Now, keep your hands behind you and follow our instructions. If there is any resistance, we can't guarantee your safety." Espionage? What a strange reason. Could it be that they want to find a fall guy? Otto thought silently. "I don't understand what you are saying." He shook off their arms. "I'm from the Luoxi family in the city of Glow, a noble of the Kingdom of Dawn. I'm not a—" As soon as he shook off their hands, his belly was suddenly punched severely, and more than half of his strength disappeared immediately with an acidic taste filling his mouth and his body curling up involuntarily. Then, the 2 men knocked him down into the cold snow, and his hands were tied together with ropes. "A noble? You said you were a businessman several days ago." One of them sneered. "I told you not to resist." The other man gave him another hard kick. "You asked for it." "Several days ago? Does this mean they have targeted me for a while? This is impossible. At least no patrol guards noticed me in the first 2 days. Ahem, I'm indeed a nobleman, and the writ is in my bag." Otto struggled for a while, but the men ignored him. "Save your excuses for His Excellency Carter." 2 men lifted him up. "If you're honest, you may get to survive." After staying in jail for a day, Otto felt hungry and thirsty, and finally saw the one whom people called His Excellency Carter. Before the knight could say a word, he gripped the iron bars and blurted, "I'm really the Otto Luoxi from the city of Glow in the Kingdom of Dawn." entrusted by the King of Dawn. I came to this kingdom of Greycastle for allies to confront the church. I'm not the spy you accused me to be. I want to meet with your lord, His Highness Roland Wimbledon. He had long heard about the shady dealings in jail. Patrols always colluded with rats and imprisoned foreigners to be scapegoats. If they thought that he was an unimportant stranger, he probably wouldn't live to see another day. Carter was shocked. I haven't asked you anything yet. He turned his head. What do you think my answer will be? Then, in a scene that shocked Otto, a girl came out from the shadow, her body covered by a white robe and her face concealed by a hood. However, judging from her figure, she seemed no different from the flower of glow. What he said is true. She shrugged and said, Really? Does this mean he's indeed an envoy from the Kingdom of Dawn? Carter put his hand on his forehead. It seems that we caused some trouble for His Highness. Chapter 436, The Indeterminable Appointment. Finally, Otto met the legendary Prince Roland of the Kingdom of Greycastle. After confirming he was a nobleman of the Kingdom of Dawn, Carter brought him into the castle. Then, as the attendants served him with toiletries, new clothes, and some hot food, Carter frisked him. This might be the most offensive reception that Otto had ever seen. Prince Roland was in a north-facing room on the castle's 3rd floor. The French windows, which occupied half of the wall, first came into sight as the door was opened. The snow-covered landscape brightened up the room, which was particularly warm, despite there being no lit fireplace. The prince was sitting at a mahogany table, reading a black-covered book in his hand, which Otto realized was his own notebook. In addition, the diplomatic documents and the family seal were set on the side. It seemed that the hotel that he was staying in had been searched thoroughly. Although Prince Roland had the same gray hair as Timothy, and there was some resemblance in their features, they gave people an entirely different impression. Both his sitting position and expression seemed to be very casual, which conformed to the rumors that Prince Roland liked to persist in his old ways. Noticing Otto, he closed the book, smiled, and said, Are you the envoy from the Kingdom of Dawn? Have a seat. Otto bowed in accordance with noble etiquette. No matter how awful the prince behaved, he had to do this, after all. Although Prince Roland might not care if he was treated as a joke, he represented the royal dignity of the Kingdom of Dawn. I have read some of your notes, the prince laughed and said. Some were recorded in great detail, so it's not surprising for them to mistake you for a spy. Also, my people didn't know where you were from, and they enthusiastically reported you to me because of my orders. I'd like to apologize to you here. The people reported me? Ott frowned and thought. However, no explanation could excuse rudely offending a noble, not to mention that the offender was just a man without any title of nobility. If it wasn't for his mission, he would definitely ask the prince to bring the man who assaulted him to justice. Otto restrained his innermost negative emotion and said, No, you don't have to. Your Highness, you just do this for the peace of the people. It's just that it may hurt innocent strangers, and I'm afraid most people couldn't provide documents to prove their identities like me. You don't need to worry about that. The collection of evidence by the Judicial Department is irrelevant to the identification documents, and we have all kinds of measures to protect the innocent people. Prince Roland waved his hand and continued, What's the saying? We would never wrong a good man or let a single bad one go. At this, he smiled and said, I heard about your arrest. If you did as they commanded, then you wouldn't have been harmed. The process was a little brutal, but it's also done with reluctance. You know, some of the most vicious people may take out a weapon and fight back at any time. Since the winter, 2 police officers have been injured while making arrests. Police officers, it might refer to those patrols. What's a judicial department? The administration to supervise patrols. Otto wondered and asked, Does this kind of thing happen often? Once or twice a month, said the prince, and it's probably because Timothy is so bored in this endless winter. The prince openly showed his hostility toward the new king. Otto realized that the contradictions between the two sides couldn't be reconciled. Then he hesitated for a while and said, "When I went to the king's city, I heard a rumor. Your Highness, are you really going to overthrow Timothy's authority?" "Did the rumor say that the new king's throne is hung by a thread?" The prince said bluntly. "Timothy shouldn't be the new king. In order to usurp the throne, he murdered his father, blamed it on his elder brother, and expelled Garcia out of the kingdom of Greycastle. The entire southern territory was destroyed in the war, and the people became destitute and homeless. These are all the crimes he had committed. The only way to restore the past prosperity of the kingdom of Greycastle is to overthrow him." Otto held his breath for a second and thought, Roland Wimbledon is more active than Timothy. At least Timothy's fighting resolve isn't so strong. It seems to be a reversal of both status and momentum. He cleared his throat and said, "So, as a friendly neighbor, the Kingdom of Dawn hopes that the Kingdom of Greycastle could soon regain peace. I came here at this time to bring the alliance agreement of Deegan Moya, the King of Dawn." "Oh," said the prince with interest. "Where is it? In order to avoid the message being leaked, I didn't carry the document with me. However, His Majesty has granted me the right to sign the agreement." Otto repeated the alliance agreement again. "If the two countries can help each other, we can effectively hold the church in play and avoid going down the same road as the kingdoms of Everwinter and Wolfheart." "That's it," the response of the prince perplexed Otto. "What does that's it mean?" "I've made myself quite clear," he thought. As he was about to repeat his words, the prince shook his head and said, "The project might not work. The determination of the church to annex the four kingdoms is much stronger than you think, let alone the combative gods' punishment, army, and witches. Your troops stationed along the border might be surrounded and destroyed by the enemy before they've even departed." "God's punishment, army, and witches?" asked Otto in surprise. "It seems that you know nothing about the ambition of the church," said Prince Roland. He took a sip of tea and continued, "I'll tell you all the information we know, and I hope you can bring these messages back to the Kingdom of Dawn so that your king can re-examine the alliance agreement. If we want to defeat the church, we need not only a deterrent, but one big attack." The meeting didn't come to an end until the evening when the prince put his cup down, and the wilderness and forest behind him were all in the dark. A strange light lit up in the room, which was brighter and purer than a candle, but Otto had no mind to notice this. He felt his clothes soaked with cold sweat on his back, his hands inadvertently held into a fist, his palms were creamy, and the words of the prince were echoing in his mind. The extraordinary warriors created by utilizing wild witches, secret combat witches, and pure witches, and the purpose of the church to eliminate the four kingdoms at all costs is to usher in the coming battle of doomsday. The news was just too incredible. However, many details coincided with the information that he had collected, such as the pill of madness, which the church used to weaken the resistance of the kingdom, the carriages transporting female orphans to the holy city, and their attitude towards the defeated nobles. If it was to completely erase the influence of the nobility to achieve a completely united kingdom of the church, all these things would make sense. I can't make a decision," Otto stammered. "These matters are too important. I have to report to His Majesty first." "Of course, this is a matter of life and death for the two countries," the prince calmly said, "and you can't be too careful. But don't forget, our time is running out." Ready to leave, Otto went to the door, hesitantly turned around and said, "Your Highness, I heard that a group of witches was recruited to border town. I wonder if you've heard of the name Andrea." "Ah, she used to be a noblewoman of the Kingdom of Dawn, but unfortunately, she became homeless and came into the kingdom of Greycastle afterward." The prince lifted his eyebrows and asked, "Why do you know her?" "Yes," answered Otto with his heart beating strongly. "Could you allow me to see her?" The prince nodded and said, I can help to arrange it, but whether or not she'll meet, you will be up to her. Isn't Andrea your? He shook his head with a smile and said, the witches are just the citizens who live here, not my servants. I can manipulate their minds. Chapter 437, A Silent Farewell. After Otto Luoxi left the office, Nightingale stood by Roland. What he said isn't completely true, especially the part about his experience before he came to Border Town. No surprise, he must have negotiated with Timothy in King's City before coming to the Western region. Roland smiled. It would be very strange if he came directly to me first. A diplomat always hedges his bets. If I were him, I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket either. You mean, they might not stand on our side. At least, they won't hurry to make a decision. He picked up the kettle to refill his teacup. When the King of Dawn receives this news, how much of it do you think he will believe? Nightingale searched for an answer for quite a while until she finally said, I don't know. Me neither. At these words, Nightingale pinched Roland's shoulder. He was not telling the truth. One thing is obvious, though. The King of Dawn is probably not going to swing to us because of this news. It sounds terrifying, but it's something that will only happen several years from now. Besides, we can't even give him an exact date. The threat of the church, however, is right under his nose. Given that the church may launch the attack in the coming spring, he's most likely to stand by watching battles between Timothy and me until either of us wins. If he's clever enough, he'll probably be on good terms with both of us for future returns. Politicians often handled these kinds of issues this way. They preferred smooth gains to risky investments, especially in the case of wars, which were normally highly profitable. If there had been no threat from demons, Roland would have been happy to join this game, setting a trap for his opponent and then reaping some profits. But he was not in the mood for this diplomatic game now. In the following year, Border Town would have to launch an attack and stabilize the situation. A storm was brewing, and the ones who had a narrow vision and concentrated on immediate interests would have no future. Is it good for us to tell them the news? Nightingale asked in doubt. The Kingdom of Dawn isn't our real enemy. After all, I'm not sure how much the nobles there will believe the story about demons, but they'll definitely spread the word about the church's ambition. It'll weaken the ruling of the church, Roland explained. Without people's support, the church won't be able to use the kingdom's resources that easily. When he broke the news to Otto, he only mentioned the part about demons, but not the part about the witches' empire and the two battles of divine will. The former was even more unbelievable than the existence of demons and might cause unwanted effects. It could be purposely distorted into a witch's scheme because of people's general hostility towards them. The latter might shake people's confidence in fighting against the demons. They had failed twice before. What were their chances of winning this time? Anyhow, he had already hinted that the two kingdoms should fight the demons together. As to the result, it would depend on the reply from the Kingdom of Dawn. 3 days later, Roland met Otto Luoxi again. He could guess the answer from the disappointment in Otto's eyes. Personally, I'm more inclined to the alliance, but the priority now is to send the news to the Kingdom of Dawn as soon as possible instead of talking about the agreement details. Otto bowed and said, So I'm here to bid you farewell. Hope to hear good news from you then, Roland nodded. Besides, Your Highness, Otto hesitated for a moment and said, I would like to ask you a personal favor. What is it? Please take good care of Andrea Quinn for me. Andrea was a witch from Sleeping Island. You should actually ask Tilly Wimbledon to do that, not me. Roland thought with a sigh, but still he gave his promise. At the top of the castle, Andrea stood, facing the howling wind and looking south toward the Redwater River. Aren't you going to the dock? Shavy shivered in coldness, hiding behind her invisible barrier. I hear he's going to leave by boat. As a childhood playmate, you should go to wish him a good trip. I can wish him one here, too, she heaved a sigh. Ashes said he never stops thinking about you. Don't listen to anything she said, Andrea grunted. She even praised that guy in front of Lady Tilly. A filthy mouth will never utter decent language. Is that so? Shavy said, her teeth chattering. Yes, she snorted. She noticed Shavy shivering. If you feel that cold go down now, you can come back to fetch me later. It's okay. I'll wait for you here. Shavy shook her head. If I catch a cold, Miss Lily will cure me and I can take 2 days off. Then I'll have more time to play cards. That sounds reasonable. Andrea gave her a thumbs up and turned her gaze to the Redwater River. Through the falling snow, she could vaguely see some rising sails and something red fluttering at the top of a mast. It was the sailing signal. This was good. Time would dilute all the attention and forgetting would be better for everyone. She thought. Andrea somehow knew Otto's love for her, but she still chose to avoid him. Both he and Aro Takat should marry someone more suited to their status. They were the most famous noble families in the city of Glow. A relationship with either of them was doomed from the start. Besides, she was not willing to return to the land which had abandoned her. Avoiding him was the best choice. Farewell, my friend, Andrea thought. The looming sails soon disappeared on the horizon. After sending off the messenger, Roland threw himself into the construction of Border Town. The tea project, which included a water supply, a power supply, and a heating system, had officially launched. The 3 pipes were embedded in underground tunnels, reaching every residential community. It was easy to adapt each household because every residential house had been designed with reserve openings for the pipes. The key lay in the location of boilers and water towers. In order to save materials and reduce loss during transportation as much as they could, Roland changed the plan. Instead of drawing water from the Redwater River, they would draw from underground springs. Given that Border Town was rich in underground water and it was not deep, it was easy to dig wells. Besides, in this era, there was no need to take water pollution into consideration. With the help of Sylvie, Roland quickly picked out 4 spots as water access points for the town. They could purvey water not only for daily uses, such as drinking and cleansing, but also for the heating system and boilers. Chapter 438, Electricity and Light. Based on the construction plan, Roland set up a workroom with all the equipment to build an efficient tea project system. The complete set of equipment included a steam engine, an electric motor, a power supply unit, a boiler, and 2 water tanks. Together with the water tower outside the room, they formed the workings of the tea project system. The steam engine pumped the water up into the water tower and the water tanks. The former was to provide the residential communities with water for domestic needs. The latter was the water supply for the boiler and the heating system. The first-level water tank was higher. Limestones and washing stones, which were used to soften the water by precipitating magnesium and calcium ions in it, were put inside the tank. The water in it would then flow into the lower second-level tank through a filter screen specially made by Soria, which would stop the floating objects in the water from entering the second-level tank. The boiler's water supply was controlled by an electric motor. When the water level inside the boiler was too low, the ball cock inside would start the electric motor to bring water in until the water level got back to normal. This process was more stable than both the manual control and the steam engine system, saving the trouble to arrange someone to observe the site all the time. The water supply and heating systems had already been successfully tested. Roland was confident that their construction would go smoothly. His current focus was on the power supply. It was a brand new thing for the town. Neither Carl nor other members of the Mason Guild had any idea of electricity. Given that Roland did not know much about electricity himself either, and that all his knowledge of electronic circuits remained at the high school level, he decided to build a model in his courtyard first. If he succeeded, he would explain it to the Ministry of Construction. Once he had a stable power supply, The first step then was to create that traditional emblem of electrical power, a light bulb. With that in mind, Roland put on a thick coat and set out for his courtyard on the North Slope mountain. It normally would take a quarter of an hour to walk to the courtyard, but with the help of Nightingale's mist, they arrived in scarcely 4 minutes. When the wooden door was pushed open, Anna and Lucia immediately noticed Roland. Anna, busy with her work, just nodded to him. Lucia happily ran to him and said, "Your Highness, good morning." "Good morning." Roland nodded with a smile and then walked to Anna. "What are you busy with?" "The new gun barrels and locking mechanism." She pointed to several long steel pipes on the desk with a serious look on her face. "Some aspects of your drawings don't make sense. I think it'll be better this way." My amazing Anna, Roland thought, and could not help stretching out his hand, trying to touch her head, but she refused it by rocking back and forth. "Well, this scene seems familiar." He coughed, banished his thoughts of Anna, and said, "Good, do whatever you want." Roland did not mind her questioning his designs. He knew and would naturally have mistakes and shortcomings based on his minimal design experience. He felt like Anna was not only more talented, but also had a keener eye for fine detail, and he was convinced that one day she would surpass him in skills. After a while, Anna finished her work and put down her tools. She walked to Roland and lowered her head a little. Is it to make up for the touch just now?" Roland thought in surprise. He ruffled her soft hair. Anna looked up in satisfaction. "What are we making next?" "Ah, yes." The prince turned to Lucia. "How did your separation work of ores from the mines go?" "Almost done, and here are the results." Lucia gave him a stack of books and said, "But I'm afraid it'll take a long time to test on the mixtures of them and rolled steel. There are just too many individual elements." "It's already pretty good." Roland encouraged her. This was part of his material improvement plan. He had already improved the rolled steel quality by reducing carbon content and eliminating impurities, and now all the elements in the North Slope mine area could be utilized. They had to try one by one. There was no shortcut. Roland glanced over the books, looking at the features of the elements separated from ores in the mines. He soon found the element with the highest melting point. He poked his finger at the testing sample marked with number 12 and asked, "Where are they?" Lucia quickly found them. They were a crude stone and a bag of elementary particles, both sealed in plastic bags. Roland thought he recognized this crude, black stone from somewhere else. "Wait, isn't it the same as the black stone sent to my office earlier? I gave it to alchemists and then totally forgot about it. I've never thought twice about it since then. Could it turn out to be the mineral that has the highest melting point on the North Slope mountain?" Anna could not measure the exact temperatures at which the materials melted, so she described them roughly by words such as normal, high, and relatively high. Only the melting point of Note 12 testing sample was described as extremely high. The elementary particles in the bag were silvery white, similar to most of the other metallic elements. He thought, "Is it wolfram? Whatever, as long as it is difficult to melt." Roland let Anna make the particles into very fine wire, twisted the wire into a spiral, and fix it onto a glass shelf, which was then put into a glass bulb. The main part of an electric lamp was completed. To make it a stable light, there were 2 more steps, which were also considered to be the most difficult part in making electric bulbs. The first one was to evacuate the bulb, preventing the filament wire from reacting with oxygen. The second was sealing it to ensure that the air could not enter the bulb. Without a doubt, only witches could realize those 2 steps. Roland soon thought of Agatha. The filament would become extremely reactive at high temperatures. It would easily oxidize, produce new oxides, and eventually melt down. That was why the bulb needed vacuum inside, but filling the bulb with inert gases could achieve the same or an even better effect. Pure nitrogen was an excellent choice for this. As nitrogen was lighter than the air, using a simple downward exhaust method, the bulb could be easily filled with nitrogen. It was much simpler than the vacuuming process. When the other end of the exhaust was also pure nitrogen, Soria quickly sealed the bulb. A simple incandescent lamp was made successfully. Looking at the electric bulb as small as his palm, Roland felt all sorts of emotions welling up in his mind. It was something outdated, but now represented the most advanced manufacturing skills of the town. The following night, he summoned all the members of City Hall to gather in front of the castle and ordered his guards to put out all the torches in the courtyard. In this dark, snowy night, Roland switched on the circuit. All of a sudden, at the center of the courtyard, an orange light lit up. It would not sway and extinguish in the wind like the light of a candle, and it never flickered like fire. Though it could merely light up within a radius of a few meters, a stable light in the wind was something that the people had never seen before. At this moment, everything was self-explanatory. The fixed look on everyone's face and the silence of the scene told everything. He had brought electricity to this world. Chapter 439, The Crime Scene. Brother Vader, is this really okay? Fire had said, while fiddling with her own clothing. Chief Knight said that our uniforms are the symbol of our status, and thus we must wear it neatly when we're on duty. What's more, there's a punishment for dirtying the uniform, let alone for not wearing it. Whistle kept looking left and right as if he was afraid of being spotted by a colleague. Stop nagging. It's symbolic enough to wear it. Standing in the midwinter snow in the black uniform will alert everyone in the vicinity that policemen are around. How are we supposed to catch any criminal? Vader spat on the ground and then continued. You're both from Border Town, right? The two policewomen became more spirited the moment Vader mentioned this. Yes, I am. My father was a hunter who used to live on Old Street, and his skill was remarkable. He was able to strike the neck of a fox scampering about in the woods with only one arrow. Me too. But my father often told me that hunting was an unstable career, and he preferred I became a miner. He'd even prepared a hoe for me. Had His Highness Roland not become the new lord, I would have spent my days in the mines. I can tell. Vader shrugged his shoulders. Only the children of hunters would have such uncommon nicknames, he silently thought. Since you're both locals, surely you're more concerned about the public order in the town than I am, right? If even I'm not afraid of being punished, why are you afraid? Is wearing the uniform more important than enforcing the rules and laws laid down by His Highness? The duo hesitated briefly before they replied with conviction. You're right. But, Brother Vader, you're not an outsider. Haven't you already received your identity card? His Highness once said that anyone who possessed the identity card are considered to be his subjects. Whistle muttered. Vader laughed and did not say a word. Instead, he fixed his gaze on a row of cave dwellings on the eastern side of the temporary housing area. After serving as a policeman for nearly 3 months, he had grown fully accustomed to life in the western region. Before he became a policeman, he thought that a patrol team would have nothing to do apart from extorting and cheating the people. Little did he know that there would be more work than could possibly be completed every day. The police were required to accept refugees and handle disputes among the citizenry. It was also the police's duty to catch criminals and spies. Whereas, apart from fighting against the demonic beasts, the First Army did not help or intervene in the internal peacekeeping of Border Town. This was completely different from what he had initially expected. In Valencia, the patrol team was more like the city guard's backup. They handled menial tasks and were not of much use. This was the reason why many patrollers would seek money from illicit sources. However, in Border Town, the police and the First Army belonged to different systems. The former handled internal affairs, while the latter handled external ones. What surprised Vader more was that the majority of the patrol team's targets came from public reports instead of direct orders from their superiors. Indeed, the citizens of Border Town had changed his perception of commoners. This bunch of lazy and stupid people would actively watch out for suspicious characters and report them to the city hall. Whenever a foreign merchant ship arrived in the town, the Ministry of Justice would receive a handful of such reports. Vader soon realized the tremendous power that lied within the town. No foreign spy could shut himself off from the public or integrate into society quickly unless he grew up here. With everyone serving as a vigilant watchdog, what enemy could hide among the populace? But of course, not every arrest operation would be successful. For example, the sneaky characters whom they arrested during the previous operation turned out to be a noble from the Kingdom of Dawn. Vader was prepared to be punished, but his superiors showed no reaction and seemed unperturbed that he had beaten up a noble. This served to consolidate his current mentality towards his job. "Gold's here," Firehead exclaimed softly. "Ignore him and just pretend that you're sweeping the snow," Vader said calmly. "He didn't bring any goods, which means he's only here to check on the situation." Gold was the code name of their current target. The Ministry of Justice received a report 2 days ago that a serf was trafficking grains. His Excellency Carter attached great importance to this issue and immediately assigned the task to Vader. He demanded that the serf was arrested alive together with the goods and called this the gold hunting mission. However, the mission did not start out smoothly. After making some inquiries, they began to uncover the identity of the target. Subsequently, a team of 6 people took turns to monitor the temporary housing area, but not a single trace of the target was found. To Vader, it was clear that the reason for the lack of development was because the policemen's uniforms were too conspicuous. He had lived in the Western Zone for some time, and naturally knew that whenever a city hall official was in the area, news of it would spread rapidly among the residents. It was no different in the Eastern Zone. The people who lived here were serfs, and thus the black uniforms of the policemen were as striking as fireflies in the night sky. That explained why he was adamant that Firehead and Whistle should take off their uniforms and put on a tattered coat. In this way, they could disguise as snow sweepers and stand on the thoroughfares of the Eastern Zone and border town. The suspect would not be able to escape their sights as soon as he appeared. They saw Gold walking around the Eastern Zone briefly before returning to a cave dwelling. When he reappeared, he was carrying a large sack on his back. "He's indeed trafficking wheat," Whistle clenched her fists tightly. "Damn it, he simply doesn't respect what His Highness has said." Firehead cursed angrily. "We shall arrest him right now." "Don't be rash," Vader said and beckoned with his hands. His Excellency Carter said that he wanted the target arrested alive together with the goods. "We shall split 3 ways and act." His instructions were in accordance with the previous operation to surround Rat. "Firehead, you'll mobilize immediately and go to the old city wall area first. There's only one route for him to enter the inner city." "Yes, I'll follow the target. This requires a lot of skills, and thus I'm the most suitable for this role." He licked his lips in anticipation. "Lastly, Whistle, you shall stalk me from about 100 steps back. Remember not to make eye contact with Gold." "Understood." "Then, let's begin." Although the 3 policemen were similar in rank, they acted in full compliance with Vader's plan. Vader carried a broom and calmly walked a couple of steps in front of Gold. According to his experience, following the target from behind would easily arouse the target's suspicions. Instead, by leading the way, the target would be much less cautious. If he was fairly certain of where the target was heading, this would be the safest method of tracking. He fully concentrated on Gold. He was confident that the instant that he heard a slight change in the target's footsteps, he could trip the target and prevent him from fleeing. After passing through the old city wall, Gold stopped walking and rested by the corner of a street. He was ostensibly aware that if he headed towards the center of the town, there would be a high chance of encountering policemen. Vader took a dozen more steps forward and turned into a side path where he waited for the buyer to show up. A short while later, a local who was pushing a handcart appeared. He looked around the vicinity before he slowly walked up to the serf. After inspecting the contents of the sack, he took out a handful of coins to close the deal. At that very moment, Vader gestured for the two policewomen to act. The three of them dashed towards the target from different directions. The dealer was so dumbstruck that he did not move at all. Vader pressed the serf down on the ground, accompanied by the clinking sound of coins scattering all over. He yelled, "You're arrested." Chapter 440, The Court Trial. Roland was studying the power grid layout of a residential district when he heard the news. After Carter had concluded his report, Roland put down his quill pen and sighed lightly. Although he knew that something like this was inevitable, he felt helpless and sad that it truly happened. He had repeatedly publicized the strict ban on private sales of food, yet there were people who still took the risk for the sake of a small profit. As this was the first case of its kind, it was clear to him that a heavy sentence should be issued to deter others. In addition, he felt the urge to finalize the laws and then to recruit specialized legal officers to conduct interrogations and handle cases. After all, when the city was fully constructed, criminal cases would only increase, and he would not have time to play judge to all of them. It was decided that the trial would be conducted in the castle hall. Roland had requested for Barov to come to the castle, and together they would hear the case of this food smuggling crime. In the hall, the two suspects knelt on the floor. Their ghost-pale faces and vacant eyes suggested that they were new to this sort of occasion. Roland took his seat on the throne, cleared his throat, and said, "Explain everything that you did. You'll be doubly guilty if you hold back or lie about anything." "Yes, yes, Your Highness." The two suspects seemed as if they had just awoken from a dream. They scrambled between themselves to tell their personal accounts of what happened, particularly the serf, who shouted at the top of his voice, "Your Highness, Lord, I know that what I did was wrong, but if I didn't sell the wheat, I wouldn't be able to live on. Those officials didn't buy wheat according to your demand. I'd no choice but to do this." The case turned out to be very simple, and Roland cleared his emotions halfway through listening. In order to reassure the citizens, the city hall had set the individual quota for purchasing grains to be slightly higher than the actual consumption. Therefore, there would be a small excess of wheat every month. Parker, who resided in the 6th residential area, smelled a business opportunity. He would grind the excess wheat into flour and add in a few of his self-grown herbs to make savory pancakes. It sold well, fortunately. The sale restrictions in the convenience market only applied to staples, while poultry and eggs could be freely sold in the stalls. The business brought in some silver royals for him every month. However, there was only so much excess wheat, and hence he had to reduce his own consumption in order to expand the scale of the business. Parker thus set his sights on serfs who did not sell all of their food to the city hall, and soon got in touch with Gold to establish this trafficking deal. However, the serf's final words puzzled Roland. Why didn't the officials purchase wheat according to the rules? Does this affair involve the city hall? Roland looked at Barov. The latter faced him back and said softly, "The Ministry of Agriculture is in charge of purchasing. The minister is Sirius Dolly, whom I believe is unlikely to have made such a grave mistake. You can call him in for questioning." Roland nodded and had his guards summon the Minister of Agriculture to the castle. Sirius Dolly rushed to the castle hall, and after making a very impressive knight's bow towards Roland, he inquired if His Highness had any decree for him. His mannerisms retained the style of the Wolf family's knights. The prince delineated the parts of the case which he did not understand. "Did you ever refuse to purchase the serf's grains?" "Your Highness, this was what happened," Sirius answered without hesitation. "As per your demands, we didn't stop the purchases after the bumper harvest. However, We lowered the purchase price according to the diminishing quality of the wheat. In the first 2 months, there was little difference between our purchase price and the original price. Sirius paused before he continued. After winter arrived, because the majority of serfs didn't have proper storage places for the wheat, and they were relocated from the shacks to the temporary housing areas, the quality of the wheat deteriorated substantially. When we do the purchases, we would often find wet, discolored, and moldy food, and therefore our purchase prices reduced by 20 to 30%. The food of this particular serf was largely wet, moldy, and couldn't be stored any longer. Therefore, the price that I offered was 5 times less than during the bumper harvest. "Your Highness, that's as good as not buying," the serf shouted. "I spent my entire year working on the farm. This price was even lower than what I would get on Black Street. Didn't you say that the prices wouldn't change? But you have to sell it on time." "Idiot," Barov snapped angrily. "Do you think that nobody knows why you hoarded wheat? Had there been a food supply problem in town, you would have sold your stock at 3 to 4 times the usual price." Everything about the case became clear. However, the result slightly surprised Roland. He had thought of it as a simple issue of food trafficking, but instead discovered a case of black-hearted food selling. Parker was obviously aware that this batch of grains was of extremely poor quality, and yet he was fine with buying it at half the price on multiple occasions. He probably did not care whether the moldy wheat was actually edible. While there was no doubt that the serf had committed a grave crime and should be punished heavily, Roland was uncertain about how to punish Parker. He had heard scroll stories about the life of the poor. When they had no food to eat, they would satiate their hunger with branches, grass, and leaves, let alone moldy bread. This was precisely why Scroll had repeatedly emphasized what a noble and great thing it was for all citizens to be able to eat wheat. Parker used to be poor too, and he was probably not aware that it was a severe crime to use low-quality ingredients to make pancakes. After discussing the issue with Barov for a while, Roland finally passed his judgment. He stood up, looked over the entire audience, and then said solemnly, "I pronounce the 2 men guilty." The serf disobeyed the ban and trafficked grain. He knowingly violated the law and hence is doubly guilty. I shall sentence him to 10 years of labor in the mines. If his performance and behavior are good, the number of years may be reduced. Resident Parker also violated the ban and furthermore used low-quality wheat to make pancakes which he sold to other citizens. For these 2 crimes, I shall sentence him to 10 years of labor and a fine equivalent to 3 times of his earnings from the sale of pancakes. My judgments shall be enforced immediately." The 2 convicts turned feeble and fell on the ground as if paralyzed. The guards standing on one side walked up to them and dragged them out of the hall. The prince then instructed Sirius, "Write this matter into a bulletin and then hand it to Barov for review and publication. I want to let all citizens know the entire sequence of events and make sure that this never happens again." "Yes, Your Highness." After the trial ended, Roland summoned Chief Knight to his office. "Did you hear that the person who arrested the criminal was Vader again?" Carter nodded. "However, they overdid it this time. They took off their uniforms while arresting the criminal, and in the process, they were also reported for getting into a fight with commoners. I'll warn him about this." "Don't do that. In fact, you should commend him," Roland said, stroking his chin. "Isn't it expected of a plainclothes policeman to adapt to the situation and to understand how to apprehend a criminal? Vader was formerly a patrol team member and also understands the Blackstreet forces well. He's, quite simply, a natural-born talent for inspection work. When the time's right, I shall recruit him into the Security Bureau." Roland quietly thought. Nightingale's lacking some manpower after all. Chapter 441, Storm Clouds. It was a secret room of the Tower of Babel in the Hermes Cathedral. Tayfun stared at the witch across him and couldn't help but sigh. Is His Holiness Maine really so busy? Of course he is. The witch stroked her golden curls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Isabella, and I'm a pure witch of the Supreme Pontiff. Your Excellency Tayfun this. The other two newly appointed bishops, Soli Dal of the Judgment Army and El of the Tribunal, stared at each other. Although they knew about the church's secret witches, they never expected them to be allowed to participate in such important meetings. She's a direct subordinate of the Pope with the same rank as a bishop. She just doesn't have an official position in the church, explained Tayfun with a sigh. Bishops can also have their own pure witches, so when the months of the demons are over, you too can choose a few witches to raise. I see. Soli widened his eyes. So what kind of powers do they have? This is highly confidential, and only the Supreme Pontiff knows about it. Why would we want to raise witches? El seemed quite annoyed. If the believers find out, the church's reputation will be terribly damaged. Of course, they can help you take care of shady business. Isabella raised her eyebrows. Also, they can sleep with you, let you vent your anger, or do many other things. You should know that witches are completely different from regular women. Absurd? That's enough. Tayfun coughed. Your Excellency El, I already said that the Pope's pure witches are of equal rank as bishops and should be seen as his representatives, so you should show them some respect. And Lady Isabella, please refrain from making these jokes. They aren't as old and near death as me and might get very angry at what you said. As you wish, Your Excellency, Isabella said with a smile. HMPH. El uttered a nasal sound and ignored the witch. Then let's get to business, Tayfun said, stroking his beard. Do you have anything to report? I don't understand why His Holiness Maine is suddenly asking all of the local church groups to send their captured witches to the Holy City. Even if it's to create God's punishment army, it's still a high price to pay. El took the lead and said, her tone sounded harsh probably because of her anger towards the pure witch. Ever since the order was passed, we've captured 3 witches. While they were being sent over, one broke out of her cage and killed the accompanying guards, and we have yet to find her. Wasn't she restrained by a metal leash? Asked Soli. Not all churches are equipped with the most advanced God's locket of retribution, said El annoyedly. We lost 16 believers to this witch, including 4 who were supposed to become judgment warriors. If something like this happens again, people might be too afraid to capture witches. But we all know that combat witches are a minority, and most of the fallen aren't capable of fighting back, so this kind of issue is very rare, said Isabella nonchalantly. Also, every time you bring back a wild witch, the church can gain 2 new God's punishment warriors, so I shouldn't have to explain to you which is more important. I agree with Lady Isabella, Soli said, nodding his head. With the stress on Hermes' line of defense increasing every day, we desperately need more God's punishment warriors to fight the demonic beasts. 1 God's punishment warrior has the fighting ability of 3 or 4 judgment warriors, and even more warriors in training. Since the Supreme Pontiff has made his decision, we should just carry it out to the best of our ability. Tayfun turned to Soli Dal and asked, what's the situation at our line of defense? Very difficult. Regular demonic hybrids are easy to deal with, but every time a fearful beast of hell appears, a God's punishment warrior gets injured or killed. Soli shook his head. Burying snow powder and detonating it is a good idea, but we can't guarantee that they walk over the snow powder every time. His Holiness has also considered this, said Isabella frankly, and he plans to use the siege beast ahead of time. What's that? A siege weapon controlled by pure witches with a range, accuracy, and power that far exceed those of the mangonel, and the key to conquering the kingdom of Wolfheart, explained the pure witch. The siege beast was originally used to fight demons and giant demonic beasts, so since the fearful beasts of hell showed up early, we should start using it. Why didn't we use it from the beginning? Soli asked confusedly. Because of the potential damage. Isabella shrugged. We can't build new ones and can only repair parts of it. So where did it come from? Elle asked with a frown. This is top secret, so you don't have the clearance to know. You. As the secret room fell quiet, Taefun broke the silence by clapping his hands and saying, "All right, since you all brought bad news, I shall share a piece of good news. Besides a few cities in the kingdom of Wolfheart that are still resisting, all the other nobles have pledged their allegiance to us, just like the weaklings in the kingdom of Everwinter did. There'll be more believers joining the church, and by next summer, the Holy City's resources and Judgment Army will double in size. Also, the Kingdom of Dawn caused an uprising because of its hostility against believers, and our people are secretly helping them fight the noble, which might last until the end of the months of the demons." "Finally, some good news," Elle sighed. "I thought the church was done for. What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Soli glared at her. "Aren't we progressing exactly according to our plan? Good job." Isabella nodded approvingly and glanced at the three bishops. "Since you're all done talking, I'll share the Supreme Pontiff's new order." The three archbishops all immediately looked at the pure witch. "His Holiness orders that we adjust next year's attacks by targeting the Kingdom of Greycastle first and the Kingdom of Dawn last." "What?" Soli Dahl was stunned. "But all of our strategies were made in accordance with the Kingdom of Dawn, including our resources and reinforcements. So if we change our plan now, we'll have to delay our date of the attack." "Wasn't this plan already in place when Pope O'Brien was in power? Why are we changing it now?" Elle asked curiously. "Both kingdoms will fall eventually, so why does the order of attacks matter?" Taefun was silent. When His Holiness Maine ordered him to send pure witches to the Kingdom of Greycastle to plot the western region, he had already predicted this change. His Holiness wasn't interested in King's City, but in the border area of the Kingdom of Greycastle. After the two men stopped bickering, Taefun said quietly, "I've nothing against the order itself, but there's a lot at stake, and I want to see His Holiness Maine before we carry it out. Can you pass the message for me?" "No need for such trouble." Isabella smiled. "It just so happens that His Holiness wants to see you too." Chapter 442, The Approval of God. As he walked down the stairs to the bottom of the church, Taefun felt an inexplicable chill. In the eerily quiet church basement was the core secret of the church, the Hermes underground castle. It was the first time for him to come to this place. His Holiness Maine really wanted to meet me here. According to the convention, only the archbishop who was in line as the pope was allowed into the secret area, but he was too old to be Maine's successor. "You've served the church for so many years and have worked together with His Holiness, so he trusts you deeply," Isabella said with a smile. "Also, past rules don't apply to wartimes like these, and God's will shouldn't be hidden underground, but used to guide the lost believers and lead us to face our final challenge." "Is this His Holiness's idea?" "That's right," she said gently. When they entered the secret area, they were greeted by two judgment warriors. "My Lord Bishop, His Holiness is currently testing magic stones, so if you are carrying a god stone of retaliation, please give it to me for now. It might affect the stone's magic power." Taefun nodded and handed a string of stones to the judgment warrior. "His Holiness is right here. Please follow me." Isabella turned into a long passageway and pushed open the metal door at the end. Following the screech of the hinges, Taefun saw another masked pure witch. She blocked the doorway like a ghost, her white skin peeking through the black silk, covering her body, and she wore nothing else besides this chiffon. The most striking thing about the witch was her dull gray eyes that were different from those of ordinary people. They seemed to have whirlpools inside them that sucked him in if he looked for too long. Taefun subconsciously lowered his head. It was only then that he noticed that she was barefoot, and her toes were covered with flecks of red. The archbishop recalled Isabella's sentence that witches are completely different from regular women. Damn it, are all these witches demon spirits? Those delicate feet soon moved out of the way, and Taefun heard Isabella's voice. "My lord, ahem." Tayfun broke out of his thoughts and walked into the room. The room was not big, and even though the rosin torches on the walls were burning brightly, they didn't give off their usual sweet smell. 4 pure witches sat around a stone table and were fiddling with a clear stone, while the incumbent pope, His Holiness Maine, stood by the table. Tayfun was about to kneel in respect when Maine grasped his arm and stopped him. "There aren't any outsiders here, so there's no use for all this red tape," he smiled. "We go way back, my Lord Tayfun." In 2 months, Maine's forehead had become much more wrinkled, and he had grown a few more strands of silver hair, but his humble tone was still the same. "You can't do this." Tayfun's heart suddenly felt warm. "Even if there aren't other believers here, I still have to follow the church's rules. And I make the rules." The Pope smiled nonchalantly. "Anyway, are things all right above ground? I originally wanted Isabella to bring me the news, but since you're here, you can report directly to me." "Yes, Your Holiness," Tayfun nodded. After he shared the recent state of the church, he mentioned the order that Isabella had brought up earlier. "All of the resources we prepared up, until now, are specific to the Kingdom of Dawn, so adjusting our target will take a lot of effort. Why do you suddenly want to attack the Kingdom of Greycastle first?" "That's also why I called you here," Maine sighed. "The Kingdom of Greycastle is starting to show signs of decline because the royal decree on the selection of Crown Prince and Pill of Madness are achieving their expected results. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Dawn is in even more chaos, so both of them will eventually fall, and it doesn't really matter whom we attack first." "I agree, but Greycastle is still a formidable enemy." "I have 2 reasons for changing our plan of attack," said the Pope slowly, clasping his hands behind his back. "The first is basically the reason why you're worried. The Kingdom of Greycastle is vast and rich in resources, which means it's a high-risk, high-return opponent. If we can make it a territory of the Church earlier, our benefits will be much greater than if we conquer the Kingdom of Dawn. If I had 10 more years, I would definitely act according to Lord O'Brien's plan, but we don't have enough time. The appearance of the fearful beast of hell means that the bloody moon may appear even earlier than predicted in the Holy Book. In times like these, a little risk and more sacrifices will be worth it." Tayfun nodded slightly, thinking, "This is a good reason, but the problem is, it doesn't seem Maine will do it in this way." He continued, "And the second reason is, Roland Wimbledon of the Western region," the Pope said decisively. "You mean Prince Roland of the Kingdom of Greycastle?" Tayfun was shocked. "By combining the past year's reports, I've discovered something incredible." Maine patted the bishop's shoulder. "Both the Church and the Kingdom of Greycastle failed in all their attacks against him. The first failure can be traced back to the one when Duke of the Western region attacked him. And what did Roland have at the time? Nothing but a rundown small town. Outsiders think that he defeated the Duke's knightage by succumbing to the demons, but we all know that besides extraordinaries, a few witches have nothing against knights equipped with God's stones of retaliation. Also, the reports have only become more and more confusing, such as the secret letter sent to the Holy City 2 months ago, which stated that King Timothy once sent 2,000 crazed soldiers to attack the Western region and was immediately defeated. What does this mean? Tayfun couldn't help but gasp. 2,000 crazed soldiers. Even in Hermes, this is a considerable force. If these messages are read separately, they might seem normal, but when combined, they're very shocking. Roland Wimbledon has never lost a single battle, the Pope said quietly. Also, our reports show that his power is growing at a concerning pace, and he seems to be preparing for expansion. If we delay for another year, the entire Kingdom of Greycastle may fall into his hands, so it'll be even more costly to try to defeat him. He paused and turned to Tayfun. There are a lot of matters to be dealt with in the secret area, and I have no time for the operation and expansion of the upper levels of the church, so I can only entrust them to you. After the Archbishop left, the appearance of the room suddenly changed. The torches on the wall, the pure witch who was studying the magic stones, and the stone table disappeared. The figure of the Pope also gradually faded, leaving only Isabella, Zero, and the woman in black. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that Prince Roland of Kingdom of Greycastle was so interesting, said Isabella. Why do I get the feeling that he, rather than the church, is more likely to defeat the demons? What does that mean? Asked the woman in black. Frowning, do you want to betray the church? Betray? Don't phrase it like that. Isabella shrugged. Isn't the purpose of the church to ensure that human beings survive the battle of divine will? If someone else can do this, I don't care who I serve. You, stop fighting, said Zero. Isabella isn't wrong. In the so-called battle of divine will, only the final winner can be protected by God. She looked expressionlessly at the two witches. As for who will receive the approval of God, the Union or a prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle, I think this war will give us the answer. Chapter 443, The Conspiracy. Somewhere to the north of Longsong's stronghold, the western region of Kingdom of Greycastle, Sir Eltec was sitting by the fireplace contemplating. They had not heard anything from Miso Eltec since he had left the night before. It was morning now, and he had yet to return. Sir Eltec felt a deep sense of unease. Recently, Miso had been very close with the major families in the western region. As the prince's agent in Stronghold, the Honeysuckle family had announced His Highness' intention to integrate the western region. All territories would adopt one law, and the enfeoffment rights of the nobles would be taken back, which meant they could not expand their subordinate nobles or recruit knights to fight for them. As for lower nobles like the Eltecs, they felt little influence and enjoyed many benefits. As the rumor went, anyone who was loyal to His Highness would be rewarded his favor. Right now, the less influential nobles were the safest people because they would determine the success or failure of His Highness' reform plan. Consequently, the smartest thing to do was wait and see. However, Miso Eltec hadn't shared that philosophy. My lord, the attendants looking for the second master have returned, said the steward, pushing open the door to the night study. Have they found him? No, the steward shook his head. They've searched the taverns, casinos, theaters, and brothels, and still can't find him. Eltec was increasingly anxious. He had dispatched 2 companies of scouts to search for Miso. The first one went to the homes of lower nobility nearby. Most of these nobles were vassals in the employ of Duke Ryan and retained a status comparable to the Duke's family. Miso often went to these places for parties or dinners. The second group went to the entertainment venues, popular spots for young nobles. Seeing both parties return empty-handed, the knight's sense of dread intensified. He stepped to the window, looking toward the eastern territory. The territory of the Elk family lay in that direction. It was the largest earl domain in the western region. Since the collapse of Duke Ryan, Petrov from the Honeysuckle family had completely swung to Prince Roland, and the Elk family had edged ahead to become the leading power against the prince. Hell, had Miso gone there? My lord, the second master has returned. Suddenly, an attendant ran into the study, breathless. He's changing clothes in the hall, and it seems he is getting ready to go out. What? The knight immediately grasped his crutch and rushed downstairs, disregarding the steward's pleas for restraint. The moment Eltec stepped into the hall, he felt his anger rise to a new level. He saw Miso replace his thick coat with a thin and soft leather. The shiny armor of a knight was in front of him, and 2 squires were doing their final preparation work. Where did you go yesterday? The old knight couldn't help shouting. What are you up to now? Father, our chance is coming, Miso said excitedly. A chance to be baron, maybe even viscount. Eltec felt his blood pressure increasing. Who told you this? Jacques Med, he brought the king's confidential order. Eltec took 2 steps back, his heart sinking. Jacques Med was the eldest son of the Elk family. Never mind the involvement with Timothy. Everyone knew that Timothy wanted to eradicate Roland Wimbledon. His worst nightmare had occurred, and now it was even more serious than he had anticipated. What did you hear? Lord Med summoned the nobility of the western region into his castle and opened His Majesty's holograph. It said that if someone conquers Longsong's stronghold, the king will promote his title and expand his domain. It seemed that Miso was still immersed in the grand scene. Lady Miller from the Wild Rose family, Lord Cavan from the Maple family, and Lord Noah from the Wolf family all pressed their fingerprints and pledged an oath of allegiance without hesitation. The rest of the nobles and knights are determined to follow the four families and remove the Honeysuckle family. It was ridiculous. How could the four families make such a decision based on a piece of paper? The knight lamented inwardly. Had you forgotten how they had treated King Wimbledon III when Duke Ryan was guarding the western region? When had they become so loyal? The only answer was that this was a complete fraud to convince the lower nobles to become pioneers in the movement. The plan would commence in a few months, and the four families might agree on the benefits after finding success. Eltek opened his mouth, but didn't share his thoughts. This was Miso Eltek, not his eldest son Ferlin, and such dissuasion wouldn't convince him. "Where are you going in this armor?" the old knight asked after short silence. "To win honor and status." Miso wore a cuirass made of stainless steel. Morning Light, the top knight in the western region, only one honor for himself. "While I fight for my whole family. Father, when this is finished, you'll know that I'm as worthy of respect as my brother. If Timothy vanquishes Prince Roland, your words may come to pass. However, the army of the new king is still far away, while Prince Roland's army is very near." The old knight thought. "Don't you remember how Duke Ryan collapsed?" Eltek said in a low voice. "Things are different this time. The king has shipped a number of snow powder weapons, the same ones used by Prince Roland. He'll provide better ones to Med. Without the possession of superior weapons, can Roland seize Longsong's stronghold again?" Miso clipped his sword to his waist and nodded to his father. "The battle is coming soon. Please wait here for good news." Looking at his back, Eltek threw his crutch to the ground. "My lord, why didn't you stop him?" The steward came up to hold the trembling knight. "It would be easy to stop him, but the family would suffer a great calamity." He nodded slowly. A noble attending the rebellion meeting hadn't shown up at the agreed place. What did this mean for the four families? The crime of escape or defection could lead the whole Eltek family to death. Look on the bright side. If the four families win, the steward comforted. After all, the months of the demons are long, and it'll take 2 or even 3 months for the snow to melt. When the army of Prince Roland arrives, the king's army may have already besieged the western region. If it were the past, he would view it in the same way. However, after having visited Border Town once, the knight had a totally different view of Prince Roland. Not to mention his eldest son Ferlin Eltek and his family's benefactor Lady Agatha were all living in Border Town. He turned to his steward and told him in a stern voice, "Go to Border Town immediately and deliver this news to His Highness. If the city gate has closed, go to the docks in the outskirts and find some ferrymen or fishermen. It doesn't matter how you do it. Just do it quickly." Chapter 444. The Intelligence. Before the housekeeper left the Eltek territory, Roland received a letter from the Second Army of Stronghold delivered by a bird. An hour later, Petrov's call for help also reached the town's castle. Since the carrier pigeon could only carry limited information, Roland had to combine the two messages and discovered a piece of astonishing news. The four families of the western region had rebelled. Who on earth gave them the confidence to plot treason under my nose? Roland immediately summoned Carter and Iron Axe and showed them the notes. "Your Highness, is this a message from Stronghold?" Roland said angrily. The winter was drawing to an end, and the new year was in 3 days. Not only were there various matters concerning the city construction, but also the installation of the equipment for the 3 supplies project, required his instruction. Those nobles chose to trouble me at the wrong time. They must be looking forward to dying. According to the secret letter, the inner city nobles led a bunch of squires to attack the city guards. By the time the sentries on the city wall realized something was wrong, the switch for the northern drawbridge had fallen into the control of the enemies. The sentries could do nothing but light the beacon fire and rely on the city wall to hold their positions. When the other members of the Second Army saw the beacon's signal, they followed the emergency response protocol by dividing the camp's 10 teams of about 50 soldiers in total into 2 platoons. One platoon charged toward the north gate, while the other went to the stronghold castle. Petrov's secret letter was sent after the second platoon confronted the enemies at the castle and realized they were fighting the local nobilities. Petrov Hull mentioned that the attackers sieging the castle were carrying the 4 families' banners, which means this rebellion was planned. Carter frowned after reading the notes. Since the 4 families are acting together, there must be a leader among them. Indeed, the 4 families, or 5 families including those under Duke Ryan, were great nobles on equal footing. If they were to set aside their prejudices and cooperate, it was most likely because a bigger force was behind them. Otherwise, with the earls looking down upon each other, it would take over a decade for them to decide on a leader. At the moment, there were only 1 or 2 people who would be interested in meddling with the western region. "Do you mean Timothy in the King's City?" Iron Axe looked at the chief knight. As a member of the Iron Sand people of the Majin clan, he was far less sensitive to the political situation of the Kingdom of Greycastle than Carter was. "I wouldn't be surprised if it's the church." Roland twitched his mouth and said, "Judging from their actions at Fallen Dragon Ridge, it's only a matter of time before they attack the western region. The problem is, in the second letter, Petrov mentioned the enemies might have firearms." Carter frowned. "Does it mean they have learned the formula for gunpowder?" "Snow powder isn't unknown to the church and Timothy, but they have a long way to go before they can use it smoothly." The prince knocked on the table lightly. "What puzzles me is that, with Border Town as the nearest town to Stronghold, the help they get must be from somewhere further. So even with the support of an unknown force, how did they gain enough confidence to confront the First Army?" "Probably because we're in the months of the demons," Iron Axe replied after contemplating for a while. "Although last time Your Highness defeated the Duke's Knights using thunder power, our troops didn't show extraordinary skills in battle. Now, with the snow blocking the roads and demonic beasts attacking the borders, it seems like perfect timing for a successful rebellion, and it'll be at least 2 months before you have the resources to attack Longsong's stronghold. And I'll be hindered by the lofty city walls and powerful flintlocks." Yes, Iron Axe couldn't help but grin. "They have all the weapons that you have, plus the insurmountable city wall and reinforcement of an unknown force, so they have a very good chance of beating you at the foot of the city wall." That's probably what they thought. Yet they're fully unaware of the power of Border Town. Roland stood up. "Iron Axe, at your command, Your Highness." Iron Axe instantly stood at attention. "The First Army must immediately prepare for an expedition. We'll set off tomorrow morning," Roland said decisively. "Choose 500 soldiers, carry 6 field artilleries. You are in charge of making the specific arrangements." "Yes, sir," Iron Axe saluted. The scale of the First Army had quadrupled its original 500 soldiers to 22-0. Revolving rifles were upgraded, and their firepower was drastically increased. Besides, the efficiency of the First Army's executing instructions was greatly enhanced due to the improvement of the soldiers' educational level. Upon command, personnel would deploy ammunition and rations based on the number of soldiers on the operation and the number of days. The logistics work for 500 people could be done in almost 1 day. Compared with the knights or the mercenaries, who needed weeks to prepare, Roland's army was functioning at an incredible speed. The army headed towards the inner city of Stronghold on 11 paddle steamers. After entering mass production, the production of a boat with a reinforced concrete hull took only 5 days, which was even a deliberately lowered speed, because its number was limited by the available crew and steam engines. "Carter, at your command, Your Highness," the chief knight said and raised his head high. "You stay in Border Town." The corners of the knight's mouth instantly fell down. "Wah, what? No, Your Highness. How could you leave me behind again? We're still in the months of the demons. Demonic beasts pose a greater threat than the nobility," Roland said unwaveringly. "Guard the town well." After the two of them retreated, Roland sighed. "This time the witches need to go with me. I'll follow you, no matter where you go," Nightingale said with a smile. Considering their opponent could be the church, Roland knew that only the witches could effectively counter the pure witches' attacks without God's stones of retaliation. After debating his options, Roland decided on the witches who would accompany him: Lightning, Maggie, Sylvie, Nana, Lily, and Nightingale. "If I add the 3 combat witches from Sleeping Island to the list, it'll be very hard for the pure witches to defeat us." Roland stood at the window and looked at the snowy mountains and plains. "If I view the impassable mountain range as the city wall of Stronghold, then the barbarian land in the north is also the domain of the 4 families, a territory beyond the reach of my power. Elk, Wild Rose, Maple Leaf, and Wolf families have operated separately on their own lands for over a decade, forming their unique laws and customs, so even Ryan, the overlord of the western region, seldom interfered with their businesses," mused Roland. The prince had intended to slowly divide and annex these aristocratic territories after building the new city, but the rebellion gave him an early opportunity, one to swallow the vast land and population of Stronghold in one gulp. He didn't intend to let go of the nobles this time. Chapter 445. Attacks. Kakusim arrived at the dock as the first rays of sunlight started to peep through the clouds. Unlike the usual, the dock was packed with silent soldiers. They stood erect, with their sacks and long-barreled guns on their backs, looking like a thick forest in a storm. Although the dock was crowded, everyone was moving in an organized manner. Watching the soldiers board the paddle steamer one by one, Kakusim was filled with an indescribable sense of power and strength. He swallowed hard while thinking, "These are the soldiers trained by His Highness. How incredible!" The old man had traveled from Seawincher to the port of Clearwater as a youth. This distance was over half the kingdom of Greycastle, and he had also led the commercial fleet to the fjords and nearby islands. So, he had personally witnessed the arrogant demeanor of the armored knights, as well as the fierce demeanor of the barbarians who killed beasts barehanded. To him, these soldiers were undeniable fighters that could exercise extreme power. However, he had not expected to feel that power once again, but while standing with the group of ordinary people he could feel it, and it was stronger than ever. "No doubt these are just ordinary people," he thought. It had been about 4 months since Kakusim arrived at Border Town, and each day he understood the town a little better. He knew that the First Army consisted mostly of locals, and that many of them were miners, hunters, furnace laborers, and masons before they joined the army. Because of this, they had never received any professional combat training. Nevertheless, in just a few months, these people had become as brave and disciplined as any knight. What magic did His Highness use on them? "Are you really going?" Kakusim heard Wade whisper from behind him. He could tell from his lowered voice that he too was silenced by the presence of the army. "Why did I apply for the captain position if I wasn't going?" Kakusim answered while taking a deep breath. "But they are off to fight," Wade continued. "They all offer their services to His Highness." The old man corrected. Without turning his head, he added, "And so do I," following the momentary silence. Wade then implored, "Stay alive." Kakusim waved in response. Kakusim boarded the sixth paddle steamer as it arrived with the swirling snow. According to the tradition, a captain can name their own ship, and even though this boat belonged to His Highness, he was still allowed to decide its name. Yet, he still had not made up his mind. This was the second time he had assumed the position of captain since his retirement 10 years ago. So, he wished to come up with a name dedicated to his memory. Captain, there you are. As soon as Kakusim stepped into the cabin at the helm, the first mate came up to greet him. We are now preheating the boiler, and I promise it will soon be ready to go. The young man was called Pike, and he was from the Southern Territory. He had a few years' experience fishing on the sea. If he was a part of another fleet, he wouldn't even pass as a sailor, but on this boat, everyone was a newbie. Everyone's here. All are on board. You were the last one, Pike replied with a wink. If you don't know how to respect your captain, I'll be happy to teach you through a full day of deck cleaning. Yes, Captain, the young man shouted, erecting himself immediately. Of course I do. That's better, Kakusim commented. While stroking his beard, he gave Pike orders. Tell the boiler house to stoke up the fire, but not to shut the damn steam valve. I don't want to rear-end the boat in front of us. Yes, gotcha. Without finishing the sentence, Pike had slipped back into his previous playful manner. He quickly winked at the old man and dashed out of the cabin. That rascal, Kakusim mumbled while shaking his head, smiling. He was more at ease after the interaction, as if he had slipped back to the good days of when he roamed the sea. The old man went back to the wheel, where he gently stroked its wooden handle. Slowly, he began to remember the operating procedures for a paddle steamer. The stone boat invented by His Highness was very different from the sailboat. It didn't have a mast or a cabin below deck. Instead, it had 2 chambers. The first chamber is located at the helm and is called the wheelhouse. This room has 2 large windows from which the captain can see the route and navigate clearly. The second chamber is found in the middle, and it contains the boiler that powers the boat. Behind the wheelhouse, there was a bare deck, and this space was often filled by miners during training. During this time of training, they would often travel west along the Redwater River to drop the miners off at the edge of the misty forest, where they could find coal. Coal lasted longer than wood and was the preferred fuel for Seawinsher. Now, there was a makeshift shed constructed from cloth, apparently set up in preparation for the boarded soldiers. Although Kakusim was not familiar with the stone boat, he soon realized it was not hard to operate and even simpler than a sailboat in many ways. First of all, this boat didn't require wind and sails for direction and power. Overall, it took less manpower to run. Furthermore, it would not be hard to teach a villager how to run a stove, whereas it would take at least 6 months for them to master sailing. The stone boat could run by itself for a long time as long as the engine was on and the steam valve was shut. Just then, the tranquility of border town's early morning was broken by a dull steam whistle from the front of the line. The first boat was sailing off. Captain, the water in the boiler is ready, reported Pike, who scurried back to the wheelhouse. Ring the bell to tell Big Pad and Grizzly that it is time to shut the valve and speed up. It's time to move. Kakusim solemnly gave the instructions. Yes, sir, advance. Pike pulled on the long iron string attached to the wall, which would ring the bell in the boiler house and deliver the captain's command. In response, the boat shook violently, and the wooden tires on either side started to move slowly. Kakusim held tight to the wheel at the helm and looked straight ahead. When Vader asked him why he wanted to fight, he actually did not tell him the truth. Saying it was to serve His Highness was only a small part of the reason. The truth was he simply enjoyed being a captain. It didn't matter if it was a sailboat or a paddle steamer. Kakusim truly loved the feel of the wheel in his hands as he navigated the bow through the thrusting waves. This is the life he really wants. Full sail? No. Continue to shovel coal? The old man turned to face starboard while hollering. "Hold on, guys, we're setting out. If you ferry me to Border Town, the Elks will pay you well. How about 5? No, 10 gold royals," the steward asked while blocking the troubled boatman's cabin door. The steward had placed his left foot in the crack of the door to prevent the boatman from closing it in his face and effectively shutting him out. "Why, Your Excellency, I'm happy to be at your service, but I just can't." The boatman stammered. Look, there isn't even a shed above my boat to protect you from the snow. It wouldn't be a problem to ferry you across the river, but to Border Town, that would take several days. Just consider this freezing weather. Where would we sleep?" the boatman implored. "We would become frozen like popsicles in just one night on the boat, wouldn't we? Are there any other boatmen nearby who can ferry me to Border Town?" the steward persisted. "No, not a one," the boatman denied while waving his hand. "We only have small boats. Why? You should go to Stronghold to find a boat you can spend the night on." If I could have entered Longsong's stronghold, why did I come here looking for a boatman that fished and ferried for a living? The steward thought to himself as the boatman shut the door. The steward kicked at the snow. Ever since the 4 families started to attack Stronghold, all the city gates had been closed. He spent a long time taking this detour and now found that all of his efforts were in vain. It will be getting dark soon. How am I going to complete my lord's task? The steward sullenly looked at the Redwater River, but he was soon stunned. Good heavens, what's that? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, making sure what he was seeing was not an illusion. A huge fleet was coming down the river, and the boats were unlike any he had seen before. Through the dense, misty snow, the vessels roared and whistled towards him at full speed. There was not any sail on the gray boats, and yet they were still proceeding against the wind, their bows cutting the water and cleaving through the waves. On the first boat, he could see a flag flapping in the wind, with the embroidered emblem of a tower and a gun. The steward held his breath in realization. This is the fleet of Prince Roland Wimbledon. Chapter 446. Here comes the giant beast. Longsong's stronghold was bisected by a branch of the Redwater River. To the west laid the residential area, and to the east laid vast farming lands. Unlike the other big cities that were set in the suburbs of farmlands, the towering city wall of the stronghold encircled both the residential area and a portion of the farmlands. It was built to defend against human beings and not demonic beasts. However, even if the city was under siege, Stronghold would still flourish and be able to supply its people. As such, the outer wall of Longsong's stronghold was split where the river divided the 2 sections of the city. Between the divide in the walls hung several massive chains which were the width of a man's arm. If an enemy decided to attack from the river, the hemp cords holding the heavy chains would be cut and send them crashing into the water to stop the enemy below. Fortunately, the inner land of the western region had rarely been attacked by any fleets. So, these cables had almost never come into use, and would not this time either. Out on the water, Roland's fleet pushed through the storm. Around twilight, they were able to see the silhouette of the fortress in the distance. Strands of the beacon's fire could be seen flashing above the city, slashing through the inkiness of the ever-gradually darkening sky. The enemies have already reached the Lord's castle, and there are some militias fighting with the guards at the north gate of the city wall. It looks like they can't hold up any longer. Lightning, who had carefully investigated the situation in the city, continued giving her detailed report to the prince. There are around 200 people attacking the castle. The first round of attacks failed. The enemies have weapons similar to our flintlocks, but they look completely different. "Is Petrov all right?" Roland inquired, showing concern. Roland currently cared most about the safety of his agent. "He's fine, other than being a little frightened. But what?" "His family was killed," Lightning answered, her mouth twitching. "His Excellency, Petrov warned his father and asked him to get to the castle. However, his other family members were taken as hostages," including the Countess. They were being held by the four families in exchange for surrender, and subsequently they were executed one by one. The little girl paused for a moment before continuing. I took an opportunity to fly into the castle to tell him that you would be coming soon, and he had only one request. Roland nodded and asked, "What is it?" "Blood for blood." There was an unwritten rule among nobles where people with bestowed titles were exempt from being murdered in times of battle. In the case of the family of Earl Honeysuckle, most of his loved ones had been honored with a knighthood. However, the four families had betrayed that rule. Not only did they hate the Honeysuckle family because of the benefits of Roland's support, but they were also being driven by a new political power. In light of this, Roland was almost certain the power behind them was the new king, Timothy Wimbledon. He now realized there was no room for mercy and that he needed to crush them. Supporting the king and executing rebels was very different from helping the church slaughter nobles. The prince looked towards Stronghold and coldly gave the order, "Go straight into the city and take the dock." Ite heard the sound of footsteps below the city wall. He raised the flintlock numbly, aiming it at the dark hole below. This was the only path to climb up the city wall from within. There had been several rounds of attacks since the enemies captured the city gate, but they were still not able to seize the northern part of the city wall. The battle started yesterday at noon and had yet to cease. He hadn't expected to be standing in the cold, brisk wind for so long. After watching his supporting comrades fall one by one into pools of blood, all he could focus on was fighting. "Are they coming again?" Seeing a long-barreled gun pop up next to him, Ite tilted his head to the side and found that it was his unit leader, Bronzehill. "I could hear them," Ite replied feebly, "but I have no idea how many there are in the darkness." "They don't know how many of us are left either." Bronzehill comforted him. "So, how many are left?" Bronzehill answered after a moment's hesitation. "Only 5. Raven just took his last breath. And we probably won't see the sun tomorrow," Ite said bitterly. After the initial feelings of fear and panic, he then became numb. It was this experience that helped him finally understand what his instructor had meant when he said, "Only a real battle will quickly make you a man." However, this did not make the current situation any better. Out of the 3 units, there were only 5 people left. Even if the enemies didn't make it up the wall, they would likely die from starvation or exposure to cold. "Can we still surrender?" "Surrender?" Bronzehill snorted. "Didn't you hear what they were yelling? Kill the rebels. There's nothing but death ahead. We'd better take down as many as possible while we can." Ite knew the unit leader was right. Many captured soldiers from the Second Army were beheaded. They were not nobles, and nobody would pay a ransom. But he just hated the idea of dying up here. The instructor had told them about how happy life in Border Town was, and promised that once the months of the demons had passed, soldiers who did well in the Second Army would be transferred to the First Army and receive free housing there. There was plenty of food in Border Town, as well as running water and a heating system that could warm up a whole room without ignition. He wanted to survive and see the amazing things that his instructor had described. "Here they come," Bronzehill suddenly shouted while pulling the trigger. In the muzzle flash, Ite could see the figure of the enemy revealed in the darkness. 6 or 7 people were creeping slowly up along the wall, holding up their shields. He even caught a glimpse of the terror in their eyes. The unit leader missed his target. Fortunately, he was already pointing the gun in the right direction. He aimed at the fleeting figure and fired again. There was the muffled sound of a bullet hitting a wooden shield, and then a shriek, followed by the sound of a heavy object rolling down the stairs. Realizing that they had been exposed, the rest of the enemies rushed to the opening recklessly. Bronzehill was struggling to reload his gun, but his frozen hands hindered the process, slowing him greatly. Ite jumped back from the open pit and groped frantically for his gunpowder sack. His heart sank when he found it empty, and he realized that he had already used it all. according to his training. Now was the time to use the bayonets. He pulled out the bayonet and struggled to attach the knife to the front of his gun. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he finally got it to attach and lifted it just in time as the enemy breached the hole and rushed at him. Instantly firing, Bronzehill took the first man down, but there was a second close on his heels, and this one managed to slide a sword into Bronzehill's chest. Ite was stunned, and his training took over. He mechanically thrust his bayonet in futility, only striking the enemy's shield. The enemy easily kicked him to the ground, disarming him completely. Am I really going to die here? Looking up at the night sky in despair, he noticed a dark figure above him. He normally wouldn't notice something so dark against the inky sky that night, but the shadow was close and rapidly getting closer still. It plummeted towards him like a collapsed curtain made of night. Ite's eyes bulged as the shadow became more defined, and he realized it was a giant beast. This was a beast only found in nightmares. Its huge crimson mouth was gaping, head larger than a bull's, and giant wings that almost covered the entire length of the city wall. The giant beast descended right in front of Ite, crushing the enemies who just surfaced from the opening. Ow, ow. It released a thunderous growl that was loud enough to wake the dead. Chapter 447, The Reaper. Ite was paralyzed with fright. He helplessly stared at the beast, who now also turned to look at him. He could clearly see mucus dripping from its beige fangs. Relax, I'm not going to eat you. The beast suddenly spoke in human language with a muddy voice, which almost horrified him enough to shriek. He was astounded again when seeing a girl jump off the beast's back. She walked towards Bronzehill, turned him over and checked him out. She said to the beast, "He's alive. Maggie, send him to Nana." Ow! The beast seemed to understand what she said. It grabbed Bronzehill with its claws and flew up again. The flapping of its wings stirred up the air, producing strong winds, which made Ite unable to open his eyes. When the wind and snow finally stopped, he squinted at the city wall but saw nothing at all, as if everything that had happened was just a dream. No, it's not a dream. That girl is still here, he thought. He vaguely saw the girl's figure in the darkness. There was apparently no light around, but her pupils were emitting weird golden lights, like stars in the night. I came to help you." The girl's reply left him dumbfounded. What? Ite felt this was more implausible than a dream. "You're here to help me?" "Yes, His Highness Roland sent me here." She squatted down, dug out a long sword from the flattened corpses, and swung it, completely disregarding the fact that the sword was covered with flesh and blood. Ite was overcome by a feeling of sickness. He retched twice, but vomited nothing except bile. Just then, outside the city wall, a battle cry resounded again. The beast had just terrified the ENEMIES Chinese letter, BUT now that they saw it had left, and they had no idea what had happened up there on top of the city wall. They began to stir again. "By His Highness, you mean the Prince of Border Town?" He wiped his mouth and gasped. "Is there another Roland besides him?" the black-haired girl asked, as she started to dig another weapon from a corpse. Ite immediately turned his head away from her. "But it takes at least 3 days to get here from Border Town. How did His Highness know about the nobles' rebellion so quickly?" Ite swallowed hard and continued. "And the beast just now? It's not a beast, but a witch that came here to save you." Her voice turned cold. "I don't have time to answer all your questions, just keep quiet." As there was no flintlock blocking them this time, the enemies easily came up on top of the city wall. When torches lit the place up again, they were surprised to find only a girl standing in front of them. Malicious laughter soon broke the silence. Ite immediately knew what they meant by the laughter. "Stay alert. Don't give them any chance to play any dirty tricks on us." "Don't worry. My lord will take care of it, but later. When I'm done, I'll leave her to you." "Hey, fine with me. Quickly come back here to me." Ite struggled to stand up, but what happened next made him stare in amazement. A silver light chopped down, and the laughter died abruptly. The leader of the enemies was chopped into 2 pieces by the long sword. His shield and armor could not stop it at all. In fact, he didn't even see the girl strike. When the 2 pieces of his body fell down with blood spurting out from the wounds, everyone's smile froze on their face. However, this was just the beginning. The black-haired girl took 1 step forward and swept her sword. Before Ite could clearly see her movements, he heard the sound of flesh scraping and bones breakings. The 3 men had no time to react as they were ripped open in their stomachs. Their intestines fell out mixed with blood and spilled all over the ground. "You!" Ite opened his mouth a little, but didn't know what to say. The girl looked back at him and said, "Go find your surviving battle companions and gather on top of the wall. Someone will come to fetch you later." With these words, she jumped directly off the city wall. The city wall here was 30 feet tall. He endured all the pains in his body, fumbled to climb close to the edge of the wall, and looked down. He saw the crowd down there turning into a meat grinder. The girl killed wherever she went. She freely dashed among the crowd, with her weapon moving around smoothly in her hand. She easily cut down the entire enemy who dared to stand in front of her, like the reaping of wheat. In less than a quarter of an hour, the enemy collapsed. They'd never seen such a fierce opponent, who was faster than a snow wolf and stronger than a grizzly bear. Facing her sword, nobody could react, dodge, or fight. The noblemen hurriedly retreated, and the siege was extinguished, merely by 1 person. She followed the escaping crowd all the way, leaving a trail of blood behind her. At this sight, Ite dropped to the ground and cold sweat soaked his spine. "That's a witch. Well, whatever. I survived." The stronghold castle was tightly besieged by the 4 families' armies. A dozen bonfires around the castle brightly lit the place up. After a day and night of fighting, the 2nd floor of the castle had already been conquered. The honeysuckles now shrunk back to the very top of it and must be suffering from both hunger and fear up there. Jacques Med looked at this towering lord's castle and began to feel excited. After his father died, he traveled all the way back to the territory from the king's city, just to inherit the earl's title. But now he had an even better chance. Timothy mentioned in the secret letter that if he could take hold of Longsong's stronghold for the king's city, the king's army would come here when the snow melted to conquer the rebel king, Roland Wimbledon. Once the rebel king was eliminated, Timothy would probably let him govern the western region. Together with the territory of Earl Honeysuckle, Jacques would have both the land and title of a duke. Duke Med. What a wonderful name. This castle would also become my residence. "My lord, the 6th platoon has come back down." A knight came and reported, and they said they heard a lot less flintlock sounds from the enemy. "Is it time to send iron armor platoons up there?" Jacques Med nodded and said, "Go and arrange it." Iron armor platoons were specially developed to fight against flintlocks. During the fighting, 3 or 4 soldiers formed a team. 2 of them held shields made of wood with several layers of iron coating, which could cover them all up, and had holes for aiming and firing. In order to make more shields like this, he made the tough decision to tear down a dozen knights' armors. Of course, those thick iron-coated shields had a weakness, too. As it was hard to carry and the whole team had to move slowly, they would easily become targets for their enemies. Luckily, the honeysuckles can't hold out any longer. Jacques sneered silently. They reacted unexpectedly quickly and withdrew part of their soldiers and knights back into the castle before the 4 families' armies arrived, and they had just only nearly 100 men. It's impossible for them to fight a long, hard battle. It'll probably take several days before Prince Roland receives the news. If I send Petrov's head as a gift to Roland Wimbledon, how will he look like? Chapter 448, A Hail of Bullets. "My lord, the dock area in the West City seems strange," reported a guard who was in charge of sealing off the street. "I've heard strange noises coming from there and sent 2 platoons to investigate, but none of them came back. "What?" Jacques Med said with a frown. "You must have misheard it." "No, it's clear, like the sounds of heavy, rapid breathing. Wheeze, wheeze," the guard said, imitating the sounds. "Maybe it's the snoring sounds of a tramp. My lord, in this weather, anyone sleeping outside will be frozen to death." The guard insisted, "And nobody can snore that loudly. It must be a giant almost as tall as the city wall if they're really snoring sounds." The Earl stared at him for a good long while and then turned away, shouting, "Knight Daucan." "My lord, what can I do for you?" A knight wearing the badge of the Maple family on his chest responded, striding toward the Earl. "Summon your platoon and follow my guard to investigate the dock in the city." Jacques patted the knight's shoulder and added, "Inform me at once if you've any news." Could you send someone else there?" the young knight said, hesitating. "My father urged me to enter the castle together with you. It won't take you long to go to the dock, but I can assure you here it'll take a lot longer," the Earl said with a smile. "And if the Honeysuckle family surrenders, I'll wait for you here." "Ah, fine." After the knight left with his guard, Jacques' facial expression turned stone cold. "Keep dreaming. You think you can receive the same credit by sending a son here to enter the castle with me? His Majesty mentioned only me in the secret letter." Before long, he heard the distant sound of gunfire coming from the west. Jacques was instantly on the alert. "What's that?" The eldest son of the Maple family has no flintlock. When he was planning to send some of his knights there to check the situation, the guard who had reported to him earlier stumbled back into the battalion. My lord, things have gone wrong." "What went wrong?" "The rebel king. He came here," the guard said with his eyes widely opened. "Thousands of enemies are heading for the castle." "You meant Roland Wimbledon's army." Jacques raised his hand and slapped the guard on the face. "Thousands of them. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll hang you up on the city gate." "My lord, they carry the flags of the Kingdom of Greycastle." The guard did not dare to dodge. He got down on one knee and continued, "I wanted the squire of Knight Daucan to catch one or two enemies to get further information. But the moment they charged towards them, they were, what happened to them?" the Earl pressed. "They were shot down by intense gunfire." The Earl could tell from the guard's face that he seemed to have witnessed very terrifying scenes. At that time, it looked like numerous fires popped out all of a sudden in the darkness, and the cracking sounds never stopped. 20 people only charged forward for less than 100 steps before they were all shot down, and so did the horses. The guard swallowed and went on. "My lord, I've never seen such an intense gunfire. If there weren't more than 1,000 enemies, how could they eliminate the knight's platoon in just a blink? Where is the eldest son of the Maple family?" "He's run away." The Earl sank, weak-kneed, into his chair and was completely confused. How is it possible? The 4 families started to act from yesterday at noon, and Prince Roland came to support Longsong's stronghold tonight. If we count the messaging time, does this mean he needs only 1 day to come here from his town? Even when sailing smoothly with the wind the entire time, they can't reach here that fast, let alone while carrying 1,000 people. To transport that many people, he needs at least a huge fleet, but according to the intelligence, Border Town has no ship in the winter. How could things turn out like this? No, I have to be calm in such an emergency. Jacques Med wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought that maybe the guard did talk nonsense. Without torches, he could not see clearly how many enemies were there on the dock in the darkness when he was obviously shocked by their firing flintlocks. Flintlocks may seem powerful. However, their shooting range was merely about 40 steps, and their reloading speed and hit rate were extremely low. Assuming that every enemy is equipped with this kind of weapon, they won't be unbeatable for at most 24 soldiers who can march abreast in the street leading to the castle. If I inform the Wild Rose and the Wolf family now and gather all the knights, mercenary fighters and guards to attack them after their first round of firing, maybe we could defeat them. Unlike battles in fields, the poor efficiency in flintlock reloading is a fatal shortcoming in street fights. Damn it. Jacques slapped on an arm of his chair and said to the head of his guards, "Go to invite Earl Wild Rose and the Viscount of the Wolf family to come here and order all the men with flintlocks to block the entrance of the castle. Go." Compared with crossbowmen, it's much faster to train flintlock soldiers. Let them block the enemies first. Their lives aren't worth much. If necessary, knights can tread on them. To his great surprise, the head of his guards came back and reported, "They've already left the battalion with their men." To besiege Petrov, the four families respectively held the four sides of the castle. Jacques did not expect that the other families received the news earlier than him. Now, the sounds of gunfire were nearing the castle. As the guard had described, they were the deep rumble of dense drums, loud and clear across the growing mounds of snow. These bastards! Jacques' heart froze. He looked at the castle for the last time. He had no choice but to order a retreat. This time, only he and his guards had the chance to flee. His men in the castle were left behind. Outside the castle, the Earl was shocked by the scene. The enemies were everywhere, and any knight who tried to break through the blockade would be shot down remorselessly. Their weapons were nothing like the flintlocks sent by Timothy. They could fire continuously and seemed to require no reloading. It was chaotic. Members of the other three families were trapped, with the exception of Knight Daucan, who had been the first to flee. "My lord, what should we do?" "Send for the iron armor platoons," he cried out. "We'll forge behind them and will be covered by their iron shields." After all the troubles, 3 iron armor platoons finally gathered and slowly moved forward, holding their shields. The other knights found it and followed them, too. They knew that this might be their last chance to break through. Unfortunately, Jacques made a mistake. When they were only 100 steps from their enemies, the latter's weapons exploded with dazzling bursts of fire. The iron shields made to block lead balls were instantly riddled with bullets. The men in the front holding the shields were killed. Splashing metal debris shot through bodies, stirring up a thick fog of blood behind the shields. Before the Earl could call out the order of charge, he was cut down in a volley of fire. Chapter 449, The Course of War. When Roland walked into the messy castle, Petrov and Earl Hull were kneeling down on one knee in the center of the hall, awaiting his arrival. All the bodies on the floor had been removed, but the smell of the blood lingered. The pieces of broken furnishings and weapons could be seen everywhere. He could almost imagine the killing scenes between the two parties in the battle for the castle. "Rise." Roland walked towards Petrov, bending over to hold his shoulders. "Yes," Petrov said in a choked voice. "Your Highness, you are finally here." "You did a good job," Roland said with a heavy voice. "The 4 big families will pay a heavy price for this, and the murderers shall be brought to justice. I didn't guard Longsong's stronghold well. You did your best. It's not your fault." Roland sighed. Petrov was not a ruler of war. This was evident from the seizure of the previous city by the light cavalry and the rebellion of the nobilities this time. He was good at managing the territory, proficient in trading, and skilled in capturing opportunities, but he was not a Machiavellian. He was definitely not an expert at fighting and plotting. If it wasn't for the Second Army that was stationed in the castle in accordance with the emergency measure, he wouldn't have been able to hold more than 2 days. However, that did not mean Petrov Hull was not a good manager. If he was not good at war, he should be assigned to a territory without any war. Roland preferred operators with a business mind to those with fighting talents. "I believe there must have been an inducement for this riot." Roland looked at everyone around him. "This is a downright conspiracy. The enemy seeks to subvert the order of Western region in order to obtain benefits that don't belong to them." The scene quieted down. Everyone, including both the armed soldiers of the First Army and the wounded knights behind Petrov, had their gazes on His Highness. "They have committed a felony for this, murdering the nobility and killing the civilians." After the war, we'll see that many people have lost their families, and many houses will have been looted. But their conspiracy didn't succeed in the end. It was your unyielding resistance that prevented Stronghold from falling into a greater tragedy. Your performance was heroic, and your willpower was laudable. The knights slightly lifted their chests without realizing it. However, the war isn't over yet. These rebels are fleeing in panic, and it's time for us to seek our revenge. I swear no matter where the enemies are hiding, they won't escape the coming trial, be it in the territories of the four families or King's City. Roland paused and said categorically, "The culprits who caused the rebellion are bound to be punished too. The blood you shed will not be in vain." "Long live, Your Highness." Petrov and Earl Hull knelt down once again. "Long live, Your Highness." The surviving knights and soldiers of the Second Army also began to kneel. Soon, everyone was kneeling on one knee with their upper body upright, right hand on the chest, shouting the slogan in unison. "Long live, Your Highness." After comforting the people at the scene, Roland summoned Petrov, Vanner, Brian, and Iron Axe into the study on the third floor of the castle, which was the only place that had not been invaded. All the furnishings were basically intact. Roland knew that he would probably have to spend the next few days there. The first thing he had to do was to understand the situation regarding the battlefield within the city. He looked at Iron Axe, and the latter reported immediately. "The witches have seized back the northern gate and the eastern gate, which was once occupied by the four families. The First Army is eliminating the rebels within the city under Miss Sylvie's guidance. The order of the city should be restored by tomorrow morning." "What about the casualties?" "A total of 6 people were injured so far, and all of them are from the Rifle Battalion, but they've been treated and cured by Miss Nana." "What about the Second Army? Has it been counted?" "Not yet, but according to the latest news, there are more casualties." Brian hesitated. "Both of the platoons sent to support the city wall have been defeated, and they haven't been gathered so far. Out of the 50 soldiers who were sent to defend the castle, 11 were killed, and almost none of the soldiers patrolling on the city wall survived." Roland nodded. The militancy of this era was not as high, enabling the 100 people to persist for 2 days. The defensive party tended to have the bigger advantages, especially when the enemy lacked effective assault weapons. If the other party wasn't using firearms, the Lord's castle could not be broken through with only the flesh and blood of the mercenary and guards. This was fully taken into account during the design of this building to prevent enemy attack. At this thought, he instructed Iron Axe, "Show me some of the rebels' firearms." Roland was really concerned about the new hot weapons of this era. Although this day was expected to come sooner or later since the birth of the snow powder, the development speed of Timothy really surprised him. Iron Axe carried out the order quickly. Only several minutes later, a few tube-like weapons of different lengths and shapes were carried into the study by soldiers. After seeing the actual objects, Roland quickly understood why the enemies could build the weapons in a fairly short time. These long tubes could not be called flintlock in the sense that they had no trigger and percussion device, and they were nothing more than metal tubes with a hole at each end. It was deeper at one end for loading gunpowder and bullets, and had a needle-like hole at the end for ignition. The other end was shallower and could be used as the handle after inserting a bamboo stick or a wooden pole. It was very similar to the prototype of the firearm, structure-wise. The loading process of this primitive firearm was the same as that of the flintlock, but the launch was more troublesome. It required a gunman to hold the wooden pole under his armpit and ignite the gunpowder with the hand on the other side. Due to the limitation caused by the holding position, it was impossible to aim accurately and could only be roughly pointed straight ahead while shooting. But it was still undoubtedly a hot weapon. Putting aside all the inconveniences, its launch principle was completely consistent with the flintlock. Its barrel and projectile were almost the same as those of the ladders, so the power was far greater than crossbow bolts. If shot, the armor of knights would not hold the attack. Timothy's efforts on the customization could obviously be seen from the unique look of each firearm. Some were made of rolled steel, with clear thumping traces left on the body of the pipe, while some were molded by wrought copper and looked smooth. Considering they were simply testing products to assist the 4 families, the firearm used by Timothy himself should be better. However, even the best firearm was merely a firearm. The King's City had no chance of winning as soon as the launch of the spring attack began. They would be unable to face the Western Region Army armed with revolving rifles, bolt rifles, and HMGs, heavy machine gun. Roland shifted his gaze back to the 4 of them and said, "The First Army will be recovering the suburban territories of Longsong Stronghold, one by one from tomorrow onwards. Any nobility who resists can be put to death on the spot. I hope the entire Western region will be unified after this week." "Yes, Your Highness," the 4 of them answered in unison. Chapter 450, Old Friends. René Med had been trapped in the basement of the Elks mansion for half a month. He thought he could have stopped Jacques, but he hadn't expected his elder brother to make the first move. "Here is your lunch. Hope you enjoy it." Sean, the long-faced steward, brought a plate of sticky food to the cell. What was on the plate looked like a mixture of oatmeal and vegetables, and the portion was only palm-sized. "Set me free, you dumbass." René threw the food on the floor, holding the cell bars. He shouted, "Jacques is a dumbass too. He has no idea what he's doing. It's not too late to let me out." The steward shook his head regretfully, took out a handkerchief, and cleaned up his dirty shoes. "If I were you, I would have eaten that food instead of spoiling it. The Earl told me to bring you food once a day all this week, to let you save some strength." "Damn it, haven't you heard what I said?" René burst out with strong language. "This isn't about a meal. If Jacques doesn't stop, he'll destroy the Elk family. For my father's sake, open this cage." Seemingly, the steward was moved by what René said in the end. As he was just about to leave, he stopped. "Your father? I think if he were still alive, he would have expelled you from this house." He then turned around and looked at René, expressionless. "Master, you seem to have forgotten that it was Roland Wimbledon who killed the Earl of the Elk family. On the other hand, the Honeysuckle family has not only gone over to Prince Roland's side, but also assisted him in suppressing the other 4 families. At this moment, your elder brother is trying to correct this mistake, yet you're scared to death. How can you be a qualified knight this way?" "It's not for you to judge whether I'm a qualified knight," René said angrily. "In the past 3 years, while I was defeating the demonic beasts in Hermes' defensive line, Jacques was busy enjoying wine and women in the King's City. Do you think it's out of bravery that he decided to attack the Honeysuckle family? Don't be ridiculous. He's only blinded by profit." Sean sighed. "Even if you're the younger brother of Milord Jacques, you should show him some basic respect. After all, he is both an earl and the head of the Elk family." After this, the steward ignored René and left the basement along the stairs. When the door was closed, the basement returned to silence. "Damn it!" The second son of the Elk family smashed his fist down onto the floor forcefully. Since the beginning of winter, Jacques had begun to visit the other families more often. René didn't pay much attention to it at first. After all, he wasn't interested in managing his family. Besides, when he was taken captive by His Royal Highness the first time, Jacques refused to pay the ransom, and it was Petrov who offered him a helping hand and got him released from prison. Since then, the relationship between the 2 brothers had fallen to the freezing point. Even so, René didn't plan to fight with his brother about who would be head of the household. When he heard the news about the construction of Border Town, he even considered going to the town and serving Prince Roland by becoming an official guarding knight. But afterwards, there were some changes in the situation. During a private feast held in the Elk Mansion, Renee heard that the four families were planning to unite and fight together against Longsong's stronghold. That night, Renee rushed into Jacques' study and confronted him, but Jacques wasn't happy about it and threw him out. Thinking about it overnight, Renee decided to tell Petrov the news and lead his patrolmen to stop Jacques. Unexpectedly, his breakfast was poisoned by Jacques. When Renee woke up, he found himself in prison. Since then, despite his yelling and threatening, he hadn't yet earned himself a chance to meet with Jacques. Every day, he could only judge time by looking at the brightness of a louver in the basement corner, and the only person he had seen was Jacques' personal steward. Grrr. With this lengthy growl coming from his stomach, he realized that he was hungry. Taking a glimpse at the scattered food on the floor, Renee turned his head and lay back onto the pile of straw on the floor. I'd better go to sleep. I won't feel hungry once I fall asleep. The moment Renee closed his eyes, a series of footsteps resounded in the basement. Could it be Jacques coming? He instantly hopped off the pile of straw and rushed to the bars. With the help of the dim light from the louver, he saw a small and slim figure. Obviously, that couldn't be the arrogant Earl. "Brother, are you okay?" When the person arrived at the cell, he found it was Aurelia, the third daughter of the Elk family. "How did you get in?" "Jacques wasn't around, and those servants couldn't stop me." Aurelia saw the oatmeal on the floor and said incredulously, "Is this what they are serving you? This is outrageous. Wait a moment. I'll tell the kitchen to cook something else for you." "Jacques isn't home." What his sister said suddenly saddened Renee, and he almost forgot about his hunger. "Where did he go?" "I've no idea. He left 2 days ago." Aurelia shook her head and said, "Along with most of the house guards. Otherwise, I couldn't have come here." "Damn it." Renee was disappointed. "Jacques left 2 days ago, and today is the 3rd day. Even if I can get out now, I'm afraid it's already too late." "Brother, I heard that Jacques was trying to hurt the Honeysuckle family. Is this true?" Aurelia looked worried. "Will Milord Petrov be all right?" "Right. Aurelia has always had a crush on Petrov Hull. Although I've tried to set them up as a couple, it seems my friend Petrov has somebody else in mind. But now nothing can be done." Renee leaned against the bars and sat down, feeling feeble. He knew Jacques fully well. Jacques won't show mercy on the Hull family, which would definitely cause Prince Roland to take his rage out on the whole western region. Jacques has spent too much time in the king's city, so he's no idea what he's got himself into. Renee closed his eyes. He couldn't stop thinking about the day when he and his army attacked Border Town. Fires continued blazing in front of his eyes. Thunder boomed all around his ears unceasingly. Knights in the front rows seemed to be hitting an invisible wall, and their skills, gained through years of training and the courage of fighting for honor, had all lost their effectiveness in the face of the enemy's powerful weapons. From that moment on, Renee had totally lost the intention of fighting against His Highness ever again. Nobody could defeat His Highness troops, at least no human beings could. But when Prince Roland gets to know what's happening in Stronghold and decides to sweep through this area, what's the use then if the Elk family gains a lot of profit? This time, Prince Roland may not let go of the four families. "What's the matter, brother?" Aurelia shook him, but he remained motionless. "The Elk family is screwed." Just then, some indistinct roars spread through the thick ceiling, and then the floor slightly trembled. It felt as if the mansion was hit by something. "Is that what I think it is?" Renee turned around and saw his sister with the same surprised expression. Then came another dull, yet much clearer, thundering and a series of noises. Renee could hear panicked shouts from his family's servants coming from somewhere over his head. Could it be Prince Roland's army coming? Renee was stunned. "How's that even possible? What's happening out there?" Aurelia stood up. "I'll check." "Don't." Renee grabbed her hand. "Don't go anywhere, just wait here." "Huh, listen to me." Renee swallowed and said in a tiresome voice, "It might be dangerous outside." The roars quieted down before long. Only a few minutes later, a platoon invaded the basement. They wore brown uniforms and held strange, long-handled weapons. At a glance, René realized they were Prince Roland's troops. He felt totally hopeless. He had expected retaliation from His Highness, but not so quickly. Or maybe this is a drama directed and played by Prince Roland himself. Who are you? How dare you break into the Earl's mansion? Aurelia stood up and questioned them. A tall, strong man stepped out of the platoon. With an angular face and a chilling aura around his eyes, he looked as if he was from an alien race. "Are you the second son of the Elk family, Knight René Med?" the guy asked. "Since you know who he is, you should retreat. What are you up to?" Aurelia said, voice trembling, but still she stood in front of the bars. "I'm René, don't hurt her. She's innocent." René thought he was about to see something unbearable, yet the guy totally ignored Aurelia, and what he said next simply shocked René. "I'm Iron Axe, commander of the First Army. His Highness Roland asked me to find you specifically," the guy said in a low voice, "and he asked me to tell you that Mr. Petrov wants to see you."